supportive instruction. It's just that we no longer look at, well, what is Putney, Dummerston, Guilford, and Brattleboro Town as separately. They're now one. And Vernon is another one entity. And we just look at K-12 enrollment, and then what is the proportion that Vernon is of K-12 enrollment? This current period is 7.1%. And the rest of the members are the 93%. Okay, so no change in that methodology. It's just that when we actually administer the mechanics of an assessment, it won't go to a Putney school district. Obviously, it will just go to Wyndham Southeast School District. 93% of those costs. 7%, depending on how our enrollments come out, it's likely to be similar. It's also a 2-year average.
Frank, just a quick clarification, the Brattleboro UHS at the bottom of that first section is 42.2%. Is there a place where that is broken down by town? Or was I typing when you said that? No, there's not. That's just, so how does that get assessed? Oh, it doesn't anymore.
No.
Duh. that changed.
It did, yeah. Yeah. But it's a good point of reference in that, just in terms of numbers, it's nice to kind of put things in perspective. 2,287 kids, K through 12, and Vernon is 162. Well, 162 plus 158 in the prior year, taking a 2-year average is a 7%. The high school was 969 kids out of 2287. That's 42%. So on. Okay, so that's our kind of the broadest. We're all in together. Allocation methodology. The second one, special education, school age. So school age is a big qualifier as opposed to preschool. So school age is, now we're talking service, and then now we got to group things. It can't be just K-12. Now we have to group. Okay, what are we all alike in? Well, we're all alike in special ed services K through 6, and if you're Dummerston, it's in that site it's K through 8, and the same with Putney, K through 8. So when you look at essentially elementary education and the way in which we provide those services at the sites, knowing the SU employees and contracts for all special ed services, again, we are all the same. So it's a simple allocation. The only difference in this allocation between the FY21 budget and the current prior 4 years is that we were looking at K-12 proportions, but now we've got to look at just the K-6, K-8 portion because we've got to isolate costs at the secondary level and treat Vernon the way they want to be treated, which is as a tuition town. So we wouldn't want to mix up K-12 enrollment statistics with costs that are going to be allocated over a K-6 basis. So essentially on the K-6 level, no change. It's still proportion. All right, so now the one that responds to Vernon's choice to be a tuition town, that basically says on the secondary level, just like Dover and Marlborough, we have to isolate costs at UHS and essentially turn those into what's called the excess cost charge. It's a reimbursement to the district. We have to do that now for Vernon. So how do we do that? I've got 4 steps. Keep in mind we're talking about BAMs, 7 and 8, and the high school 9 through 12, and about 120 Vernon students attend. And of those 120, and the number is going to vary, but approximately 26 are students that are in this group, students with IEP services. So the first step is to do what I just said, which is look at student enrollment at the high school and then identify the proportion of students at each site, or in this case, a resident, right? So how many kids are from Dover, how many kids are from Marlborough, how many are from Vernon, and then everybody else is together. right? Everybody else meaning Dummerston, Guilford, Putney,
Okay.
and Brattleboro. Okay. Step 2 is just do the calculation. Okay, what's the proportion? Okay, so I don't have definitive numbers. The census data collection is happening right now. You know, November 1st is come and gone, but that data goes to the Agency of Ed. They say, well, who else has claimed these students?
Mm-hmm.
And then they have a vetting process that says, well, so-and-so also claimed Johnny or Susie. And then they send the data back and says, okay, this is resolved. You get, you know, your student FTE has been essentially verified. And that's when I take the data forward into this allocation methodology. So step 3 is essentially identifying the costs that should be shared. Okay, so in very round numbers, the BUHS services employed here at the SU, but are delivered at the high school, are about $5 million. $5 million in special education services employed here, but delivered in the BUHS building or delivered to students that are affiliated with BUHS. Okay, so we wouldn't want to just say in this case if 18% of the students are from Vernon with IEPs, you get 18% of 5 million.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't we want to do that? It's because, well, right off the top, not all students are actually being educated in that building. So there's outside placements, you know, kids that are going to Kennel Farm and Brattleboro Retreat. That's part of the 5 million using round numbers. And so if those kids are from Brattleboro Town or Dummerston, you know, Vernon shouldn't be paying a percentage of that. That wouldn't make sense. And neither would Dover, and neither would Marlborough. So what we're doing here is we're taking total costs that we know are delivered. They're expenses to the SU, but we're saying what are shareable costs? What are you know, proportionally used by Vernon kids, by all other kids, Dummerston, Putney, Brattleboro Town, and Guilford. So what are those major categories? It is the number one that's the easiest to isolate is the outside placement. It is a line item in the BUHS budget. And then to whatever extent there are costs that are being reimbursed by Marlborough and Dover, non-resident, non-member towns of the Union High School, we obviously don't want to put those into a pile to be shared.
So you're taking those out?
Those get
come
pulled out.
of the 5 million?
They get pulled out. And then finally, all of the state aid that comes to the SU for special education costs. They're not going to send the state aid to Vernon. They're not going to send it to Dover for costs that are incurred by the SU on behalf. You know, they're going to send it to the SU. So obviously, we want to take those revenues out, right? So then you're left with 5 million minus. You know, traditionally it's been about half of the costs come back at state aid, so minus 2.5 million, minus maybe $1 million of outside placements, and now you've got a shared cost basis that says how much is this attributed to the 26 students or the 18% of Vernon kids, and then the balance goes to the SD, the Wyndham Southeast SD. Okay, so then that is step 4. Step 4 is just doing that simple calculation, which is you take your proportionate share and you multiply it times cost.
So what hit is Vernon going to take on this?
It's too early to tell. Unfortunately, we know the entire system is up substantially. At this point, Shelley and Marisa are still working with principals and with their team to refine the proposed budget, but based on that service plan that the Agency of Ed requires to be submitted by October 15th, it's the very early forecast. They were saying 15% increase on the, and it's largely students moving in with high needs and the system not able to accommodate them in the
That's
outside
everybody's
placement.
hit, not just
Not
Vernon.
just
Oh, yeah,
Vernon.
yeah,
Okay.
that's the whole,
It wasn't like you were paying more.
Yeah.
We're all
Okay.
hit, we're all hit.
Right, I get that we are all hit by that. I'm worried whenever a new formula comes in,
Yep.
how it's,
yeah. And it is a reason to be concerned when you now are a separate population of only 20 or 30 kids. 6 kids is a 20% change, and you can see how that can take a 20% cost impact. That is the problem of being small when you come to this state agency, state legislative funding formula, which is all about cost per student. So
how will 173 impact this? Because that would be a whole new ballgame, right? So
it will be,
we're
but
changing the formula now, and it might get changed on us next year?
I don't see it changing the cost allocation. What I see is it changing the reimbursement.
Okay.
And ultimately, it's cost minus reimbursement equals the assessment to the users, to the communities, right? So if they change the reimbursement, that obviously changes the net amount that gets assessed. If they increase the reimbursement, then the net amount that gets assessed goes down. If they reduce the reimbursement, the net amount that gets assessed goes up,
Okay.
right? Because it's cost minus revenue equals net cost times your proportion.
So the formula that applies to Vernon then also is what applies to Marlborough and Dover. Basically, you're paying your tuition rate, which
Yep.
is lower than
Lower than
but then-
actual, yeah.
the SU has to. In this case, it's like they're wearing different hats for you, but the SU has to reimburse for those costs, and that's what would happen with Wyndham Central for those students. So it's
Right.
That's right.
so
This is a common model.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not like this is the only one.
Yeah.
And this methodology it still follows the state law in that it's using average daily membership to
Okay.
apportion costs, but it's being refined by the two groups, the K through 6 elementary with the
Yeah.
7, 8, and a couple of, so we're still being consistent with, general practice.
Okay. And you don't have to go into this now, but I'll try to make myself a note. I'm curious when you come to Vernon and talk about our budget, how it works with Pioneer and all of that. Don't do it now because it doesn't matter here, so.
Yeah, but if I could say just one sentence, because it does affect this board as well. That's a if it's a secondary placement,
Yeah.
then it's a direct cost on the Vernon.
On Vernon, okay.
Yeah. If it's an elementary, then it's in the SU.
Then it's.
And that would be
gotcha.
the same, they would affect
Okay.
everybody here.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so that's the big change. The next to the last block there from the bottom is the special ed, and now we're not into the school age, we're into the pre-K, which is essential early ed. It's also referred to triple E. So those expenditures have varied over the years, but as you may recall, and again, if you just kind of get your bearings in terms of context, it's about 600,000, between 600,000 and 700,000 has been that program cost in the historically. We're back to the standard mechanism there in that we generally before would drop the BUHS proportion because it was irrelevant. That's not that those entities, the high school is not compatible with that grade level. Pre-K costs are in the elementary budgets, and that's where the triple E special ed pre-K costs would belong, has belonged, and again, it's just a proportional.
So no change there.
No change other than we're not looking at K-12, we're looking at K-6.
Right.
Okay. And then transportation, again, no change.
Okay.
I've added a little bit more narrative because we had gone from this older methodology from first student to Kosmuskas, so we changed vendors, and they changed to some extent the cost structure, the way they define costs to us, but it's very straightforward. They bid a 5-year bid, and based on the routes that we asked them to bid on, they said it'll take 17 buses for to and from school regular ed, and 3 of those need to be dedicated to Vernon. So it'll be 17 divided by cost times 3 for Vernon and times 14 for the STD. Special ed transportation, it is more, it's very customized, so it's going to be a reflection of utilization. Sometimes that's a Cosmuscus bus with 6 kids on it or 5 kids. It depends on what kids are on the bus and what town IEP is required to get that service. So, but that's no change. So that is the recommendation for the assessment methodology for fiscal year 21.
Questions?
On the administrative services and supportive instruction, that first item, given that you're administering the WSESD and Vernon as separate districts, do you feel that there are a large number of costs? I mean, I know like auditing might be one cost, but do you feel like there's a large number of costs having 2 districts that we should consider, and maybe not for this go round, but as we're sort of figuring it out, and you don't really have a lot of experience because we haven't even gone through a year, realizing, hey, people ask me those questions, I shouldn't ask you those questions. But I think I'm just throwing it on the table to say, is there a need to have a slightly different allocation in that line item because the cost of administering the separate district might be slightly higher?
You were referring to auditing specifically?
Or your time spent preparing for an audit for them and things like that, because you're, so it's a per pupil thing, so I would suspect it might be slightly easier to do the 5 merged districts, 1 audit for them versus the 5 previous
I can't imagine
districts.
that's easy, but okay.
Well, neither is good, neither is easy, but, and so I think with the VSBA dues, there was a certain, like, every superintendency is gonna have a certain number of questions, and the questions are gonna be greater based on the number of students. So the formula that they came up with was a 50-50 weighting, like they divided half of the cost of administering the VSBA to an entity. And I'm not suggesting this is our allocation, that would seem bizarre to me, and then half it was based on the number of students that they had, because the more students you have, the more things that will happen and the more questions. So that was kind of there. So I'm just thinking down the road, would that be a good application? And it's probably not a good year to do it because you don't know.
Yeah, and in general, what we're saying is, again, for administrative services, which includes the instruction, 2.6 million, audit is in there, and it's now the proportionate of total enrollment. So there is no sub-analysis of components of costs. I think that's what you're saying. Maybe we want to look at, but
not now.
Yeah, but I think we need at least a year or 2.
Okay.
Yeah. The default in the statute for all SU costs is a proportion of ADM, and that is what we're using.
Okay.
But it does say that the SU board can, if you agree, you can come up with a different allocation method. Generally, it has to comply with the the other laws, and the biggest one is tuition. Even though most of our impact is special ed, because school districts like BUHS, well, we all did set tuition rates. Putney would have a number of tuition students. Dummerston had some. BUHS would have over $2 million worth of tuition students. But the point is that it has to be a regular ed tuition rate. So to get to that number, you've got to understand your special ed costs. And when you're in your special ed cost allocation methodology, that affects the regular ed tuition. So it is all absolutely connected. So that just means when you're doing your allocation methodology, you got to be aware that you don't want to create a situation where you inadvertently run a profit in the regular ed tuition, because the state law says 3 years later, you will refund it back to that district you charged too much for. And that creates a lot of problems with future budgets, and tax rates.
I was not looking at anything
Yeah.
like that. I was just thinking about kind of your time, so.
Yeah.
Other questions? We can go right to the quiz.
So what we would do then is for the meeting on Monday, the 2nd, we would apply these assumptions to that budget, and it would be, obviously the special ed budget is the one that will have the greatest impact.
Okay.
Unfortunately, on December, December 2nd, we will not have the AOE statistics, which are, absolutely central. So what I typically do in these pre-meeting drafts before the December 11, is I just use the prior year, because I don't know what the new data is.
Well, would you even have them on the 11th? Not until the 15th? And...
Yeah, we may have draft numbers, but again, if I don't have them, boards vote on expenditures.
Okay.
You're not voting
We're not
on
voting
the
on-
revenue.
Okay.
And we can revise the revenue when the numbers do come in.
Well, Frankie, does the special ed service plan, does that drive what's in the budget, the expenditures budget, so?
It helps inform,
Right.
but Shelley and Marisa, Lyle, myself, we do a lot of refining that analysis, and in typical fashion, it is the time of year where a lot of families come and go. So it's a big difference between October 15 and December 1st or so.
So if we see any numbers next week, they'll be last year's.
I think, in terms of just the enrollment statistics, they'll be last year's, but the spending will be the forward-looking numbers.
So if there are significant changes, we'll be able to see those?
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
great. That's what I was wondering about,
Yeah.
where are we headed? Where
Yeah.
are we investing?
We also hope to have the Health Commission's, at least the public version of the 2 requests by December 1st, and then there's, supposedly we all get by December 15, the arbitrator's decision on the path ahead. So you can see that's not great timing for a December 11th vote. But I will update you with what the VHI has given us with what they believe the rates will be for next year. And then we'll just have to see what the Health Commission does to the real cost of that expense to the employer. You may recall the SU board and the SD board approved a tentative agreement with the union to extend health benefits through December of 2020. So we'll proceed with those assumptions in this budget as if it was a 12-month, and then we'll see. We don't know if that's going to be close or not, but it's best information we have at this point. So the last thing I had was Paul had a chance to look at the grant budget a little more closely, and it's also a similar scenario where we get revisions from the state. So I was just going to turn it over to Paul for just a kind of a quick update.
Did we get this last time?
Yes. So this
Okay, so there's a new one?
So this
is revised.
So this is the new grant budget?
yeah, and I have a couple more if folks need it.
We could use one more for.
Yeah. And this would be typical where Paul will get updates from the Agency of Ed about new allocations. And those aren't final until it's not until next July, right? June, July, that they're
Right.
final?
Right,
Oh, that's
well,
helpful.
yeah.
Maybe one last thing about that, just related to that, is It is why, if you look back at your historical documents, like this thing, this summary, you will not see the same number that's on these grants, because you may remember I mentioned, we are required to amend them. So I can always show you how we got from here to there, but I have to show you what has been
But
approved.
that's this, right?
And that's
So
part
that's
of
how
that,
it's-
it's part of that, yeah. Paul, you want to give us?
Sure. So on the first page, first of all, make sure we're looking WSSU FY20 regular ed grant program revenue and expenditure detail. So on page 1, as I said last time, the grants I generally deal with are Title I, what are called the Consolidated Federal Programs grants, Title I, Title IIA, Title IV. And the first of those is on about the middle, slightly lower than the middle of page 1. You'll see that revenues anticipated are up about 7%, and that's a combination of increased allocation from the state and some anticipated carryover. Okay?
And if I could just say, the first 2 pages are revenues, you didn't have that last meeting.
Okay.
And that's why they're in the credits. So the first 2 pages are revenues, and you'll see total revenues actually on the very top of page 3.
Gotcha. Okay.
So immediately below that, you'll see a larger increase, almost 13%. Again, that's anticipated larger allocations to the SU. This is a relatively new grant program, and I'm still seeing additional revenues granted to the district for these activities. And then there's skip 1, 21st century schools. Below that, the 2A is down slightly again based on anticipated allocations. Okay, so that's a change from prior year. The percentage change is from prior year budget. And then I've annotated my copy. That might not be the same. Actually, it should be the same. If you skip forward a few pages, I talked about page 4. Talked about this last time. We're moving a fair chunk of some of the allocations to individual schools to a school-wide. In the past, we've separated out a number. You'll see at the top near the top of page 4, subgrants to Academy, Guilford, Oak, Green, BAMS. Those are all now loaded into. It's a few lines down. Subgrant to WSESD, right? You'll see that there are zeros to the right of all those school subgrants and zeros to the left of all of the SD subgrants. And that includes not only the anticipated grants from, mostly it's for academic support teachers that are providing the kind of on-the-ground support for students who are struggling. We've also added in some internship, some support that we're doing with a collaboration with Antioch, and we've got some tutors built into that as well at the SU level. Okay. Question?
What are the Title I stipends? What's that?
Title I stipends is I've got a reference on that. That is the interns that we've added in. And as I say, those were in the school-wide subgrants. They're actually outside of that.
And I think we're hoping that they become future teachers, is that?
Yeah, this is a great program. Deb can talk a little bit more about what we're doing with those folks.
Sure, I mean, this is its 3rd year, and we've got, at this point, at least 2 interns from last year hired and teachers, current teachers this year, first-year teachers in our district.
Right, so these are folks that were in the Antioch program that we hired as tutors to provide academic support,
So they're simultaneously doing part-time tutoring positions and then also fulfilling their internship requirements. So they're essentially in the classrooms full-time across the year.
And then a couple of those have now become have become teachers, were hired as full-time teachers this year.
It's a little bit off topic, but I wonder if Deb could be part of that Franklin Pierce visit, if she could talk about that program with those kids. These are students of color coming from Franklin Pierce to Brattleboro to just kind of explore Brattleboro, and that would be an attractive. Getting paid part of the cost of an internship would be.
So you and I should, we'll come check
All right, thank you.
So continuing on page 4, slightly going the other way, we've moved some stipends that were at the SU level for the academic support camp during the summer to school-wide, simply because by and large we're hiring school teachers to do that, and it's much clearer accounting-wise to be paying them out of the district that they're employed in. What other markers do I have? Not huge changes. Let's see. So the bottom line, as noted for Title I, that's on page 6, is up that 7%. Minor shifts otherwise.
And keep in mind, at this point, I don't think we have the salary increases in, right?
Right.
Yep.
Could I just back up? I'm still not sure what I'm looking at. The first 2 pages are revenues?
Revenues, yeah.
Okay, right to the bottom of page 2?
And then you see on the very top of page 3, you see the total revenue.
I haven't, yeah.
Yeah, 2,802,000.
Oh, right at the top of.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so that 2,802,000, if you went all the way to the back page, you'd see that number.
Thank you. I didn't see that. It was
Yeah.
tucked right on top there. Great, thanks. So then we're looking at technical admin, project admin, safety grant, and then it becomes substance abuse, and then it becomes Title I.
Yes.
Okay, good.
The other program that we talked about briefly in the grants that we took another look at is the social justice, and we had brought in essentially a duplicate assumption there, that just because of the way it was coded in the system.
okay.
So there was an increase. It's on page 13, but it wasn't double like we had. So page 13, the program consultant there, where on the left it starts at a $10,000 number, 11, and then 12, 14. So we've reviewed that. The social competency and the diversity training that is done is a little more refined.
So it's up 3 instead of 18?
Yes. And that's, what's her name?
Diana Wall.
Diana Wally. Anything else, Paul?
If there are questions for, it's sort of adjustments, for instance, on page 6, in the 2A section that's below where it says Title I grants, about halfway down, a large increase in general supplies. That the percentage increase is actually very similar. The FY21 is very similar to the FY19. We didn't have some funds allocated for additional support materials that we are going to spend, and we're anticipating spending them again next year. So it's more like the question might be in the FY20 interim budget column rather than in the FY19 or FY21 budgeted. And again, these are grants, so as money comes in, we spend that money. We don't go over or under that budget. Okay? Other questions?
Is Title I audited every couple of years?
It is, yeah. Every year, yeah. It's part of that, they call it the Single Audit Act, and if a system receives more than, I think it's 750,000, then the CPA is required to do a single audit review, and that's a much more thorough analysis of, did we comply with the requirements of the grant?
But it looks like we didn't have it last year in our budget,
Right,
or in the FY19 actual. So page 5.
we had the money, but we didn't spend it in FY19?
Yeah, we didn't allocate it, and so we incur an expense, and that's in the administrative budget, And if we can allocate a portion to the grant as part of an indirect cost, which is absolutely allowed, we do. But in certain circumstances, we can't fit it into the grant. So that does happen from time to time.
And they're fine with that?
Yeah, the state always wants to see the money going to program
Okay.
development. So
Versus-
they're happy to have us
Okay.
not allocate.
No.
They're probably more happy.
That's
Yeah.
true.
But it doesn't
It
matter,
comes on
the
our
work
taxpayers.
is,
Right,
yeah, the work is still done.
okay.
It's not optional, it's the state
We
requirement.
have to do it, we hope we can pay
Yeah.
for it out
Out
of this, but
different
if we
buckets,
can't,
yeah.
we're still on the hook for it.
Yes.
Okay.
And the next page is 6 and 7, that's the Title IV, that the ends in the 4570, and then the rest of that is cut off. That's all the Title IV, and you'll see some increases there, but that's because we're expecting increased revenue. Those programs are well-rounded, the goals for Title IV are well-rounded education, safe and healthy schools, and technology integration. And we've found good things to do with that money, with that additional allocation that we have.
And that's a relatively new grant, right, Paul? This 200,000 is within the last 4 years, so it's new money.
Yeah.
So,
Can you give us some highlights about what that looks like?
Sure. One of the big expenses that we're sort of working on right now is supplying science units, science instructional kits to teachers across K-8. It's through a program from the Lawrence Hall of Science, which I don't know whether you ever ran into the GEMS curriculum way back. They have done just some fabulous stuff, and it's extremely well integrated with online resource support. We're finding, in fact, there's one of the kits is sitting ready to be distributed.
I was looking at it.
Yeah, ready to be distributed. Yeah,
Keep an eye on
Yeah,
it
yeah.
tonight when she
Oh,
leaves.
yeah, it's supposed to go to
Stays
Vernon,
there.
so.
Not the teacher's manual, I love the teacher's manual.
Right.
Well chosen one to present to me, Paul.
Other questions?
And what happened to Title II? And what is Title II?
Title II is professional development, okay? So between,
Is it targeted at any particular student, like 4 is lower income, or 4 is students that are behind?
no, so
One is-
Title I is for
Low.
students who are struggling academically. The payment is based on free and reduced, right?
Yeah.
But once the payment happens, right, then you have one of two choices. Either you are a targeted assistance school, in which case you identify a list of students who become Title I students and they are provided support for the entire year. Or the other case, which is true of all of the WSCSU schools that are Title I schools, we are school-wide program schools, and that is any student, all students are eligible for that support. It provides much more flexibility. Students can go in and out of academic support on an as-needed basis rather than being identified for the entire year. So much more flexibility, much more responsiveness to the needs of students. And an added benefit of school-wide program schools is you can consolidate funds.
And Title II is just blanket professional.
Title II is really designed for improving instruction through professional development, teachers and administrators. So really, we think about it as Title I is really frontline teachers working with students. Title IIA is supporting teachers to implement best practices. And Title IV is for that well-rounded piece. We're right now using it for, as I said, technology integration, buying materials, supporting social studies, curriculum work groups, that sort of thing.
So the professional development that we see in the line items previously in district budgets, That's separate from this.
In addition, yes.
In
This is
addition.
in addition,
Mhm.
okay.
And could any of that be in this?
Well, we can't subgrade, or
Well-
supplant, I mean, but you want to speak to that?
Sure, there are things, and the way most often the way I think about it is, there are professional development activities that we want to provide on an SU level, right? Sometimes that professional development is for a specific curriculum area, and we'll pull teachers from, or from a specific grade span. And we'll pull teachers together, say to do some work on the social studies curriculum and provide a stipend for that, right? Or the science curriculum. In some cases, there's a district-wide initiative like differentiation, where we want to provide someone to come in to do SU-wide professional development, right? Conversely, schools may have some specific interest in a professional development activity that's really focused on their work in their school. And I think more often you're going to find that in those budgets than you are the sort of the more SU level stuff.
The other area that I know Brattleboro Town in particular had heard a lot about the impact on student growth isn't this where Mr. Rittner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A big chunk of Title IIA is coaching support,
Yeah.
right?
So-
A piece of Brian, all of Team Reed is provided there.
Yeah, so so it's a fair amount of direct service, and I don't know how much the other board members have seen the Brattleboro Town presentations. I don't recall, Lila, how broadly those were. Probably
Just us.
But mostly it
yeah,
was.
but really a remarkable impact about how the student growth over all kinds of different challenges and over many years.
When we get done with all this, we can have.
Were these the ones you guys did at the pre-town meeting?
Yes.
That's
That-
that's an example.
That's an example
Yeah.
of, okay,
But
okay.
we had the English language learners people
Mhm.
come in, we had the behaviorists, we had Shelley come in one time.
Brian had come in.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and it's just, I mean, aside from helping us understand things, it wows the community with how competent these people are, how expert these people are.
Yeah, so that's largely funded by the Title IIA, and the stability of that has just had a tremendous impact over time. Other questions on our grants? They really are a very, very valuable resource. The 2.8 million is, it's highly regulated, highly accountable, in
Okay.
terms of Paul develops strategies that identify, student learning goals that will be addressed and outcomes to be accomplished, and then the oversight is all about them monitoring. Okay, we gave you 2.8 million. Show us that strategy and how did you do, and let's look at the data. So it's a very rigorous type of resource to manage, because if we don't follow the rules, they will come in and say, you have to give us the money back. That doesn't happen.
And I was gonna say, I'm assuming that does not
It
happen,
happens frequently across the state, but it has
but it
not
does not
happened
happen to us.
here. Yeah.
Yeah, and everybody?
Yeah.
Okay. Other questions on this? So what's next, I guess is, I always like to know, what
Yep.
can we do to be better prepared for
So our next
the
two
next
meetings.
meeting?
Yeah, our next two meetings, I'm going to be working with Lyle and Shelley and Marisa very diligently right up to the holiday, and I do hope to send you the special ed draft budget before the holiday, just so we don't have to work on it during the holiday, because
Okay.
it's a Monday meeting.
Okay,
So that's my goal. I'm not sure if we'll make it, but we'll try.
okay.
Get you a draft special ed budget. We will have some updated figures for the food service as well. You saw that last week. We'll have some refined numbers there. So we'll send you everything that we have, And the draft that you receive will be, certainly the focus is special education, but it will probably be the whole budget.
Okay,
So you'll start to get a sense of what we look like. I forewarn you, it's gonna be a big spending proposal increase because of the need, primarily in special ed.
okay.
And then the 11th, between the 2nd, us having the discussion that we're having now, any questions you might have, we'll bring back the best estimate we can come up with for the 11th, including the enrollment statistics if they're available. And then that's the budget process for the SU. That's the typical cycle.
Okay, so our next meeting is for budget, next Monday, December 2nd, 5:30, and we're here again?
Here.
Okay.
And it's a special ed budget.
And it's special ed, so check your email if I, and I'm fine if you guys want to send it directly to everybody, that way I'm not holding it up if I don't happen to look at my email until 4 o'clock and go, oops.
And I'll probably forward it to Barb just so you're not
Okay.
getting email from a bunch of, you know,
Okay.
generally I
That's
try to have Barb be the
perfectly good.
distributor.
Can I ask a clarifying question on that 15% up? Is that 15% up revenue minus expenditure or just expenditure?
Expenditure.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay,
Yeah, I
that's
hope it's better
fine.
than.
Sort of occurred to me, that's what I thought you meant, but then I just
Yeah.
thought I should,
Hoping
before
that-
I wake up in the middle of the night worrying about that.
Yeah, we're hoping the net impact is less.
All right, so just so we're all on the same page, right now, okay, we're gonna make it through this week. Next Monday, 5:30 here, special ed budget. Thursday, December 5th, 3:30, to be determined where, our exploratory committee,
SSEC.
SSEC, kicks off. Is there any reason that either well, I guess it would be me. Is there any reason for me not to email principals and say welcome?
I would appreciate it if you did, and I think
Okay.
they would as well.
Okay, does anyone, I mean, is that okay with people if I just sort of put it out there can I be town crier running around going?
I think the more it feels like that, the better. Because
Okay.
we really are like, sort of feeling our way through this, but we
Yes.
do have excellent models for how to hire
Yeah.
administrators.
Yeah, and
So, but we just need to get clear about how we're gonna do it.
And probably some admin people at the SU level would
okay,
be important as well. If we're gonna do this.
do this,
Now.
okay,
They'd be another important.
yeah. Okay, well, you and I are gonna talk agenda, so you can
Okay.
help me with.
All right, sounds good.
Okay, just wanna make sure the board is happy with me cheerleading through town. Get my baton out.
I look forward to seeing that.
I want video.
Okay, so for the next agenda, the focus will be on special ed and budget. We will probably have an update, no, we won't have any update on because we won't have met yet, on the superintendent search. That'll really come later. VSBA dues we will do later. I think I would like, if it's okay, I think we've got time for the next on the 2nd. If there's any warrants, I'd like to kind of do warrants and keep up with them, so we're not doing
That's fine.
$8 million worth of stuff. I know there's one we didn't get to
Correct.
that I had
Yep.
post last meeting.
We didn't get one in the last week or so, though, did we?
No, we did not. We
SDA.
got one
We
almost
got
the day
EPS,
of.
We got triple E.
Yeah, so there's one, but I would
Oh,
almost
that's it.
expect that another one's gonna come, so if you guys don't mind trying to keep up with those right now, I would
Sounds good.
much rather not have a huge massive stack. All right, anything else?
One Monday?
Yep.
Have we set a date and time for the 12/11 meeting?
We have not, other than.
Just
Oh,
because
no,
maybe we
budget.
want to get that warned and taken care of, since you're having Barb warn that Thursday meeting, maybe have
Yeah.
her do both.
I mean, what is everybody's pleasure? So that's a Wednesday. Does that mess you guys up?
My daughter has a concert, so you can, you can plan it for any time, because I'll miss that one.
Okay.
I mean, 5:30 seems to work for people mostly, so.
Yeah.
Do you work-
People good with 5:30 here? Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna see if Emily can come. Just add to the confusion.
Yeah. Hey, we worked through it.
It's kind of amazing, really.
So the other item that I wanted to add, again, this is just such a busy time of year for most of us, and data is kind of slow coming, but obviously we need to make an assumption for negotiations.
Okay.
And it would be timely if we made an assumption on December 2nd.
Okay.
So that I can bring that to the full board, on the December 11th document.
So we would need an executive session
Yeah.
for budget assumptions.
Yeah,
Okay.
related to negotiations.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, can do.
Next is.
Okay, so everybody clear when we're back here next Monday,
December 2nd.
5:30?
Same batch in.
All right. And I know you're not technically, but it's your line.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I just remembered, Christina, you asked a question on food service about Putney.
Oh, revenues, yeah.
Yeah, and Putney, because it was a totally different model, it's coming back to the historical norm of about 170,000 spending. The budget said something like
230.
Yeah. And-
239.
And what it was is the old model of SU gets money and then sub-grants money back to the other entity had been left in.
Okay.
So that came out, and that brings us back to about the 170 historical norm. So just wanted to mention that. And those are the kinds of things you'll see when I send out all of the documents.
Okay.
Okay. No, and if, as you're going through all these budgets, if there's any questions you've got, feel free, send them my way. We can tip off Frank and see if we can get answers. All right.
Thanks, Stephanie.
All right, you pretend to be Anne.
Go ahead.
There being no further business before this body, Madam Chair, I move to adjourn.
Do we have a second?
Second,
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
7:12 p.m.
All right, thank you guys, thank you all.
Thank you.
Can I make it home by 8? My husband was laughing.
Point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wonder hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 347th edition of Energy Week with George Harvey, me, and the astonishing Tom Fennell. In the flesh. Okay, I'm going to start out with my weekly ad. If you want to help Energy Week stay in existence, the only way it can be done is to help BCTV stay in existence, and you can go to BCTV and donate money. And it doesn't have to be a huge amount. Amounts could be as small as $1. We've had a couple of people give $5.
Okay.
Which is very, very nice. And if you want to be the first one to donate $1, you can do it. And of course, we will take any larger amount. What you do is go to BrattleboroTV.org. Go to the bottom of the screen, find the button that says Support Local Broadcasting, click on that, and then put in an amount of money and tell them that it'll be PayPal or some sort of credit card. And right below the amount of money, so far down the screen, well, of course it depends on the size of the screen, is a box that you can put in a comment. And what you do is say that this is supporting Energy Week. And we don't need a huge amount of money anymore, but donations don't come in fast.
Still need a few bucks.
Yeah. Anyway, that is that. I have to tell everybody what the show is all about. This is a collection of news items from my blog, and my blog is geoharvey.com, Geoharvey. I do it every day. I've done it every day since the 2nd of June 2012. Before that, I did it by email, but the blog itself was put up online on the 2nd of June. And I put up 10 to 15 articles each day represented by a synopsis and a link to the original article. And we will start on the 21st of November, Thursday. We are recording this show on Wednesday the 27th because they won't let us into the studio tomorrow. My goodness.
Even if we bring turkeys, huh?
Even if we bring turkeys. Even if we are turkeys.
That would have been neat to have one.
Have one sitting there? Absolutely. Yeah. The way the Energy Week works is we normally record the show on Wednesday mornings, Thursday mornings. Today we're going to do it on a Wednesday because they won't let us in on Thanksgiving.
And the equipment can't deal with that.
The equipment can't deal with it, as we just found out. Everything in the studio just put up a sign that said we're going to wait until Friday. Okay, but it is Wednesday, and it is the 27th of November, and we're starting our show with news from the Thursday, November 21st. Normally I have about 10 to 15 items on my blog, geoharvey.com. And if you go to geoharvey.com and click on the calendar for November 21st, you'll find probably 15 items.
Why is this
which will include
both going together here.
Everything's funny today.
I want to get us both up here on the screen. I can get us up on two screens, but
well,
no, hold it. Nope.
No, go.
At least I got two different screens up there.
All right.
And if I push this,
there you go. See, it works. It works. Okay. Technology works sometimes. We're starting on the 21st of November. If you go to my blog, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com, and click on the 21st of November on the calendar, you will find about 15 items, which will include these three that are coming up. And let's put up a picture. Can we do that?
I think we can. We're going to try.
Let's try it. Yeah, there you go.
And looks like a picture. Whoop.
You clicked twice.
There we go. I clicked
Man.
twice. It's a habit.
It's a habit. Okay. This is an item from Utility Dive.
And that, in case you don't know it, is the U.S. Capitol.
It's the U.S. Capitol building where all those people get together and chat.
Well, shall we start?
Yes, absolutely. Go to it, Tom.
Presidential contenders join fellow senators in urging New England to speed energy transition. I could have been a contender.
I could have been a contender, but I wasn't. 7 U.S. senators from 4 New England states have urged the regional grid operator to speed the addition of clean energy resources and take a more active role in addressing climate change as well as accommodating state resource policies.
Well, the only senator from New England that didn't join these guys was Susan Collins from Maine.
Why?
Well, she's a Republican.
Well, that doesn't count. Man.
ISO, the Independent System Operator's focus on energy security, allows legacy generators to remain in place. What does that mean?
Old utilities.
Ignoring the benefits of, yes, old utilities. That's exactly what it means.
Old utilities is actually old.
Traditional utilities.
Old coal burning plants and things like that.
Generators, right.
Yeah,
those that are producing electricity. To remain in place, ignoring the benefits of clean energy and frustrating states' efforts to address climate change. That's not good news, but that isn't going to last.
No.
It's politics.
Yep. Move on?
I think so, yeah.
We have an item now from BBC, and I've got there we go. I've got a computer that I'm not familiar with here. Item from BBC.
From the BBC, this is a lot of images in this one. It's a good
Yes,
one.
it's a very good article.
A third of tropical African plants face extinction.
A third of the tropical African plants are on a path to extinction, according to a new assessment. Much of Western Africa, Ethiopia, and parts of Tanzania and the Democratic Republic of the Congo are the hardest hit regions, standing to lose more than 40% of the richness of plants.
Well, what the article says, and I'll read it quickly, the mountain forests in Africa contain many rare species threatened by deforestation, land use changes, population growth, economic development, climate change. Another third of the species are potentially threatened in the near future.
Yeah.
So there's some changes coming, and it's not good, I don't think.
I'm noting here that a lot of people believe that the Western Sahara was grassland until human beings brought goats into the region.
Goats it was, huh?
That's what I've heard.
Well, I'm sure that the Sahara at one time was all grassland. I know that.
Yeah.
But that was quite a while ago.
Yeah.
More than last week.
Longer than last week, yeah. I have seen problems in the Sahara region since I was a little kid, but you know. Okay, we have an item.
What's that? I think it's a 1,000-year-old man talking about the Sahara forest. And somebody says it's not the Sahara forest, it's the Sahara desert. It used to be a forest.
You know, there are places where you can find, not in the Sahara, but one of the places I lived in the UK was in Devon, and there are places where there are local legends about forest areas that no longer exist.
Uh-huh.
And when there was an unusually low tide, somebody could see stumps out in a bay.
Oh, that's so, yeah.
And
so the bay was a forest at one time.
And as a matter of fact, Dartmoor apparently was a forest at one time. Not anymore. Okay, we have an item from Mother Jones.
Yeah, we got another picture.
And there is a
up.
Tesoro oil refinery. I have no idea where that.
Tesoro's in Washington.
Oh, okay. There you go. I was going to say I don't know where it is.
And we'll look at it for a little while.
Okay.
Soaring fossil fuel production is on track to blow past climate goals. That's not good news.
No, it's not. The world's top 10 fossil fuel producing countries are on track to extract more oil and coal by 2030 than scientists say the planet can handle without experiencing catastrophic warming, according to a report published on Wednesday. Now, I want to point out that we've got a couple of items that come later in this,
On very
that-
similar stuff.
but they say have a very different message.
A little different message. Well,
So-
according to this one, there's a graph on this.
Yes,
And it shows fossil fuel CO2 emissions. And there's a big gap
Right.
in what they need to do to avoid global
Right.
warming and what
Right.
they're doing.
Right.
And it's scary.
yes. Okay, we're up to Friday, November 22nd. So any of the next 3 articles, if you want to know about them.
Well, I'll read a sentence from the previous article.
Oh,
'cause
okay, go ahead.
It's not specific to it. Fossil fuels received a combined $5.2 trillion in entrenched government incentives across the globe.
Now you know
according to
why
the
we've got
IMF.
problems.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, these incentives, some of them are like 100 years old, but
Yeah,
and they're entrenched, so nobody, you just assume this
Yes.
is normal.
it's normal.
Well,
Okay,
let's move to Friday, November 22nd here.
item here from Clean Technica.
U.S. shale boom may be winding down. What does that mean for America and for the world?
A cloud has appeared over fracking as the world price of oil trends downward. The fracking industry grew in 2018 but did not grow in 2019. Halliburton laid off 3,000 workers and dozens of fracking companies have filed for bankruptcy.
Well, we'll be touching base with that again
Yeah,
before
I
the
mean,
show's out.
it's
It's big news.
yeah, it's kind of ongoing, and many of the people in the world just don't know that this is what's going on.
Well, there's a quick takeaway from this one.
Yeah.
We've been ignoring the harm that all oil and gas does to the environment when it gets burned.
Yes,
The only sensible course of action is to eliminate oil, gas, and coal extraction altogether.
Yes.
So the earth can begin to heal itself
yes,
from the wounds inflicted by the fossil fuel industry.
yes.
And of course, we've got to do something about all those subsidies.
Well, one of the things that was interesting to me in this article was a number of these fracking companies that are going out of business, and they talked about there being more than 30 of them that have declared bankruptcy in 2019.
Well, a couple of things are happening. One of the things is the fracking industry is being very disappointed in the results.
Yes.
They're not getting out of fracking what they anticipated they were getting.
Yes. Yep. Should we go on?
Yeah, we got a nice picture coming
We
up
do
here.
indeed. This is, I think, just a really kind of stunning picture of solar panels on a Navajo.
Well, this is the Monument Valley, which is one of the most beautiful spots in the world,
Yes?
and it's pretty much all owned by the Navajo.
Right.
And I'm sure that this is kind of a specific picture because you're not going to be driving through that valley looking at
No.
solar. It's a very small
Yes.
development. It happens to be what is generating enough for the tribe to survive.
Right.
But they closed a big coal burning plant right on the edge of this valley,
Right.
and this is what's left.
Yes. And by the way, in case those things look familiar to people who are as old as I am, the Monument Valley was, in fact, one of the places that was used as a scenery for the movie Stagecoach.
Oh yeah, if you've seen a John Ford movie
Yeah.
with John Wayne in it,
Yeah.
you've seen the Monument Valley.
Yeah.
And it's just coincidental you should mention that. I was looking at a movie 2 nights ago
Yes.
called what was it, Once Upon a Time in the West.
Okay.
Okay, and about a third of the way into the movie, they drive through Monument Valley.
Yes.
And it's a long trip.
Yes.
And it's really quite beautiful.
Yeah. It is indeed. Okay.
But just a coincidence, though, as we're
Let me-
talking about Monument Valley, I'm looking at this.
Yes. Let me. Have you read the headline?
Not yet.
Okay.
As cold dwindles, Southwest tribal solar farms pump out power.
This is from UPI.com. New large-scale solar farms are bringing jobs to reservations and the first electricity to many families living on tribal lands in remote areas of the Southwest. The Navajo Tribal Utilities Authority brought online 2 solar projects with a total of 55 megawatt capacity over the last year. And, you know, some of this is going to people who have never had electricity
That's what the
before.
article says, yes.
Yeah.
They've never been able to put up electricity. Now they've got it.
Yep.
And the article had some pictures of utility workers from out of town coming in, helping them develop the infrastructure.
Right.
There's a quick takeaway here. We've talked about this one. Earlier this month, the Navajo Generating Station, which was the largest coal plant in the West, closed after 45 years.
Yes.
The demand for coal power was too low to sustain the operation.
Yes.
Okay, the 2 solar farms generate all the electricity used on the 17 million acre reservation.
Wow.
So they're generating all their own power from solar, and they closed down the coal plant. Selling renewable energy on a large scale to cities like Albuquerque and Los Angeles pays for the infrastructure to power up the homes that have been waiting decades for electricity, as you just mentioned. This is an interesting takeaway, an interesting quote. Tribal lands in the Southwest are the Saudi Arabia of solar because they're largely undeveloped.
Yeah,
And they are.
they are indeed.
So-
Okay, we've got an item here from Renews.
This is an interesting one.
It is indeed.
Barrick is a company, proposes a 16 gigawatt New England grid link. That's pretty significant.
And I'm going to say this because otherwise Tom will say it first. Anytime you hear gigawatt, that means big.
It's, they should call them bigawatts.
Bigawatt.
Bigawatts, right.
Yeah, well, what do you do with terawatt? Okay. U.S. transmission developer Barrick has applied to the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management to develop the Southern New England Ocean Grid, an offshore grid system off southern New England. It is designed to connect up to 16 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity to the mainland. That's a lot.
It's very, very big. I read, I think it's New York State has just announced they're going to open up a cable factory.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, and Barrick is developing a system of cables on a continental shelf connecting existing wind lease areas via a common link to shore.
Yes.
An underground grid, if you will.
That's right.
Okay. Transmission lines would connect lease areas directly into Boston, Narragansett Bay, Massachusetts South Coast, and Connecticut to provide offshore wind-generated electricity to area residents. So they're getting on top of this thing. It's a whole new
It's
concept,
a whole
really.
new ballpark.
Oh,
It's just
absolutely.
entirely different. We are up to Saturday, November 23rd.
Yeah, we've got a picture
and
coming
we have
up
a
here.
picture of a child being threatened by large numbers of cops.
I can't
Okay,
help but
it's
believe
not
it.
exactly that, but
I can't help but believe it, but one of those cops is wearing a pair of pants that are too big for him.
all right.
Look at his left leg there.
Okay. Oh, you mean too long? Absolutely.
Too long, that's what I mean.
Yeah. Okay.
Sunrise Movement goes viral without Twitter ads, yet it still influences national narrative.
Well, this
You
is
gotta
from,
explain what that means.
yeah, this is from Clean Technica. And let me read the short synopsis here. Climate action movement. The climate action movement is building around the U.S. and the world, in good part due to Sunrise advocacy. Sunrise is an organization. The word has spread without such things as insidious Twitter ads. The Sunrise movement is accomplishing a lot with little more than people power. They are not going on Twitter and a lot of, I don't know, they may be using some social media, but they're not doing much. They're doing this by
certainly
word of
not
mouth.
taking out ads on Twitter,
Yeah.
which they pay for.
Yeah,
I mean, if you just tweet, you don't pay for it.
but you take out an ad, you pay for
Yeah.
it. Yeah,
Which is that's how it works. I mean,
that's how it works. If I were president of the United States, I would ban the use of Twitter.
but this president likes it too
Yeah,
much.
the only problem with that is I can't ban private use. I can't ban state use. I can't ban corporate use. But by golly, the federal government is being run out of Twitter, it seems.
Well, a quick takeaway about the Sunrise. The Sunrise movement is a movement to stop climate change. The movement promotes a conceptual framework about fossil fuel billionaires' greedy grasp on energy networks.
Which is why they're not using Twitter.
How political power through a Green New Deal fostered by everyday people could break monopolies' hold, and that transition to 100% renewable must leave no one behind.
well, I agree with
So
it.
the
Much of
sunrise
that.
movement, I think, is going to be
Yeah,
important.
the only thing is I'm beginning to think that the Green New Deal will not be sufficient.
It may not be.
Yeah.
It may not be. Well, they're still talking about it, though.
Yep, they are indeed. Okay,
Well,
our
the
next
next one coming up,
our next one is from Clean Technica.
solar costs and wind costs so low they're cheaper than existing coal and nuclear, according to Lazard.
Lazard's latest LCOE report, that is levelized cost of energy, says cheap energy from solar and wind are competing with existing coal and nuclear plants. It can be cheaper to build new wind and solar farms and use them than to keep existing coal and nuclear power plants going.
Well, they say something interesting here. Solar and wind aren't just cost effective when subsidized, they're cost effective when not subsidized,
Yes.
despite more than a century of fossil fuel subsidies,
Yes.
which we've already mentioned.
Well, they're coming in very, very rapidly.
Absolutely.
And that's one of the things to remember about them. Okay, should we move on or?
Well, again,
There's
one
more?
last sentence here.
Okay.
They have actually gotten so cheap that they are now computing with existing coal and nuclear power plants.
Yeah.
Which we've been talking about. They're closing these guys.
They're closing down plants because wind power or solar power is cheaper. Even backed up with batteries, it's cheaper in a lot of places.
Well,
Okay,
the times they are changing.
they are changing. That's absolutely true.
Yeah, we got a picture coming
We
up
have a
here.
picture, and this is an
See
item
if I can
from
get it up there.
Sci-Tech Daily. That is not Sci-Fi Daily, it is Sci-Tech Daily.
Tech Daily.
And by the way, both of those items are of intense El Nino.
2 different years.
2 different years. They don't show a light El Nino here. They're just showing.
These are
These
2
are the
years
tough
where
ones.
it was violent El Nino.
Yeah.
And that's what it says here. These are El Nino events. The one on the right is in 1997 and the one on the left is in 2015. Both extreme El Nino events.
I think you got them backwards. The one on the left is 1997.
Well, it said in the article the one on the right is 19.
The article had it backwards. I remember saying to that to myself when I read the article.
I think you're right. I'm trying. Well, there it is.
Yeah, there it is.
November
Okay.
1997.
Go ahead. Or should
New
I?
and strange climate pattern includes more violent El Nino swings.
Yeah. In the
Yeah, the article
industrial
had it
age,
wrong.
in the industrial age, El Ninos have become more intense, standing to worsen storms, drought, and coral bleaching in El Nino years. A new study has found compelling evidence that the Pacific Ocean, Pacific Ocean, that the stronger El Ninos are part of a climate pattern that is new and strange. Now, what they're saying is this is a pattern in the climate that is causing a change in the ocean.
In the weather.
Y-
The climate is changing, but it's causing a change in the weather.
Well, El Nino's
Yeah.
causing it, but the climate is changing, which is causing the El Ninos to be worse,
change.
which is causing the weather to change worldwide.
Well, a quick
So-
rundown on what an El Nino is, because
Yeah.
I had to look it up myself just to refresh. Every 2 to 7 years in the spring, an El Nino is born when the swings of heating and cooling of equatorial Pacific waters swell into a long heat blob, which you see there in the picture. Okay? Typically peaking in the early winter. It blows through oceans and air around the world, ginning up deluges, winds, heat, or cold in unusual places.
Yes. Okay, we are up to Sunday, November 24th, with an item from CNN. And maybe you should put us both up.
I
Tom,
think
so
I was just going to do
we
that.
people can see that we are, in fact, not just a couple of machines talking.
Well, it's the Harvard-Yale football game, which was delayed after students and alumni stormed the field to protest climate change.
The Harvard-Yale football game was delayed nearly 30 minutes after more than 100 students and alumni flooded the field at halftime to protest against the school's endowments from fossil fuels companies.
Well, the website has 2 videos.
Yeah,
One of them is that crowd assembling,
yeah,
and the other one is more advisory. It says what you can do,
okay.
okay, which
Yeah.
is an interesting video. And the students are demanding that our universities take responsibility for their role in perpetuating the climate crisis and climate injustice. They're calling on Harvard and Yale to fully disclose, divest, and reinvest their holdings in the fossil fuel industry.
Right.
Now, you don't realize how much these students or these schools are investing their endowments in fossil fuels.
Right.
So that's what this is all about. And we got
Okay.
another picture coming up
We
here.
do
This is
have a
kind of
picture.
interesting. This is an
And
interesting
this is
picture
an
here.
interesting item from Clean Technica.
Public-private partnership building net zero homes for low-income families in Rhode Island. And there's a picture of the homes. Cute little house.
In Rhode Island, a in Rhode Island, let me start again, a public-private partnership is building 5 new homes for low-income buyers that are designed to have no utility bills at all. The design is a project of the Rhode Island School of Design Architecture program. They actually have 2 of these, which is why that picture says Unit A at the top.
Yeah, it's slightly different. But
Slightly different.
they look alike until you see them side by side.
Yeah, and they're very similar,
That's
obviously.
a neat little house.
It is. These are not homes for rent. These are homes for sale to people with low income. And
Yeah, but they're selling them at attractive prices. They're offering these things for 140 grand. Okay, a typical house in Brattleboro is 215.
well, that may be attractive to some people, but it's out of my budget. Okay. The thing that they point out about these things is that when you buy a house, you don't just buy a house. You buy a tax burden, you buy a mortgage burden, but you also buy a utility burden.
Utility burden.
And
And
the
these
utility
things are designed
burden
to
is
eliminate
big,
that.
and they eliminate the utility burden. And when they say net zero, they mean the person who buys this house does not have to pay for electricity, does not have to pay for heat. So,
That's a good saving.
it's a big saving, that's right. And it also means that people are not subject to changes in the costs of fuel and things like
I'm
that.
going to put the house up again so you take a quick look at it.
Yeah,
This is a good pilot project.
yes, it is.
And that's what it is. It's a pilot project.
Yep.
And I'd like to see it going on right here in Brattleboro.
Yep.
So let's move along.
All right, I have an item here from Antelope Valley News.
You do, huh?
I do.
It's
We
called
do.
Newsom halts hundreds of fracking permits. So we're going to find out in a second what or who Newsom is.
What or who? Okay. California Governor Gavin Newsom halted approval of hundreds of fracking permits until independent scientists can review them. The State Division of Oil, Gas, and Geothermal Resources announced it will not approve new wells that use high-pressure steam to extract oil from the underground. And
Well, they're looking at the damage that this is causing.
yeah,
And they're getting on ball. This high-pressure steam is a process that Chevron is using in California to extract oil, okay? And they have recently had a breakdown, I'll call it that, a disaster, which leaked more than 13 million gallons of oil and water in California. So they're getting scared.
yes.
And the process is different from fracking, which uses water. This uses steam.
Well, I want to point
Not
out
much
here,
different, but
there's 2 sentences in this synopsis, and they're not actually exactly the same. One of them is talking about halting fracking,
Yes.
and the other is talking about high-pressure
Yes.
steam.
Yes.
So we've got, basically, the state wants to close down the whole thing.
well, they're looking at the second order consequences, and they're not good.
They're not. Okay,
Then we get another nice picture coming up here.
we have a nice
Let's
picture.
start
A
off with
nice
the
picture? I don't think that's a nice picture.
Well, let's get it up. see
It's
if
a
I can
picture,
get it
one
up.
way or the other.
Well, I clicked it twice again.
And we are up to Monday, November 25th,
All day.
all day.
Yeah. Climate change. Greenhouse gas concentrations again break records. And I'm trying to look at that picture there. And I certainly understand what's on the right, but what's on the left?
I think that must be a bridge or something along those lines, a raised highway.
I couldn't figure it out.
Well,
It's irrelevant, really.
Yeah, atmospheric concentrations of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases once again hit new highs in 2018. The World
Not good.
Meteorological Organization says the increase in CO2 was just above the average rise of recorded over the last decade, along with other greenhouse gases.
Well, they explain that concentrations that they're talking about are what's left in the air after interactions between the atmosphere, the oceans, the forests, and the land.
Right.
So it's not just what they're putting back in there, it's what remains in there, okay?
Yes.
What's permanently in there.
Yes.
Since 1990, there's been an increase of 43% in the warming effect of these gases.
Yes.
And the worst one happening is methane, which is now at 259% of the pre-industrial level. And we don't even talk much about that.
No, we don't, but it is, one of the things about methane is that it's far more powerful than carbon dioxide,
But it doesn't last as long.
but it doesn't last as long. in
But it
the
still
atmosphere.
lasts
It
100
lasts
years.
Yeah, for a long time. I think the half-life of methane in the atmosphere is something like 20 years. Or I've forgotten. We
I've
can look
forgotten,
into that,
but yeah, it's still not a good thing.
No, it's not.
And nitrous oxide is another one in there, and that's
Right.
at 123%. And there's no sign of a slowdown, which is the bad news.
Yes. Okay, should we move on?
Yeah, I think we can.
We
I
have an
think
item
we
next
can.
from Renew Economy.
Renewable generation in the U.S. is set to surpass coal in 2021 for the first time.
It now seems likely that annual renewable energy generation in 2021 will surpass coal-fired output in the U.S. for the first time. Coal has been rapidly declining and renewables have been growing fast. It looks like they may be at least neck and neck for that year. My bet is they're going to be neck and neck for 2020. But,
yeah,
you know,
it's push and shove. There's an interesting article on an interesting website, lots of numbers. It's talking about a new model grid, okay, with distributed power. And here's what it's, this is a takeaway. Coal and renewables, which they define as biomass, geothermal, hydropower, solar, and wind, okay, are rapidly heading in opposite directions in terms of market share. And as the article says, renewable generation in 2021 is predicted to be roughly 845 billion kilowatt hours versus 800 billion for coal. So the graphs will cross.
they will.
And we got another picture
we have a
coming up.
picture of the Walney Wind Farm. And you know, there's an interesting boat in that picture right in the foreground.
Let me, I'm pushing the wrong buttons here.
Did you notice this boat, Tom? It has two bows.
Yeah, it's a catamaran.
It's a catamaran.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing.
It's a power catamaran.
Well, it's part of, it's a workboat.
It's a workboat.
It's a workboat.
They
It's
want
part
it
of
to
what-
be steady, and catamarans
Yep.
are steadier. So anyway,
And there's another one in the background there. That looks like the same kind of thing.
did you read the title already?
I didn't.
You didn't. Okay, this is from Renews.
Ørsted unveils a 5 gigawatt energy island vision. As we said earlier, gigawatts are bigawatts.
That's right. Ørsted plans to establish the island of Bornholm to deliver up to 5 gigawatts of power. It will be Denmark's first offshore cluster interconnecting 2 to 3 neighboring countries. The Danish company said the hub would potentially supply Poland, Sweden, and possibly Germany in addition to Denmark.
Well, I had to look it up on a map, and this Bornholm is a kind of a big rock in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah,
And it's closer to Sweden than it is to Denmark.
yeah. Well, most of Denmark is closer to Sweden than it is to Denmark.
Got a good point there. But anyhow, they're talking about an interconnector to Poland,
Yes.
which works both ways.
Of course, it
so
does.
It can ensure high security supply to both Denmark and Poland.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Interesting article.
Yes, it is.
So coal, this one's coming up. Is this the beginning of the end?
Yeah,
I
this
think
is
we know
from
the
the
answer to that
BBC.
one.
This year looks to be the largest, looks to see the largest fall in electricity generation from coal on record. according to a report in the online journal Carbon Brief. It is projected to drop by 3%, which is a fall of 300 terawatt hours based on the energy sector data from around the world for the first 7 to 10 months of the year. Now, they're talking about world supplies of coal. We have been talking in this show about U.S.
Localized
supplies,
supplies,
but
yep.
this is worldwide, and this is really important because we've been seeing coal plants being built in Indonesia, in India, in China, and worldwide, they're not. Coal is not being used as much as it was.
Well, they're finding out that, well, I'll read from the article.
Yeah.
The economics of coal production no longer make sense in many parts of the world,
Yeah.
where it is simply cheaper to generate electricity from natural gas and renewables.
Yeah.
I mean, it is here.
Yeah.
Already,
and we
or
know
will
that
be.
it's better for people's health, and we also know there's other things here too. If you can generate renewable power locally, and you would have to import coal, or oil or gas, which is, for an example of a country that is like that is Japan. There is a strong reason that has to do with national security to use renewable energy.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. We're right here in Vermont. We don't mind coal in Vermont. So
We don't.
If we use coal anywhere in the state, it's got to be imported.
That's right. And you know 118 Elliott?
Yeah.
Okay, the woman and man, the couple owns 118 Elliott. Lissa Weinman is the woman, and she was complaining rather bitterly when she bought that place because she's very into environmentally sound ways of generating electricity and so forth.
Well, it used to be, at least, maybe still is coal.
No, it isn't anymore.
Okay, good.
They bought that place and immediately stopped using coal, but
I remember seeing the coal truck dumping coal into a hole in the floor.
She was buying it, the contract that she had, that she put a deposit on it, but with the deposit, she had to sign an agreement, and the agreement stipulated that she had to keep the pipes from freezing, which meant that she was putting coal into a coal burning furnace every day, and she did not like that at all. Lissa's an interesting woman, and that is an interesting place. There, it's a.
No, it used to be a laundromat.
It used to be a laundromat, and now it's. I don't even know how to describe it, but it's a meeting place for people that.
Well, it's more than that. I mean,
they have yoga and dance and
it's a community resource. Really,
it's a community resource, and last time I met Congressman Welsh was in that particular place where he was talking. Yeah, it's this is an important item. Okay, so we're up to Tuesday, November 26th, with an unusual piece from Renew Economy. And it will need an explanation.
We've got a picture coming.
We do
up
indeed.
Let's see if
This
I
is
can
one of
find
the
that
few.
picture.
I think this is the only picture like this we've had. Solar
panels at night.
Okay.
Interesting picture, and it's an interesting concept.
Yes.
Okay, solar farm helps balance the UK grid at night.
Now I want to point out right from the get-go here that those panels are not generating electricity.
Good point.
Okay.
Not from the stars.
No, not from the stars. Life Source BP, which is a part of BP,
British Petroleum.
British Petroleum, said that a trial using one of its solar plants in East Sussex had successfully provided nighttime reactive power voltage support services to the electric network, a first for a solar asset in the UK. What it's called an inexpensive tweak to inverters can send the power back at a slightly different voltage to the grid.
Well, yeah, I had a hard time figuring out what was going on, so I had to get the article and read
I'm glad you did, because I couldn't understand it.
Well, the inverters are used in all these solar panels to turn DC from the panels into AC that they can pump into the grid.
Right.
And in this particular case, they're not using the panels, they're borrowing the inverters, which aren't being used at night.
Yes.
Okay, and they're using the capability of these inverters, which are complicated electronic things, okay, to tweak, to tweak the
Voltage.
the voltage coming
Yeah.
from the grid from other sources, like wind, for example,
Uh-huh.
so
Okay.
that it balances the grid better.
Ah, okay.
Okay, so if they had like a whole lot of wind power coming from over here, because it's not being used over here, the voltage tends to rise, and this is kind of smoothing all of that out.
Yes.
So
okay.
they're using the electronics.
Right.
Okay, borrowing it. It's really clever because they paid for it already.
Well, they said it would save hundreds of millions of dollars a year
Well, in order
if they could do this.
when they
widespread.
tweak that, yes, they're saving
a lot of
a
money.
lot of money.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, this is an interesting one.
Back at the ranch.
Lightsource has started on a 200 megawatt solar farm near Wellington, New South Wales. And that's 40 times the size of the solar farm in Brattleboro.
Yes, it's big.
It's a big solar farm.
Yep. Okay. We have our next item is from Renews.
And this one is even more interesting. Wind Europe plots a 450 gigawatt European Union offshore goal.
To achieve the European Commission's target of 450 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2050 requires annual installation rates to rise from 3 gigawatts today to over 20 gigawatts in 2030, a report from Wind Europe says. This is a report that's going to be pretty easy to calculate. If they're going to get there, they have to do this. This study suggests that the bulk, 112 gigawatts, should be deployed in the North Sea, and then it goes on to talk about where the rest of this should be deployed.
By the way, 450 gigawatts, that's about 800 Yankees. Okay? And I'm not talking about the New York Yankees, I'm talking about the Brattleboro Yankees.
Vermont Yankee.
And they're
plant.
talking about 85 gigawatts in the Irish Sea.
Yep.
Okay? 83 gigawatts in the Baltic.
Yep.
70 gigawatts in the Mediterranean. This is a big projection here. The projects in the northern European waters would require less than 3% of the total available space of the sea in that region.
Isn't that amazing?
And Europe also needs to provide grid connections to more than one country.
But of course, we're seeing these grid connections built. We're seeing the
It's
connection
happening, yeah.
from France to Ireland.
It's happening.
From Norway to the
Absolutely.
Netherlands. It is going in.
It's taken a while, but it makes sense, and because it makes sense, it's happening.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, we're right now going through a situation in Europe where we may be seeing a new. The European Union is going through political changes with elections and things like that.
Okay.
And a woman who might wind up being in charge of the whole thing is talking about putting the whole area into a Green New Deal.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So, this is something I have absolutely no doubt, this business of addressing climate change is the biggest business opportunity that has ever happened.
I wouldn't argue that. I really wouldn't.
Yeah.
No,
and
it is.
what are we doing in the United States? We're trying to stick with old technology. And
Well,
that is not going to work.
They got the money, and they've spent the money on oil and gas, and they don't want stranded assets.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
China, I just read in the news today, has the largest number of people in staffs for embassies and consulates and things like that of any nation in the world.
They do, huh?
China.
That's interesting.
Where have we gone?
What do you mean?
We're supposed to be making America great again.
Well, we're making China great again.
Well, China, was great once upon a time, and maybe it's time to become great again.
Well, they got an interesting system. It's a combination of capitalism and socialism.
They're the most capitalist people in the world.
Oh, yeah.
But they've got a command economy.
Yeah, bingo.
Very peculiar.
And they do a lot of planning.
And they claim to be communist, but they're obviously not communist.
Well,
They
let's
do a
come a
lot of
little
planning.
closer to home here. We got a picture of Block Island coming up.
We do indeed.
And that's really just a pilot program.
Well,
And
I think
there's-
that's the best way to look at it, yeah. It's a
There's
36
five
megawatt.
generators there,
yeah.
maybe six.
There's
No,
six,
there's
six,
five of them.
6 megawatt generator. It's a 30,
And you're looking at 3 of the 5.
30 megawatt thing, and I think you're right. There's 5 and there's 6 megawatts each.
Well, the article's not about Block Island, it's about New York City.
That's right.
Putting New York City's waterfront at the heart of a renewable energy revolution.
This item is from Next City. Today, the East Coast looks to a pipeline of offshore wind energy projects or ocean-based wind farms that could generate more than 20 gigawatts of power within 10 years. Offshore wind energy could power up to 1 million homes in New York within 5 years. And in this, when they're saying New York, it's New York State. But the really interesting thing to me in this article was the effect this would have on jobs and business and such what.
You can't help it.
Yeah,
You can't help it.
yeah.
It's a very long and very interesting article, and it is very long.
And I should point out, everybody, Tom reads these articles very closely, much more closely than I do. So,
Well, I have to say something about it.
yeah,
Well, New York City consumes nearly 60% of the state's energy,
right,
okay? The bulk of which currently comes from natural gas and nuclear,
right.
okay? The East Coast wind farms could reactivate the city's ports, and there's a map about that in the article.
There is indeed. It's very interesting.
Shrink its carbon footprint and boost economic development. And right now they're talking about 2 projects that are in the works, okay? Empire Wind in New York Bay,
Right,
right by the entrance to New York City, and Sunrise Wind east of Montauk. It's really closer to Rhode Island,
yeah,
okay? And they're working on these already. I mean, these are happening. They're not in
Right.
process yet, but
and
they're
they've got a
happening.
lot that are not happening but are being.
Oh yeah,
developed anyway.
They finally awakened to the fact, hey guys, we can make some money here.
Yes,
And that's what this article's all about.
yes, it is.
The 2 projects are expected to be operational, at least 2, are by late 2024, and there's a map, okay? New York sits at the middle, and this is interesting, of a coastal corridor that stretches to Maine to North Carolina, where the shallow waters make it easy to install turbines. And the strong, consistent winds lead some to speculate that the East Coast could generate enough energy to power up the entire United States. And we've said that right here.
We have indeed, yeah.
Well, this is
And-
the last article we have.
The next one,
I don't have a next one.
I do. You want me to read the title?
Yeah, I don't
It
have a
says,
next one.
Bleak outlook as carbon emission gap grows.
Say that one again.
Bleak outlook as carbon emissions gap grows. It's from the BBC.
You must have put that one in after I.
No, I put it in with the others. The
Well, I didn't get it.
The annual emissions gap report shows that countries will have to increase their carbon cutting ambitions 5-fold if the world is to avoid warming by more than 1.5 degrees, the UN says. The annual emissions gap report shows that even if all current promises are met, the world will still warm by more than double that amount by 2100. In other words, they're saying the promises that the Paris Agreement came up with are only enough to keep us to a rise of 3 degrees. And,
Which would be a disaster by
well,
itself.
1.5 degrees, I think, is going to prove to be a disastrous enough. I mean, we talked last week about the fact that the Federal Reserve Bank was counting damage done as a result of climate change at $100 billion a year in the United States in the last 5 years. Mm-hmm. And that's from less than 1 degree. And if we go to 1.5 degrees, my guess is that amount will double. It will be $1 trillion a year. And that amount of that amount of money going into damage from atmospheric carbon dioxide increases is when you consider that and you think about we could have double that amount of warming, and
Not good.
oh, this would be people are starting to talk seriously about our civilization collapsing.
Yeah, I've read stuff like that already.
Yeah, and there was an article in the news about that today. There was an article perhaps last week. And collapse of civilization doesn't mean everything disappears, but it does mean
For
that
some people it does.
well, for some people it does. And
They're talking about that.
you know,
I'm thinking maybe back to clubs.
I don't think we're going to go back to clubs, but I think we will in some places.
Yeah.
If we don't deal with this, we're going to have. 5 years ago, I was saying we can keep the damage to a number of people in the millions and dying as a result of climate change. And now I'm starting to think that's going to be in the billions. We're going to see possibly a 50% decline in the human population as a result of climate change.
Wow.
That's my thinking, my own thinking. And if that came about, I mean, just think about, we think about Hitler as being one of the most vile people in the world, in world history, because of the number of lives he took.
Mm-hmm.
We could say the same thing about Joseph Stalin, and on a much smaller level about Pol Pot and so forth. And
Mao Zedong.
Mao Zedong, and go down that list, and 100 years from now, 50 years from now, maybe even as little as 20 years from now, I think it's altogether possible that we're going to see Americans named in that list. And
I think it's inevitable.
I don't see how we can avoid it. I really don't.
Well, we know what we have to do, but we don't seem to have the will to try it.
No, I'm going to correct you there, Tom. We know what we have to do, but we're not willing to do anything but the opposite.
That's even worse than what I said.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's what it is. This is a pervasive problem that is in the, and this was done on purpose. That's the thing that's so sad about it. This I think is being done on purpose. We are.
Well, it is being done on purpose, but the purpose is to make money. But the purpose isn't to destroy the population.
No, it's not to destroy the population, but I think that
it's an inevitable effect.
It's an inevitable effect. Yeah, that's right. Their lives is more important than my money.
Yeah.
And if you take a person who is extremely wealthy, who says I'm worth $5 billion or $8 billion or whatever, who takes a position in support of that, what's he going to do with his money? How fast do you have to spend $5 billion when you're over 70 years old to spend it all?
It can't be done. I guess it could be done, but not through ordinary living.
No.
Basically, you'd have to throw it away.
Well, you'd have to throw it away. So there is our show, Energy Week, for this week. And
so according to the clock, we got 9 minutes left, but we
had a technical glitch that left us without a computer for a few minutes, and the result of that was that our timing is a little off.
We still got a few minutes left, but
you think so? We can try.
Well, I don't know. We've run out of things to talk about.
Why don't we just? We haven't run out. We've got lots to talk about.
I just don't have anything here.
You don't have anything there, but let's go back to that article about New York City, because the waterfront stuff in New York City, what we're talking about is resuscitating areas. When you think about it, when I think about what Brooklyn was like when I lived in Brooklyn, which was like 1965 to 66, there were areas there where not only were there no jobs, there weren't even any people,
Yeah,
I mean,
there was parts of Brooklyn in the 60s that were really starving.
really starving. And right now, what we're talking about is not just gentrification. The area around Pratt Institute, which I went to, was gentrified, and the result of that is that we have BMWs today being parked outside of what were at that time abandoned warehouses. But this kind of thing is not going to be gentrification. This is going to be bringing real jobs into that area. And by that area, I don't mean the area around Pratt Institute in northern Brooklyn. What I mean is the area of New York City along the waterfront, which would probably include from Coney Island east, and you know, what's going to happen is these big offshore wind farms are going to bring in electricity to land, but somebody has to build the cables. Somebody has to build the stands that the wind turbines are building.
All of that has to be
The
done.
wind turbine blades have got to be manufactured. The nacelles,
All of those
turbines,
things
all
have
of
to
that stuff has to be made.
And as
it's-
I said earlier, they're planning a submarine cable factory in New York
That's
State.
right. That's right. That's what they're talking about doing. And when that happens, it means that all of those jobs are going to be, or many of the jobs are going to be right on the waterfront, because they're going to be jobs that, you know, if you build a nacelle for a 10 megawatt turbine,
It's going to have to go in the water.
it's going to have to go in the water. That's why we don't have those things on land.
Yeah.
Those big nacelles, those 130-yard long wind turbine blades are not easy to move across the country, but they're relatively easy to move at sea. So what you do is you build them right next to the dock.
Well, the article mentioned that there's very few places where they could do this in the East Coast.
Yes.
That they don't have to contend with a bridge.
Yes.
You know, and I don't know whether that's a problem or not, but these things are pretty big, and
They're
maybe
pretty
they
big.
can't fit under
Well,
these bridges.
just look at the ships that they use for the jack-up ships. You know,
Yeah.
that they use for these.
Are they
when
gonna fit under the bridge?
When
Well,
they
we don't know.
When they sail, they've got mast sections stored on the
Yeah.
deck vertically.
Yeah.
Which means that these things go, 15 stories up in the air. Yeah, they have a problem with bridges. You're not going to build these things in Hartford, Connecticut, and
Well,
ship
they
them
did
down.
mention that Staten Island
Yeah.
is apparently the only place in the East Coast where they could build something like this, where they don't have to contend with a bridge.
Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. Of course, they can build
They
them
could,
anywhere.
they could go to South Brooklyn, you know, like
South
Floyd
Brooklyn.
Bryant Field or something like
Yeah,
that.
they can go to the South Shore of Long Island. Actually, in many places of the North Shore, they could build these. They could build them in Connecticut or Rhode Island in some places that
In
are
the
along.
east side where they don't have to
Yeah.
deal with bridges.
That's right. But, in some places, like, I don't know what you could do in New Jersey, because there you've got a problem with the water being shallow in a lot of places.
Okay.
So I have the sense that you would not build these in Atlantic City. But anyway.
What would it do to tourism?
I don't know. I think it's probably time to go, Tom.
It probably is.
So we'll see you next week, or we hope that you will see us next week. We had 6 days this week. We're going to have 8 days worth of news next week, which
Yeah.
doesn't mean a longer show. It just means we've got slightly lighter coverage each day.
Yeah, a little bit less.
But we'll see you next
Well,
time.
what did we do? We normally do 21 items.
We normally did
about
do
24.
21. Today we did 20 out of 6 days.
Was it 20?
It was 20.
Okay, well, so we did two, we would have done 18 for 6 days, so
Yes,
we did 20,
I-
okay.
I put in
That
a
makes
couple
sense.
extra. Next week there will be a couple of days when there's only 2. Have a good
Well,
week.
you'll come back.
everybody please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, additions to the agenda tonight, I have none. Does anybody else have any?
I have been asked about some contract questions. Could we possibly get an answer on that this evening?
Contracts regarding what?
Employee contracts.
Okay, employee contract. So we're gonna add that as number 2, a new business, employee contracts question. Can I get a second, please?
Oh, second.
Moved and seconded to add employee contracts question, new business, part 2 tonight. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. Approval of meeting minutes, regular meeting and budget meeting, November 19th and 20th.
Actually, have a correction for regular meeting. On page 4, under the giving tree, I did not vote on that. I had recused myself. Page 4 at the top of the regular.
So that was for the meeting minutes on the 19th?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'll accept a motion to approve as corrected.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the regular meeting minutes of November 19th as corrected. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. November 20th budget meeting minutes, please.
On page 2, should be from the capital fund, or capital plan. To forego the bid policy, take the money, not from the capital, but the capital fund.
AL.
Right.
Are we on the motion?
Yes. It just says from the
Just spelling.
capital.
Up from the
Capital.
capital plan. From-
Okay.
I move that we accept the minutes from the special budget meeting on Wednesday, November 20th as corrected.
Second?
Moved and seconded to accept the November 20 meeting, budget meeting minutes as corrected. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Bills and warrants, please.
Okay. Move that we approve payment of the following warrant. 12T, accounts payable, $183,700.83. 46S payroll, $6,872.78. And 47S payroll, $8,614.43.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the bills and warrants as read. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. Salvage yard permit. You are first on the list, John. So I know you stopped in the office today and didn't quite have everything signed yet, but you have everything now, you believe?
I think we've got everything.
Okay. So, in light of the fact that we don't have anything in front of us right now, what we're gonna do is we'll accept the copy that you have. We'll make copies of it for the select board. We'll have Tim take your check for the permit, and then we will discuss this at the next meeting. Because without having anything in front of us, there's really nothing for us to talk about, unfortunately.
It's my fault for not, I've been doing this, had to be in this quick.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's see if I've got everything in order for what you guys need.
Okay.
Michelle was nice enough to help me with everything there, and I think I've got.
Yeah,
I
if
wanna
you
pass
want.
you everything and see if you've got everything. And Kenny can explain to you, we got a copy of the map and drew where the property, where he
Okay.
plans to put
these cars and the house and the barn fence to build on the property.
Okay, so if you wanna hand all that stuff to me,
I think this is all yours. If it's not, give me back what isn't.
Okay.
The lease is in here, everything's in here.
okay,
I think that's everything you're gonna need.
all right.
There's a check in there also.
You wanna peek through that real quick? Make sure that he's good to go. And like I said, we'll put you on our next agenda to actually have the full discussion. We won't do it tonight just because we're just now receiving the permit, so we really don't have anything that we can discuss at this point. So if you would be kind enough to come back to our December 17th meeting, we appreciate it very much.
Oh, wonderful. That's a lot quicker.
Yep.
I thought it was gonna be a month.
Nope,
Wonderful.
absolutely not, just a couple weeks.
Wonderful. Is that map in there, Michelle? That should be in there. Should be two maps in there. And we've drawn out where the house, barn, and cars would go. And they answered,
And did you get the book, the deed book and page?
it's right here. I didn't know you did this. I thought that was a mistake. Okay, and I'm gonna give you everything, you give it back. There we go.
Yeah, we'll just,
That's everything I've got.
we'll hold on to it, file it with the permit.
Yeah, and whatever you need. But what I wanted to say is that, Ken, I asked him all the questions on that page you asked him to, and he's not gonna be doing any of those things.
Oh, this is what the information Tim gave you?
What's that, huh?
Tim gave you this information? The deed and page?
No, I got that for Tim, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you very much. We will have you, we'll have you back once we have copies to all the select board members and the maps and all that kind of thing, and we can all sit down and go over it all together on the 17th.
Super, that's it, yeah.
All right?
Sounds good to me.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you coming.
Yep, thank you.
I'll just keep all of this together for
Keep it
you,
all.
so I'll just come back to
You
you.
got it.
Okay.
We found the check issue, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, it was, I saw it stapled on there.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody, have a great night.
Okay, employee contracts question.
So the long and short of it is two people have asked how come one person has a contract and other department heads do not. So here I am asking that question, and I'm curious what the response is.
I have also been asked that question.
I would imagine.
And my response to the inquiry was, it seemed like the appropriate thing to do for that position. I didn't hear any more kickback after that. I don't know whether they, but there still was, like, how come we don't get, we're also town employees.
So I'm torn on it because I feel that there is some merit to it. I
Yes.
have a contract to protect my job. I would assume you have a contract to protect yours, you do not?
Nope.
I
don't have one either.
Well, that's,
And you're not getting one? I'm year to year.
so I don't know, I mean,
No contract.
I'm curious if there is a reason that we didn't look at that, or if there's a reason that we should not look at that.
Yeah, I think I wondered also, in light of finding out administrators in the area that do not have contracts, that I think when we went through that process, we kind of thought that they all did. So, that's just kind of the other side of the coin.
So my take on it is that there's only two employees that are not elected officials that are department heads outside of Michelle. That's Seth and Dave.
Jane?
She gets
Well, I
paid
have
from
my
a
own
separate
board.
budget
Oh.
and her own board, so it doesn't really count. So there's only two others. Traditionally, and I'm only just saying it traditionally, is that those are not contracted positions. One, a rec facility doesn't even exist in the majority of towns around here. Two, I don't know about highway contracts, I have no idea whether they exist around here or not. So that could be, something that we missed and something that we can look at. But the majority of town managers, town administrators, that kind of thing do have contracts. Because they are the head of the department heads, so to speak. If you look at an organizational chart.
No, and I get that,
Yeah.
but at the same time, we were worried about it, so
Yeah.
I'm,
That would be my reason.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's somewhat common to have a town manager, town administrator with a contract. I don't believe it's customary with the town highway boss or recreation director.
and I would say that it probably isn't. I think that, and correct me if I'm wrong, I would assume that it's probably the same people that have raised it, but that there's a sense of protection over here for the one contract that was signed, and there's a sense of, well, what the heck, I've been here this long and I don't get that same
Right.
protection given to me.
But at the same time, it was never asked for either.
But on the other hand, it really is, it's the, you say, protection, but we really all have the same thing, because there's reasons why a town administrator could get dismissed that are pretty much the same things that an employee could get dismissed for.
Right,
So-
but with the contract, that clearly spells out what happens upon that dismissal, what kind of protections you are given. I mean, it is
Yeah,
clearly
financially
outlined
and
for
everything,
them.
right, right.
But then, like
Right.
my contract only states that this is my job position, this is what I'm paid, and the rest of it is all within the employee handbook, what my protections are.
Yeah.
So I don't know, and to say that it hasn't been asked for, no, it wasn't asked for because it was never on the table until we presented one, and now they're curious why they weren't afforded the same.
It was afforded to their boss, not to them, I guess is how I would put it, so to
Yeah,
speak.
I mean, I think that I said that it wasn't unusual for, town administrators to have a contract, and that it seemed like the right thing to be doing. And like I said, I never heard anything else again. So,
Okay.
maybe they went to you then.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay. Anybody else have any thoughts on that?
Can I add one other thing?
Sure.
Remember, that contract really also protects the town. Because
It does.
if I give you 2 weeks' notice, there could be some serious financial ramifications for what, like grants that are out there and things like that.
Yeah.
That would be very, very difficult to manage, and have somebody walk in 2 weeks to pick it up, and I can't do that to you. I can't just say, I'm out in 2 weeks. So it does provide the town some protections too,
Right.
which can be very important.
But I think, yes, I agree, but I think in most cases, a contract is much more protective of you over the town.
And that may or may not be the case, depends on how you look at it. But it is also your protection too.
And I wasn't disputing that,
No, I
but I think that there is a lot of protections in there that certainly serve you as well, that aren't just to protect the town of Vernon.
Oh, certainly, certainly.
Okay. Anything further? Okay. Articles for consideration. Shall the voters appropriate, I'm just gonna go right into this, because we're getting accustomed to this process of articles. Shall the voters appropriate $40,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town culvert fund? So we talked about this with the grant that we're seeking out, but we need to have the matching funds in there and available as well. So I think that's why this was added, correct?
No, this is.
Well, it's something that we
this has
always
been
have,
here
but
every-
it,
Right.
Every year.
But there were some questions about what the culvert plan was.
Yeah.
So I had emailed Dave and he had sort of spelled out.
you sent his response to us.
Right.
Yeah.
And you had asked for it to go back on. These are the same numbers that were in last year.
Yep.
And you
So-
said he was fine with those, right?
Yes, this is
Yeah.
what Dave asked for.
Yeah.
Okay. So are we happy with the number of 40,000? Okay. Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town road upgrading fund? Chris,
Yep.
Jeff?
Yes.
Sandy?
Mhm.
Yeah. Good with that one. Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $2,500 to be raised in taxes to the town parking lot maintenance fund? I'm really gonna screw everything up, Gene.
I know before we wondered what the parking lots were, so apparently it does include the school. So, yeah, there's a few parking lots.
Yeah. Yeah, I have questions about that side of it.
Yeah, that's really.
Well, I think traditionally what's happened in the past, just like the reason that we plowed, just like the reason that we've had rental fees and stuff like that, is at one point it was extremely beneficial for the town to take on any expenses they possibly could for the school.
Right.
It was beneficial to our taxpayers because of the tax rate and all that kind of thing.
Right.
That switch has kind of been flipped and it's now kind of a wash.
Yeah.
And I think at some point it's gonna flip even more and be in the negative, so that's something that we should probably, I don't know how to determine who actually is responsible for the parking lot if the town goes, we're not doing it. Is it WSU's problem because or does the town have some sort of liability to the parking lot at that point?
Who owns the parking lot?
But
Well,
we're
that's,
not.
there's
Who
the
owns the
thing,
land?
that's my
Well,
question.
the town does because we are out of the district.
We're not
gonna get
anything out of them.
No, to maintain, we've kept our own school, so
Yeah.
we're out of it for them.
But that could change in a year, and it probably will, would be my guess, but,
Really?
yeah. It's just my line of thinking, I don't
It
have
used
any
to be
special
once and done.
insight,
You were
but
out, you were out.
Yeah.
Never
Yeah.
come back.
that legislation is so screwed up, you can do whatever the
Yeah.
heck you want, they don't even know what's going on till it's over, so. But, okay,
Yeah.
I guess that answers my question. So, Jean, you're good?
Yeah.
Sandy?
Yeah.
Jeff? Chris? How does it feel to be last? The first shall become last, the last shall become first.
Kinda like it, it gives me a chance to think, make sure I,
Okay. So, public
You can
participation
decide
on
how everybody
non-agenda
else
items.
votes, then go with
There's no
them.
public.
There's no public. So, correspondence and town admin report, please.
You have all the correspondence in your packets. Did everybody get the email with the invite to Montpelier for the governor's award ceremony for the community grant? Please let me know if you would like to attend, and I'll RSVP for the town of Vernon.
And that's a negative here.
And also, I did want to ask the select board's permission. I was approached by a member of the motorcycle club a couple weeks ago. They're having their toy drive, and they were looking for a way to distribute the toys. So after talking with Jean, it's a little much for the Giving Tree to tackle this year. I've spoken to the Rotary, and North Star has also agreed to help to try to do a shopping evening, because last year they had like 175 toys and 9 bikes. Wrapping that many toys is out of the question, but we would need a space to have like a Friday night, Saturday kind of shopping day for parents to come. The logistics I'm kind of working out, but I think I've got it figured out so that those toys can stay in Vernon for Vernon kids. But need permission to use the building. I can go to the Rotary to get their liability insurance, so it's really not a function of my job. It's just asking for permission to use the space.
I think it's a good idea.
has the school been kept in communication on all of this? I mean, as far as the children that would benefit from this, how does that work?
So I talked to, because it's part of Rotary and North Star's involved, I'm kind of in the middle as well. So I talked to Mary today, we're gonna be sending flyers home with each one of the kids. And essentially stating, if you need the help this Christmas, please return the flyer to your teacher or to the Vernon Elementary School office. And then that's how we'll capture the folks in need and be able to reach out to them and, kind of make sure that everybody has what they need. So yes,
And the Giving Tree has already gotten a lot of referrals also for that, so. It was just more than 3 of us could handle, like 100 and whatever toys.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
So the guys from the club are
Last minute.
gonna
Yeah,
collect.
Yeah.
North Star has agreed to come in and send some volunteers to help organize all the toys, and then do the shopping day with us, along with a couple members of the Brattleboro Rotary Club as well, so.
Yeah.
And when
I
are
think it's
we,
a great idea.
when are you trying to do that?
They,
December 20th and 21st would be the shopping days
Right.
here, but they would need to drop off the toys a little bit prior to that, obviously, so we can have volunteers come in and, you know, arrange everything. The actual toy drive, a little plug for the toy drive, is the 7th. Bring your new unwrapped toys to the club on Governor Hunt Road. So, if everybody is okay with that, I entertain a motion to let those organizations involved utilize the space.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded to let all those organizations that we just mentioned, the Brattleboro Rotary, North Star, and the Iron Militia Motorcycle Club, to utilize the space for the toy drive. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
thank you. That's all I had.
Okay. So, select board workshop, December 4th, regulars, December 4th.
It's tomorrow.
Regular select board meeting December 17th, and select board budget workshop on the 18th. We will reconvene tomorrow for our budget meeting. We are adjourned. Thanks for coming tonight. My name is Jim Condos. I'm Vermont Secretary of State. This is Chris Winters, my Deputy Secretary. We're here to, actually there's 3 topics. One, defending our democracy, and we're just going to give a quick overview of what we're doing to protect our election systems. And then we'll get into the open meeting law and the Public Records Act. Mike Donahue. Right on the table there, Mike. So, defending our democracy, and can you see past me? I can also go over that way. Because technology is good. So, defending our democracy, cybersecurity, which is something that I would say for most states 3 years ago, people didn't really have a clue as to how serious a situation it is. But what we've since learned is that cybersecurity is a race without a finish line. It's never ending, ever evolving, and we have to try to stay ahead. Here in Vermont, we've been focusing on cybersecurity since actually 2013, so we were way ahead, not just for elections, but for all of our IT solutions. In August of 2016 was when the Department of Homeland Security from Washington, D.C. put us on a conference call and notified the secretaries that 21 states had been hacked or had been attacked, make sure I get that right, had been attacked, and all of the U.S. intelligence agencies believed that it was Russia. And one state was breached, that was Illinois. They got into the voter registration database, didn't do anything, they saw the telltale signs that they had been there. Again, Vermont was ahead of the game, and what we've been focused on is the fact that from our systems, what we've learned is that Russia has learned, as well as China, North Korea, Iraq or Iran, that they can't actually change our votes. They've learned that it's too difficult because we're so decentralized. Here in Vermont, we have 246 towns. Not one of those towns' tabulators are connected to the internet. They're all completely offline. So if they wanted to actually change votes in the tabulators by reconfiguring the memory cards in those tabulators, they would have to break into town hall, break into the town clerk's office, break into the town vault, find the memory cards, reconfigure them, and get out without anybody knowing it happened. It would take an army of people across Vermont, never mind the rest of the country. So we focused on it since 2013. We have a robust suite of defenses. They're all listed right here behind those black lines. We can't tell you what they are, because if we did, we might as well ship it off to the Kremlin and let Vladimir have a look at it. But I can assure you that we've got lots of defenses out there. And we actually have four points that we try to deal with, and that is protect, detect, respond, recover. So in the area of protection, we have a new election management system. It's called VEMS, which and that was installed in 2015. When you put a new IT system in place today, you have better security already built in. We also added two-factor authentication for everybody that accesses the VEMS systems. And for instance, if you think about it, it's not just the town clerks that we had to do, but we also did it for our own staff as well. How you doing, Ryan? Come on in. We have web application firewalls in front of every one of the doors to our systems, and we do secure the human trainings, and you will be getting some training coming up soon. We also did a training session at the recent annual town clerk conference, but we're going to be doing some additional stuff as well. So on the area of detection, we have constant monitoring of all of our systems
Someone reviews the logs every morning. We also do our complete vulnerability and risk assessments. We do weekly hygiene scans through the Department of Homeland Security. We have been doing that since prior to the 2016 election. So every week, the Department of Homeland Security does an off-site test of our systems to see if there are any doors that were left open. And we do annual penetration testing and security assessments just to ensure that we're staying ahead of everybody. In the area of respond, we have a full-blown incident response plan prepared. We have communication channels that we never had before, and really serious planning with our partners, federal partners mainly, before anything happens. I will tell you that when this all started to break, we had very little communication with our federal partners, with the Department of Homeland Security, FBI, Secret Service, very little communication with them. They didn't know anything about elections, and we didn't know anything about cybersecurity, really. Now, in 3 years, we are so far ahead of where we were then. We have a lot of different things going on. We do tabletop exercises to practice worst-case scenarios. We do internal threat mitigation measures we've got in place to limit the amount of damage that if someone does get in, what they can do. And this past June, we had a regional New England meeting with Homeland Security, CISA, which is a division of Homeland Security, that's the computer intelligence folks, and the FBI and the Secret Service. And that was held over in New Hampshire, and we had all the New England states there. And then recover. We have built-in resiliency within our systems, but we have the most non-technological aspect that you can't hack, a paper ballot. And we complete a post-election audit within 30 days of the election. It's randomly selected towns, and we do 100% of the ballots from that town, those towns that are chosen, and 100% of the races on that ballot. And last but not least, we have same-day voter registration since 2017, which means no eligible voter will be turned away. So we're well ahead of the game. So continuing on with protecting the integrity of every vote cast, we have a very decentralized structure, as I mentioned in the beginning. We use optical scanners here in Vermont that read a voter-marked paper ballot. Those scanners are never connected to the internet. They have never been connected to the internet. We have a strict chain, the town clerks have a strict chain of custody with regards to the memory cards. And the town clerks, prior to the election, they do a testing of the logic and accuracy of that memory card before they use it. And then before they actually turn it on election day, they make sure it's zeroed out. Am I right? So we have really worked on our relationships. We're working with our state and our federal partners. We are a member of what's called the Election Infrastructure ISAC. The Department of Homeland Security in January of 2017 declared election systems as a critical infrastructure, which opened us up to a lot more resources from the federal government. We do regular collaboration on cybersecurity matters. Communication channels, as I said, we are now far better than we were before. We have what we call an election day threat dashboard. Every one of the states, and there's some 2,000 county and state local offices that are connected through the EI-ISAC. And if Williston's not a member of the EI-ISAC, I encourage you to join. It's really just information. But that election day threat dashboard allows us to be connected with all of our partners so that if anybody sees something happening real time, we can hear about it. So if, like in the state of Oregon on election day, someone tries to intrude into their system, they can put it onto the election day threat dashboard and immediately all 50 states get that information. We actually were part of a national alert that went out In August last year, my IT manager came to me and he said, I want you to see these logs. And I said, okay, what am I looking at? And he said, well, look at the country of origin. And there were like 2 or 3 attempts, country of origin, Russia. So we immediately notified FBI, Homeland Security. They did some tests. The CIS, which is the Center for Internet Security, they did some tests. They did some follow-up. And within 24 to 36 hours, there was a national alert sent out across the country to notify states of specific IP addresses that had tried to get into our system. So that's the thing that we didn't have prior to 2016, was that communication level, and it's really an important piece for us. This is the key right now. This is what scares all of us. Disinformation and misinformation online, social media. There's no real way to control it. We have, through our national organization, we and Department of Homeland Security, we have worked with Twitter and Facebook to create a portal so that we can report anything that we see that we know is wrong. But the problem is, by the time we get a hold of it and send it to them, hundreds of thousands of people could have already seen it. But it's things like Democrats vote on Tuesdays, Republicans will vote on Wednesdays. Or the polling place in Williston was closed because there was a blackout. But they're going to remain open till 10 o'clock, so you can go after 7. That's the kind of stuff that could happen, and that's not going to happen, by the way. The polling places will close at 7. But it's just the thing that you have to pay attention to, and we're going to have a very serious campaign to educate people, average people, who are on Facebook, who are on Twitter. It's going to start in the next couple weeks, to think before you link, to go to your trusted sources, go to the town clerk's office, go to your Secretary of State's office to get real information, true information. Don't just look at something that someone posts online and think that that's the truth. So that's the part that this is the part that scares us the most this year, coming into 2020. So that's the end of the questions or the end of the presentation on the cybersecurity. I don't know if there's any questions anybody wants to ask before I move on to the transparency. Yes, go ahead.
So I'm so happy to hear about all this stuff. Really reassuring. So, are hackers going to be getting into the town hall or the Secretary of State's website and then be able to change that?
Well, that's what we've been working on, is shoring up our systems. And that's why we have, for instance, we're working with the town clerk, providing the town clerks with what we call Secure the Human training, where to learn, we're going to be doing a phishing campaign at some point where it'll be test, I shouldn't probably tell you that. We'll be sending out test emails, but really 80% of the breaches that occur came because of an email that someone clicked on. And so we're going to be doing some testing with the 246 town clerks, with our staff, to see who will fall for it. It's better to test for it and learn ahead of time than it is to have it happen afterwards. And we did have one town that got into trouble. The town of Norwich, down by Lebanon, ended up with a $250,000 hit because someone clicked on an email that they thought was legit. So it's something that we're very cautious of, we're very aware of, and we're working with the towns to try to improve as much as they can. Obviously, I hope that, I can't speak for Williston, but I know that they're one of the larger towns, and I'm hoping that they're doing the things that they need to do from a cybersecurity. But we have a lot of small towns. We have about 110 towns that have less than 1,000 voters. And in fact, most of those are probably in the 500 to 100. So as far as our transparency tour, any other questions on cyber? If not, we'll move on. So as far as the transparency tour, why are we here? Democracy, accountability, and openness. The public has a right to know. Open meeting and public records laws protect our direct access to the decisions that affect us, and understanding these laws helps everyone. In government, the ultimate boss is the public, and this comes straight out of the Vermont Constitution, Chapter 1, Article 6, that all power being originally inherent in and consequently derived from the people. Therefore, all officers of government, whether legislative or executive, are their trustees and servants, and at all times in a legal way accountable to them. And for instance, town government falls under the legislative part. So for both the 1 VSA 311 is the Declaration of Public Policy for Open Meeting Law. 1 VSA 315 is the Statement of Policy for Public Records Access. You'll see both of these, if you had the full definition in front of you, you would see that they both refer back to that Article 1, Chapter 6, or Chapter 1, Article 6 of the Constitution. But both talk about exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business and are accountable to them, and that free and open examination of records of officers of government are trustees and servants of the people, and it's in the public interest to enable any person to review and criticize their decisions, even though such examination may cause inconvenience or embarrassment. So we're going to talk about open meetings first, and we'll do the public records after. Public bodies of the state and its municipalities. So state and municipal boards, councils and commissions, committees and subcommittees of any of those bodies. What's not included are the actual individual officials, the councils established by the governor to provide policy advice to them, the judicial branch and the public service board, and nonprofits generally. So we say nonprofits generally because it may be built into their bylaws, or it may be built into their funding stream wherever they get their funds from. So, and a good example I think is Vermont Public Television. A few years ago got into a little bit of trouble with, they were holding their meetings without basically following the open meeting law, and they didn't think they had to follow it until someone brought to their attention that the Center for Public Broadcasting funding stream actually says you must follow your state's open meeting laws. When does the open meeting law apply? Anytime you have a quorum of a quorum that holds a meeting. And a quorum would be a majority of the entire public body. So if you have a 3-member select board, it's 2. A 5-member select board, it's 3. 7-member would be 4. 9-member would be 5. A meeting is a gathering of a quorum of the public body for the purpose of discussing business or taking action. The business of the public body is anything that the public body is responsible for. The budgets, the parks, the public works, whatever it is. And a meeting can occur regardless of where they are. There's no exceptions for work sessions or retreats, and I know that there have been cases where we've heard from people that say, well, we were actually having a retreat, so it really doesn't count. The statutes don't recognize a retreat, doesn't recognize a work session. What it recognizes, again, is a majority of the entire public body discussing business of that public body. So a meeting can occur wherever it is. Now, if you have a 5-member select board and the 5 of them are at a soccer game with their kids, and they get together at the soccer game drinking their coffee, they're okay. As long as they're talking about the game, baseball, football, whatever it is. They get in trouble if they start talking about business. If they start talking about budget, about contracts, things like that, that's where they can get into trouble. So you have to really be conscious of it and walk that fine line. And a meeting can come together over a span of time. So you need to watch out for email strings and social media discussions. We advise people not to use social media, not to use email, except for very specific issues. So the legislature did clarify recently that it's okay for communications to schedule a meeting, to organize an agenda, to distribute materials. So Rick, if you're getting ready for your council meeting, your select board meeting, it's fine for you to send out documents that they're going to need for that meeting. Just don't let them start hitting reply all and start talking about it. Clerical work and staff work assignments are not considered a meeting. Routine day-to-day administrative matters if no action is required. And things like site inspections, this would be more for BCA's site inspections to assess damage or make tax assessments or abatements, and quasi-judicial deliberations like a development review board or zoning board. You can, if anybody has a question while I'm talking, just raise your hand and I'll stop. So the public has a right for advance notice. On a regular meeting, which is typically when the new council or new select board is, after the election is organizing, they will adopt a resolution that says, we're going to meet the first and third Monday of each month at 7 p.m. at the town hall. So you've taken care of your warning, so to speak, for your regular meetings. But you still have to make and post an agenda available 48 hours before each meeting. For a special meeting, you only need 24 hours notice. You should contact the newspaper or radio station serving the area to let them know, and any person who specifically asks in writing. Typically, it'll be a news organization that will send a letter to the town manager and say, I want to be notified of any special meetings that come up. And if they do that between January and November, it's good for the full calendar year. So whenever they do it, they only have to do it once, but it's good for that whole calendar year. If they do it in December, it's not only good for the end of the year, but it's also good for the next year. And this is one that seems kind of foolish, but it does happen. All members of the public body need to be informed that they're having a meeting. So not just the ones that are in your favor. You want to make sure everybody's noticed on those meetings.
If somebody is disqualified, say a board member is disqualified, should they still send a notice to them?
I would say yes. I don't think there's a differentiation there. Emergency meetings are only used when necessary to respond to an unforeseen occurrence or a condition requiring immediate attention. I think the best case of emergency meetings was in 2011 and around August, September, right after Hurricane Irene, when select boards around this state were meeting to look at the culvert on this street, to look at the bridge on that street, to look at a washout here or there. They were holding special meetings or emergency meetings everywhere. You do have to provide some public notice as soon as possible before that meeting, but you're given some leeway before an emergency meeting. An emergency meeting is not the select board forgot to sign some documents on a Monday night, and the town manager says, hey, I need you guys all back here to sign this. That's not an emergency meeting. You probably will know that with at least 24 hours notice. You can notice it as a special meeting. Agendas. So if it's a regular meeting, they have to be posted at least 48 hours ahead of time. Special meeting 24 hours ahead of time, where on a website that the public body maintains or designates if one exists. Municipal public bodies only, they have to post their agendas in or near the town clerk's office and 2 other designated places. It could be a school and a grocery store. You need to make it available to any person prior to the meeting who has requested that they be notified. And what else? You have to address the specific topics to be discussed and any potential actions. The first item on your agenda should be additions or deletions to that agenda. When I was a city council chair in South Burlington, first item we used to say, is there any changes to our agenda? And if the city manager said, yes, I've got something to add to it, I would say, well, that's good. We will add it after item number 5, but we will just do it for information purposes. If there's any action to be taken, we take it at the next meeting when it's properly warned. You don't want to get yourself in a position where it can be abused. And we have seen cases where a select board might show up and say they'll add something to the agenda because there's nobody in the public there, and it's a contentious item and they just want to get it off the table, and they might go ahead and do that. So you want to be careful about that. And then any other adjustment may be made during the meeting, and I think, Rick, you probably are well aware of the solid waste issues is coming around once a year to do their budget presentation to the board, and they're maybe scheduled on your agenda for 8 o'clock or after item number 4 or something like that, and they're running behind, so you just move it to later in the agenda. That's okay, as long as you do it, as long as you make a formal move of that. Minutes. For the most part, the minutes section has not changed in over 30 years. What has changed is down here, but we'll talk about that last. But the minutes themselves have to give a true indication of the business of the meeting, has to cover all topics and motions. At a minimum, and this is where I think some people get hung up, at a minimum, it has to include the members that are present of the public body, any active participants, motions, proposals, resolutions, and what occurred with those, and any vote results. That's it. It could be done on one page. You could have a 2-hour meeting, and you could do one page for your minutes. It's pretty minimal what you have to do. They have to be ready no later than 5 days, calendar days after the meeting. We always get this question, draft minutes versus approved minutes. The statutes and Robert's rules doesn't recognize either. So if you post draft minutes, you can replace those draft minutes once they're approved, or they can stay up and that's your set of minutes that you have. The important thing is to recognize is that your minutes are the history of your town or the history of your board. And it's important that those are kept in perpetuity, that you can always go back to it. And I always use as an example here about the importance of minutes. When I was on the city council, our city manager was retiring actually I had retired already, but the city manager was retiring, and as he went to retire, the new city manager actually tried to take away some of the benefits that he had earned because he couldn't find it in the minutes. And four of the 5 city councilors showed up at a meeting and said, we took that action, we know we did, we don't know why they're not in the minutes. So there's 2 sections of law that can pertain to this. There's something called contract law, so if it's not in the minutes, it looks like to them, the courts would recognize that as potentially being something that could be rescinded. But then there's also something called promissory estoppel, which is a promise made is a promise kept. And in this particular instance, it eventually, when there were 4 of the 5 of us said, we remember it, we did it, we don't know why it's not in the minutes, we just forgot about it. And the courts went along with and gave back the benefits to that city manager. So let me go back here. So the minutes have to be ready for inspection and copying within 5 days. And they must be posted to the website at the same time, in that 5-day period as well. That is the only difference that has occurred is the posting to the website. As far as the minutes being ready 5 days after the meeting, that's been in existence for some 30 years. Right, Mike?
So can I take a picture of it?
With everything being online now and, people coming look at them, do you still need paper copies in environment when you're involved of, planning commission?
I would say yes. What's online, see, the problem is the law says that you only have to keep it online for a year, technically. I do think in most of the large communities, they'll just keep it by year on their website. So, and frankly, if you think about it, it saves you time from having to go dig the minutes out and make a copy for someone that wants them. And at the same time, it also doesn't require the citizen to drive into City Hall or Town Hall to get those minutes. He can just do it online.
Right, well, like Mike said, if someone comes into our office and says, I want to see the planning commission meetings from last week, I should probably have a copy and not say you can use my computer and let's pull them up. You need a paper copy.
Well, you should have a paper copy as your original.
Yeah.
For sure. So, executive session, when can a board meet in private? Well, first of all, what is it? It's a closed portion of a public meeting. You can, and I'm going to go right to this second one here first. You can only go into executive session if you come from an open session. So if, let's say, your regular meeting starts at 7 p.m. and you decide on that particular day, you set your agenda up, we're going to go into executive session at 6:30, and then the regular meeting will start at 7. You have to be in a meeting to begin with to go into executive session. You can't just show up and walk into an executive session. So you would say that would be, if you change the parameter, 7 p.m. on a Monday at Town Hall, and you're now going to meet at 6:30, then it would be considered a special meeting. You would set it up so you start your open meeting at 6:30. The meeting opens, there's a motion to go into executive session, and then you move into it. It's only for talk, not action. No formal or binding action can be taken while in executive session, with the one exception of real estate options. Some of the permissible reasons. First, these 6 here are, you have to show premature public knowledge would clearly place the public body or a person involved at a substantial disadvantage. When I sat on the solid waste district in Chittenden County, the meetings used to be, was frustrating to me and some others because they would just say, okay, let's just go into executive session to talk about X. That's not a motion to go into executive session. So we formally would say, we would go into executive session. We're going to go into executive session to discuss the landfill because premature public knowledge would clearly place the public body or a person involved at a substantial disadvantage. And it's for these items: contracts, labor relations agreements with staff, arbitration or mediation, grievances other than tax grievances, civil litigation or prosecution, and confidential attorney-client communications. I remember once we were going into executive session because we were being sued for a zoning lawsuit. We had a zoning lawsuit against the city. And our attorney, we asked that the attorney join us in executive session to discuss it. And so he came in and I said, Steve, can you tell us what you have? And he says, well, I've got 2 things to tell you, good news and bad news. I said, give us the good news first. And he says, we have 2 ways that we can strategize on how to win this case. And I said, okay, what's the bad news? He goes, you're going to lose both. So it was pretty simple. The city council said to him, go out and settle this. But so you can ask anybody that's pertinent to the topic that you're going to have to discuss in executive session. You can ask them to come in with you. The other group is, these are the other ones, real estate purchase options, as I said. The appointment, employment, evaluation, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee. You can discuss this in executive session, but you have to come out of executive session in the open session to take an action. To hire a new city manager, to fire the city manager, to, sorry to pick on you, Rick. To do an evaluation of the city manager. So you can only, you can discuss it in private, but you have to come out to take the action. The other things that are exempt from public is student academic records, suspension or discipline. Exempt public records, if you need to talk about specific public records and whether they meet the test of the law for an exemption, you can talk about that. Public safety, clear and imminent peril, and this was added in recent years for obvious reasons, municipal or school security and emergency response measures. Any questions there before I move on?
Somebody sent me a thing today. Apparently a supervisory union went into executive session for some sort of legal thing. When they came out, they voted to allow the superintendent to, quote, sign on behalf of the board the personnel settlement agreement that was discussed in executive session. That was the motion. So there's like no names, no nothing. And the person is wondering, there's got to be a check cut at some point and some name.
The whole issue is
And the stuff behind closed doors. But at some point, if the town's going to pay or the school district's going to pay.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that would be a clear case where you have to be able to protect certain privacy, but if you're firing somebody or settling with someone, it should be public as to what. Your minutes, don't forget, your minutes are supposed to tell you the history of your board. So if someone 10 years from now or 5 years from now or 1 year from now picks those minutes up and they see, like we had one town that actually, we had a call from a press that said they came out of executive session and said, we affirm the decision we made in executive session. I made a phone call to that manager and said, I think you need to redo that one. It's just, you have to be careful, but at the same time, you can give out a certain amount of information, but you don't have to give it all out. But you have to make it clear what you're doing. And the public has a right to know. So, open meeting law requires public participation. They have a right to attend, to obtain the meeting agendas, to be notified of special meetings, to provide disability accommodations pursuant to our anti-discrimination statutes, to allow people to participate in meetings, to give them a reasonable opportunity to express their opinions on matters being considered, subject to reasonable rules. We had a case, South Burlington, let's just say we had a $10 million operating budget. We'd have 2 people show up for the public hearing. 2 people. If the following week we were going to discuss the leash law on the bike path, we had 150 people show up. 75 were in favor of it, 75 opposed it, and everybody wanted to give us their opinion. So we allowed people to speak for 2 minutes at max. We asked people not to say the same thing over and over again, tell us yes or no, and it was a late meeting. When you're messing with dogs and cats, it can be really tough.
This probably goes back on public participation, going back to open meeting laws. If an organization, if it's a nonprofit, but it's like a C4 versus a C3, you know, a lobbying organization, is that subject to that test as well? Because if you're a lobbying organization, you know, you may have confidential strategies that you may be discussing.
First of all, Vermont state law doesn't recognize C4s, C3s, C5s, whatever. We don't recognize that. And you know, our office also is where the business has to come register and nonprofits register. We don't care what the designation is. What happens is, it all depends on one, your bylaws for that group, or if there's a criteria in the funding stream. Because we've had people say to us, well, this agency gets 100% of their funding from the state. Do they have to follow the open meeting law? Not unless it was required in their bylaws or in the funding stream. So a nonprofit is a corporation. It's just a nonprofit corporation. And it's only whether it's in their bylaws or in their funding stream. That's the easy way to answer it. So why comply? Meetings held without respect to the details of the law may be illegal, and the courts may regard any actions taken in those meetings as voidable. So if the court determines that you violated the open meeting law, they could negate anything that happened in that meeting. So you want to be careful. Illegal meetings offends our notions of openness, accountability, and democracy. And in Vermont, the people do rule, sometimes directly, sometimes through their elected or appointed reps, but always with the benefit of public scrutiny. The reasons why you should comply: you can be charged, individual persons can be charged with a misdemeanor and fined. A member of a public body who knowingly and intentionally violates the open meeting law, a person who knowingly and intentionally violates the open meeting law on behalf of a member of the public body, or a person who knowingly and intentionally participates in the wrongful exclusion of a person from the meeting. The Attorney General can also, or any aggrieved individual can bring suit in court and ask for injunctive relief to stop a specified act or behavior, to ask for declaratory judgment, making a binding determination of rights, and attorney's fees and costs may be awarded if you substantially win. Enforcement: a written notice to the public body by an aggrieved individual or the Attorney General alleging the specific violation and requesting a specific cure. The public body's public response must be within 10 calendar days, acknowledging the violation and stating the intent to cure, or stating that no violation occurred in their opinion, so no cure is necessary. Also, you can also have the public body's cure, if it acknowledges the violation, must be within 14 days. So if they decide, yes, we should have done that correctly, we didn't, they have 14 days to 14 calendar days to have a public response to it. And then the last, of course, is any aggrieved individual's recourse, if unsatisfied, is to file in Superior Court, and you only have 1 year to do that. Anything you want to add, Chris?
No, I haven't had to say much here tonight. I'm here as Jim's legal counsel. He wrote half of these laws when he was on the Government Operations Committee, so he knows them better than I do. If anyone does have any questions, that's what we're here for.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm a little confused. So if someone feels aggrieved, do they have a time limit on how long they have to stay that aggrieved?
If you've dealt with your select board or the public body, and they agree with you that, yeah, they should have done that differently, then they have 10 days to, actually 14 days to cure the problem. If they say, no, we didn't have, we don't agree that we violated the law, then you have up to 1 year that you can file in court.
So how much time between the incident of bereavement and the trying to talk to the board?
So 10 days and then 14 days.
10 days and 14, and 10 days.
And it is written there.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for clarifying that.
And one of the things that I've actually been promoting, Chris and I have been promoting to the legislature for quite a few years now, is the idea of having an ombudsperson that would be sort of an intermediary between, whether it's on public records or an open meeting law, between the final decision before you go to court and going to court, that this would be someone at the state level that would actually hear these cases. Most of our states around us have ombudspersons. The most famous was Robert Freeman next door in New York State. He has since retired, I think. But he was there for like close to 40 years. But it makes sense to have someone who is well in tune with the law, that can make decisions, and act as an intermediary. Right now, if you get denied, whether it's a public record or an open meeting violation, if you get denied any action, your only recourse is to go to court. And that's pretty intimidating for the average citizen. It may not be for the media, but it is for the average person. But it's getting more costly for the media.
Does they have 1 month from after the meeting, or 1 year, I mean, to
correct,
take action. If you're coming up on the 12 months and you finally realize they did something wrong, there's a 24-day period between the 10 and the 14 days. Can you actually file suit even though the select board may not have resolved it?
You can file suit anytime. You should know that. You can file suit anytime to try to hurry the situation up. But again, once you've written notice to the public body has 10 days, calendar days, to acknowledge the violation or acknowledge that there was no violation. Then there's 14 days for the public response to actually fix it.
But if, say, the 365th day is sometime within that 14-day period, so the statute of limitations is about to expire while the case is still pending before the select board. So
but you have 10 calendar days after. Oh, I see what you're saying.
I'm waiting like a year after the meeting. You suddenly go back and you say, I don't think they did this right. You listen to the tape, you go to them and say, I think you did this wrong. I think you need to cure it. So you're starting the 10-day process, which starts the 14-day process. And say it was a January 1st meeting and you're up to December 29th.
I think I'd file a lawsuit to make sure your bases are covered.
I would think that if you got it started within the year, you'd be okay, but the court might look at that differently, I don't know.
Any other questions on the open meeting? Okay, we'll go on to public records. Public records. What is a public record? Any written or recorded information, regardless of physical form or characteristics, produced or acquired in the course of public agency business. Remember, records are not limited to just paper. It can be digital, it can be on a memory stick, whatever. But one thing to remember is that all records acquired or created by government are public records. Some of those public records have exemptions that prevent disclosure, but all the records that are created by government or acquired are public. Then you have the exemptions that kick in. And we have about 260 exemptions in law. So who must comply? Public agencies of the state and its municipalities, and that includes state and municipal agencies, boards, departments, commissions, committees, branches, instrumentalities, and authorities. And again, nonprofits generally do not have to follow this. Who may ask to inspect or copy a public record? Anyone. This was a quote right out of the Schlansky versus City of Burlington and Burlington PD back in 2010, that the identity and motive of the requester cannot be considered when weighing access to public documents. So if someone comes in and they say, I'm here to embarrass the select board, it doesn't matter, you still have to give them the documents.
Does that person have to be a resident or a citizen of Vermont?
Doesn't matter.
They can be a resident or a citizen of Russia?
I suppose. I don't think there would be any restriction there. There is no restriction in law. Oh, sorry.
Can you charge, if someone's making a fairly onerous request, can you charge them for copying and stuff?
Hang on, we're gonna get there.
Okay.
It's further on.
It's his favorite time. We've seen that in the federal government.
So you may inspect state records on weekdays from 9 to 12 or 1 to 4. Municipal records are during their customary business hours. And we have some town clerks that are open 5 days a week, some are open 4 days a week, 3 days a week, 2 days a week, 1 day a week, even half a day a week, depending on the size of the town. So a town clerk doesn't have to come in on their off day to deal with a public record. They can handle it when it's their normal business hours. Although not required, we recommend requesting in writing. The reason is you're able to list specifically to describe what records you want to see. You also can be clear whether you're inspecting or copying those records. There is no charge now there wasn't before, but the court has made it clear, no charge to inspect records. If you do ask for copies, you can also request an estimate of the cost. So for instance, I can't speak to federal, because the federal is a whole different ballgame. They have their own laws. But if you're going to request a voluminous amount of information, here in Vermont, the Vermont law allows us to discuss or try to narrow down the request so that we don't have to get everything. That was fairly new in the last few years. It wasn't in the law before, but we've added that language. And you should date your request, because that way you have some timelines that have to be followed. How do you comply? Promptly produce the record for inspection, and promptly in statute means immediately with little or no delay, and unless otherwise provided in the Public Records Act, not more than 3 business days. We will often get some agencies, state agencies, that will say, well, the minute you supply them with a request, they will say, well, I have 13 days to reply to you. That's not quite true. It has to meet certain criteria to get the 13 days. They have to, if they have the record and it's available, they have to provide it without delay. You have to accept the request in any manner or format. It doesn't matter whether it's a phone call, whether it's an email, someone comes in and writes a piece of paper and hands it to you. It doesn't matter how you get it. It's in any manner or format. But if necessary, you can consult with that, as I said before, you can consult with the requester to try to narrow the scope. So if someone, if someone comes in and says, I want all emails between the select board and the city manager for calendar year 2018, you can actually start to say, okay, that could take us a while to get that information to you. Can you give us a little bit more specific as to what it is you're looking for? Because then we can narrow that request, and it might take us less time and cost you less in the end.
That doesn't change the timing though, right?
No, and do we have a slide that talks about the timing? I think there is.
Not sure. I mean, technically, they're supposed to give it to you promptly, but if there's a ton of stuff, because what happened once with me is they say, well, can you put that, since you reduced it, can you put it in writing to me? And then they claim, oh, well, that's a new request. So
yeah,
the 10 days suddenly became a second 10 days.
That's abuse.
Yeah.
There is a couple slides.
Yeah, okay. So we'll get to the timing issues, but the custodian must make a determination and promptly notify the requester in writing if they are not going to provide the information. So, you must, if you're going to deny someone, you must include in the notice, the written notice, the identity of the records that are being withheld, the statutory basis for the denial, what exemption you're using, the supporting facts, what are the facts behind the denial, the names and persons of the persons responsible for the denial, and to whom that person can actually appeal to. So if someone comes to Rick, they could always go to the select board after Rick. I suppose some of it stays with you, but at a state agency level, you might be dealing with someone at a lower level, and then it would go to the secretary or the commissioner, would be the next level. If the record does not exist, the custodian must promptly certify in writing, specifically stating that the record doesn't exist under the name given or by any other name that they know of. So you have to submit that in writing if you're going to deny someone because it doesn't exist. So this is the part. So there is, and I think we may have taken the 3-day period out, but so when someone submits a request, you have 3 days to deny it. You have to produce it, if the records are available, you have to produce it promptly. If you need, you might have to have 3 days to deny, and the reason is you have to do it in writing. Anytime you deny, it has to be done in writing. So you can take up to 3 days to deny someone a public record, and then the other piece of this is at the end of the 3 days, you could also say, look, I need to search in remote facilities, like maybe, I don't know, I'm just gonna use this as an example, Rick. Maybe you store some of your records at the Public Works garage. Maybe they have a secure spot where you can store stuff. So you gotta go to the Public Works garage to find the records that you're looking for. You can also search because there's a large volume of records that you have to go through to find the specific ones. And in this particular instance, the custodian may also request again to narrow that scope so that you can try to make it a little more finite. And sometimes you may have to consult with your city attorney or the attorney general on legality. So you can request up to 10 days. You must do it in writing, and you must state the reason for the extension. In other words, why are you doing it, and when you think you're going to have it complete. So making a determination, the rule is public agencies must produce the records for inspection or copying unless the record is exempt. And the policy is that it's in the public interest to enable any person to review and criticize government decisions, even though such examination may cause inconvenience or embarrassment. And the Public Records Act represents a strong policy favoring access, and this is another Supreme Court case, Wesco versus Sorrell in 2004, where the court was quoted as saying, "We construe these exceptions strictly against the custodian of the records and resolve any doubts in favor of disclosure. The burden of proof is on the agency to seek to avoid disclosure," essentially saying it's not on the person requesting it to prove that they should be getting those. It's the agency that has to defend denying. Where are the exemptions? Well, in 1 VSA 317, there's about 40 plus exemptions that are listed there, the original 40. But then there are another 200 that are scattered throughout statutes. Sometimes they're not real clear, but every year after the legislature's done, our office and then also the Leg Council goes through all the bills that passed to see if there are any new exemptions that were added. The Leg Council on the legislature's website has a list of public records exemptions, and our office in our state archives web page has a right to know database where you can also peruse for exemptions. And it makes common sense that every public agency should know what are the exemptions that pertain to them generally, because you're going to know which ones they are. So what if only a part of the record is exempt? It used to be at one time, if there was, like, say, a 2-page document that you wanted, but it had a social security number on it, the public agency in the old days, and Mike can attest to this, would deny you that document because it had a exempt item on it. What the legislature has now said is that you must redact the exempted information but still provide the remainder of that document. Must you gather new information or create new documents in response to a request? No. So if someone says to you, well, I don't want it in the NEMRIC fields, I want it set up in my Excel fields, they can't request that. They can request it, but you don't have to provide it to them in that format. You only have to provide it in the format in which you maintain it. However, if you decide it makes sense, we'll do that, but there's going to be a cost. It's going to take us an hour to do, in which case the first 30 minutes are free. The time after that is chargeable. Must I withhold the document if the exemption applies? It depends. The Public Records Act does not require this, but outside law could. And the safest course is to err on the side of openness and consult your legal counsel. We tell people all the time, look, if you're not sure, check with your town's attorney. They're the ones that would actually make the decision, not us. We do say, if it's a gray area, that's where you really need to talk to your attorney, because the court in the previous point, I went the wrong way. The court has already ruled that if it's close, err on the side of disclosure and provide that information. Why should you comply? An agency that denies access to non-exempt public records could face litigation and could be charged with the requester's court costs. So, and the law changed a few years ago. It used to say may allow attorney's fees. The court may provide attorney's fees. The law now says shall provide attorney's fees. So if the requester wins in court, prevails, the court is required to have the government agency pay that person's legal fees to get to that point. Any individual who willfully destroys or discards a public record without authority could face fines. That's really a no-no. You should have record retention schedules. I think in the town clerk's office you have disposition orders. You probably work with Megan Wheaton Book at our state archives on other items of retention. Some items might be 30 days, or it could be a year, or 10 years, or it could be in perpetuity. Enforcement, you can always appeal to the head of an agency, and within 5 business days after receiving that appeal, the head of the agency must make the records either promptly provide them, or give you a denial in writing, and again explaining the statutory basis, the reasoning and supporting facts, and what your appeal rights are, who you would appeal to next. If the denial is upheld or there is no head of agency, you can file an appeal in court. There is a 30-day deadline, generally counted from the date of the denial. And that's it on public records. I don't know if there's any questions.
You're looking at me.
I'm looking at anybody. Thanks.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Any questions? Getting into the inspection and copying piece of it, we've had some discussions. We've had some folks who think that the recent court decision means that you can't charge the fees that you charge for land records. That's a whole separate section of the law. Land records have their own fee schedule. They have their own vault time schedule. It's really designed around everything else.
More like minutes.
Minutes and things like that.
That's where the line to explain it to people when they ask. Good.
Anything else?
So you want to talk about taking pictures of records?
Oh, thanks, Mike. So we've believed our office has believed for a long time that first of all, when the fee schedules are created for public records, they're created based on actual cost to the government to provide that. So if someone says they want to inspect documents, and then while they're inspecting them, not getting a copy, but just inspecting them, they say, oh, I want this one, and they pull out their phone and take a picture of it. The court has now said, the Supreme Court, that you can't charge for that. And frankly, there is no cost to the government. I would have a little bit of an issue with someone using their own scanner, because you could degrade the paper or whatever. So that might need some clarification in the legislature. But actually taking a photo shouldn't be a problem. And I know there are some towns and some cities that actually charge as if it was the same as a copy. That's what the Attorney General said 2 weeks ago. The governor and I both came out and said, no, that's not what the court said. And we think that, if someone uses their cell phone to take a picture, so be it. It's a free thing. There's no cost.
And the court clerk's office allows you.
And the court clerk actually does the same. They do not charge if someone uses their own device to take a picture. So we think it's pretty clear. So, anything else? Did I forget anything else, Mike?
Do you have any guidance for reasonable cost for?
Yes, actually, it's on our website, on the State Archives website. There is a
Uniform fee schedule.
Uniform fee schedule. Thank you.
Great.
And it provides what we believe is actual cost. It's been a while since we did the schedule. It's probably been 10 years, so some of it might be a little bit outdated, but it talks about
5 cents
for a single side, 9 cents for double-sided, color copies $1 a page, things like that. And then the actual cost of the person sitting at the copier, kind of making the copies, it's free for the first 30 minutes. But anything that goes beyond 30 minutes, you can charge 33 cents a minute after that.
Because that's the true cost, is the time, if you have a voluminous document that, it's the 5 and 10 cent is not much, but someone standing at the copy machine, especially if it's some sort of document that has to be maneuvered, you can't just feed, could take a couple hours, and that costs money.
And if the documents are, I'll say clean documents, meaning that there's nothing to exempt from them. We commonly will ask a requester, do you want it electronically? There's really little cost if you do it electronically. If you have a document, you've got it saved, and someone wants it, we'll just provide it to them.
I find when I ask to inspect, 9 times out of 10, they'll email it to me without even. They probably don't want me in their office hanging out.
They're thrilled when you walk through the door. Yes.
Is there any concern because email documents are not totally secure, where faxes are secure, or if they're encrypted emails are secure?
We've actually used on our website a secure portal that we'll set up where we might, if you ask for a bunch of documents, we might say, okay, we have them at this portal. If there was a cost to preparing those documents for you, we might say, as soon as we receive your check, we'll give you the password to get into it and you can pull it off. But it's on a portal that's off of our site. And I think other agencies are starting to do it that way as well. Not all of them.
The other thing that I would say is if you're providing a public record, it shouldn't have any exempt information on it, so there might not be the worry that it wouldn't be secure, So you would have had to have redacted Social Security number or something like that off of it anyway, but.
I worked for the federal government for 32 years. There was a ton of redaction that was needed because of Social Security was one of the biggest ones.
Yeah.
Yep, and that's, we actually had several million records of liens that people have filed over the years, and back in, prior to 2000, there was a spot that said, you know, your tax ID number or your social security number. So people used to put it there. And then around that time, we eliminated that because it really wasn't necessary. But what we found out later was that the banks still wanted that information. So there may not have been a spot for it, but they would put it down in the corner or in a comment box. They would stick a number in, but we didn't know that. So we had to go back and we had to actually hire a company to come in and go through several million records. They had a computer program to do it that would redact that information and then post it. So I thank you, and I hope this was helpful.
Attorney General T.J. Donovan. With me today is Justin Giron from the Chittenden County State's Attorney's Office, Dominica Padula, who is the Chief of the Attorney General's Criminal Division, and Major Ingrid Jonas from the Vermont State Police. I want to acknowledge that Doug Kilburn's widow, Sherry Kilburn, is with us today, as well as Doug's and Sherry's son, Tyler, is here as well. Tyler and Sherry will have a statement to make to the media after we are done. I want to thank Sherry and Tyler for being here today. Earlier this week, I met with Sherry and Tyler to inform them of my decision. I want to thank them for their time that they spent with us. I want to thank them for their presence here today. We are here to announce our conclusion of the review of the use of force incident involving Burlington Police Officer Corey Campbell with Douglas Kilburn. We have reviewed the officer use of force incident that occurred on March 11th, 2019 in Burlington. The Attorney General's Office is declining to prosecute Burlington Police Officer Corey Campbell for charges related to the use of force against Douglas Kilburn. Based on the totality of circumstances, I've concluded that it was reasonable and justified for Officer Campbell to use force to defend himself. It should be noted that Officer Campbell's actions in his second interaction with Mr. Kilburn, while justified under the law, did contribute to the situation in which the need for self-defense arose. Training and accountability on de-escalation techniques are essential to ensuring that officers are not putting themselves and citizens in danger. It's our hope that the Burlington Police Department will take necessary steps to ensure that their department is equipped with the tools that they need to effectively and safely respond to members of our community in crisis. In reaching this decision, our office considered the opinion of a police use of force expert, Steve Iams, whose report will be made public after the conclusion of this press conference, and reviewed all the materials provided by the Vermont State Police, who conducted a very thorough investigation into this matter. The facts are as follows. On March 11th, 2019, Burlington Police Officer Corey Campbell was dispatched by the BPD to the University of Vermont Medical Center for an individual yelling in the waiting room to the point of spitting and arguing with security and refusing to leave. When Officer Campbell arrived at UVM Medical, he encountered the individual Douglas Kilburn. Prior to Officer Kilburn's arrival, Mr. Kilburn had been at the hospital with his wife, Sherry, who was receiving treatment. When Officer Campbell arrived at UVM Medical, he met Mr. Kilburn in the parking lot. After speaking with Mr. Kilburn, Officer Campbell then spoke with UVM Medical Security, and they agreed that Officer Campbell would escort Mr. Kilburn through the emergency department to his wife's room. Officer Campbell returned to Mr. Kilburn and escorted him through the emergency department to Sherry's room. Officer Campbell asked Mr. Kilburn to remain civil before leaving him in his room. After a brief discussion with the medical staff, Officer Campbell left the area. Campbell was then dispatched to provide a ride from the emergency department to a shelter for another unrelated individual. Soon after Campbell left Mr. Kilburn in his wife's room at the hospital, staff again requested UVM Medical Security to remove Mr. Kilburn from his wife's room, making the decision that his behavior was not conducive to his wife's health, who was critically ill. UVM Medical Security officers asked Mr. Kilburn to leave and escorted him out of the hospital. Mr. Kilburn swore and screamed at them the entire way. A short time later, UVM Medical Security Officer Heather Gray observed Mr. Kilburn pull his vehicle into the ambulance bay of the emergency department. This is a restricted area with signs to that effect. Officer Gray approached Mr. Kilburn in the ambulance bay. At the same time, Officer Campbell was also exiting the emergency department with the individual he was transporting to the shelter. UVM Medical Security Officer Gray confronted Mr. Kilburn, telling him he had to move his vehicle from the area. Kilburn continued to argue with her and did not move his vehicle. Officer Campbell asked UVM Medical Security Officer Gray if they were going to trespass Mr. Kilburn, and she stated she did not know. Mr. Kilburn then said they did not need to trespass him as he was leaving. Mr. Kilburn started to drive away. He stopped and pointed to the vehicle saying, quote, "Christ, I've known that guy for 30 years. The following exchange ensued. Officer Campbell, shut the F up and leave. Go, they don't want you here. Mr. Kilburn, did you just swear at me? Officer Campbell, yes, I did. Mr. Kilburn, you're an effing punk. Officer Campbell, yeah, whatever. Officer Campbell then began to walk away. Mr. Kilburn, get the F before I come over here. After this exchange, Officer Campbell turned around and approached Mr. Kilburn's vehicle. At the same time, Mr. Kilburn placed his vehicle in park and began to exit his vehicle. UVM Medical Security Officer Gray yelled no at Mr. Kilburn. As Officer Campbell approached the vehicle, the driver's side of Mr. Kilburn's vehicle opened and Mr. Kilburn began to get out saying, "He ain't got the right to swear at me." Officer Campbell then put his right hand on the door and then on Mr. Kilburn's left shoulder as Mr. Kilburn continued to exit the vehicle with the seatbelt still on his left shoulder. Mr. Kilburn repeated, "You ain't got the right to swear at me." Officer Campbell grabbed Mr. Kilburn's left arm with his right hand and attempted to put it behind Mr. Kilburn's back. Mr. Kilburn continued to move forward, getting out of the vehicle. Once out of the vehicle, Mr. Kilburn punched Officer Campbell with his right fist, hitting Officer Campbell's lower left jaw. Officer Campbell then punched Mr. Kilburn in the right area 3 times with a closed fist as Mr. Kilburn was brought to the ground. UVM Security Officer Richard Howard then aided Officer Campbell in securing Mr. Kilburn and placing him in handcuffs. Mr. Kilburn sustained injuries to his face as a result of being punched and was immediately treated at UVM Medical. He was arrested and charged with disorderly conduct and assault on a police officer March 11, 2019, and released on conditions of release. Mr. Kilburn was released from UVM Medical on March 12th. On March 14th, members of the Burlington Police Department conducted a welfare check at the request of Sherry Kilburn. At Mr. Kilburn's residence, officers found Mr. Kilburn deceased in his bed. The Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of Vermont conducted a final autopsy report, and Vermont Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Stephen Shapiro made the following findings, quote, "Cause of death, undetermined terminal mechanism due to multiple underlying conditions. Contributory cause, hypertension, cardiac and cerebral vascular disease, obesity, skull fractures due to blunt impact. Manner of death, homicide, struck by other. The medical examiner, by law, has only 5 options to choose from in the manner of death category: natural, homicide, accidental, suicide, or undetermined. Dr. Shapiro included in further clarifying statement that homicide is a medical, not a legal designation. The Attorney General's office, in thoroughly investigating this matter, consulted with Steve Iames to review this incident specific to police practices and policy. Steve Iames is a highly recommended expert on police practices, including use of force, and has trained law enforcement on these issues both here in the United States and abroad. Mr. Iames evaluated both interactions between Officer Campbell and Mr. Kilburn. In the first interaction, Mr. Iames noted that Officer Campbell demonstrated empathy, patience, and professionalism in regard to Mr. Kilburn. However, that was not the analysis of his second interaction. In his second interaction, Mr. Iames noted 2 factors that precipitated the onset of Mr. Kilburn's assaultive course of action / behavior directed at Officer Campbell. According to Mr. Iames, the first factor was Officer Campbell's language, quote, telling Mr. Kilburn to, quote, shut the F up and leave, go, they don't want you here. And the second precipitating factor was Officer Campbell's, quote, return to Mr. Kilburn's vehicle after walking away. Mr. Iames noted that, quote, officers should not use profanity when verbally interacting with citizens, and that contemporary police training policy and practice generally prohibits officers from using rude or profane language. However, Mr. Iames concluded that the above precipitating factors did not create, quote, a basis or justification for the assaultive behavior directed by Mr. Kilbourn towards Officer Campbell. In Mr. Iames' opinion, quote, the closed fist strikes delivered by Officer Campbell in response to Mr. Kilburn's initial closed fist strike were, quote, in self-defense based on adequate cause and provocation, and were generally consistent with contemporary police training, policy, and practice. Under Vermont law, a person who kills or wounds another in just and necessary defense of his own life, quote, shall be guiltless. In Vermont, self-defense is justified when 1, the defendant was not the initial aggressor, 2, the defendant was justified using a reasonable amount of force against another, and 3, he reasonably believed that he was in immediate danger of unlawful bodily harm and that the use of such force was necessary to avoid the danger. In our analysis, based on the totality of the circumstances, we concluded that it was reasonable for Officer Campbell to use force to defend himself. Officer Campbell was not the initial aggressor, as Mr. Kilburn delivered the first punch, a closed fist strike to Officer Campbell. Second, Officer Campbell was justified in using a reasonable amount of force against Mr. Kilburn. Officer Campbell used a closed fist to strike against Mr. Kilburn. Officer Campbell did not employ any other weapon in his response to being hit, and Officer Campbell was reasonable to believe that he was A, in immediate danger of unlawful bodily harm, and his use of such force was necessary to avoid this danger. Mr. Kilburn had already been assaulted, and Officer Campbell's force was necessary to avoid this danger from continuing. It should be noted that while Officer Campbell's initial interaction with Mr. Kilburn showed exemplary tactics and compassion, his second interaction did not. Officer Campbell's use of foul language and antagonistic behavior did not de-escalate the situation, which ultimately put him in a position when it was necessary to physically defend himself. It's our hope, and I know it's the Kilburn's hope, that the Burlington Police Department will commit to de-escalation training, to continue to commit to de-escalation training for their officers to ensure that their department is equipped with the tools they need to effectively and safely respond to members of our community in crisis. I want to note that Doug Kilburn was in crisis that day at the hospital. His wife Sherry was in critical condition up at the hospital. He was trying to see her. This was a tragic situation that frankly could have been avoided. I spoke to the mayor last night and I spoke to the chief this morning. They've committed to continuing to working on de-escalation tactics. When we were talking about what those tactics look like internally, my chief, the criminal division, Dominica Padula, said tools like empathy, compassion, and kindness are just as effective as a taser or any other weapon. This is a challenge not just in the city of Burlington, this is a challenge in our entire state. We have far too many of these cases happening. We seem to be dealing with these monthly, if not weekly. The legal system looks at a finite period of time to determine whether or not these are justified in the legal sense. And I want to stress that. It is a matter of seconds that we look at to determine whether or not legally these are justified. We need to do a better job. We need to look towards other jurisdictions to see how they're handling these questions of use of force. We have to continue to build public trust in our law enforcement, not just in the police, but in the prosecutors as we continue to make these decisions. And we have to be open to challenging the conventional wisdom of how we keep our public safe. I didn't know Doug Kilburn, but I know this, that he was a lot more than these few minutes that are shown on this body camera footage. He was a husband and he was a father, and we need to be mindful when we engage in these public debates that we're talking about somebody who has left us, who has died, and we need to be respectful of his memory and respectful of their family while still doing our job. As I said, our copy of our use of force experts report is available. It is a public record. I will now turn it over to the office of the Chittenden County State's Attorney. Chief Deputy Justin Gyron is here to discuss their finding. As in all use of force cases, this is a concurrent review by the Attorney General's office and State's Attorney's offices in the county in which these happen, but they're independent. So with that, let me turn it over to Justin Gyron. Thanks, DJ.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank Attorney General Donovan and his office for their review of this incident, as well as the Vermont State Police for their very thorough investigation. I would not change anything in terms of what our opinion is from our office. We did review the facts, the investigation, came to the same conclusion as the Attorney General's office, and likewise echo the sentiments that this is a very tragic event. Our condolences to Ms. Kilburn and her family for what happened to Douglas Kilburn, but we do agree that in this case, no criminal charges are justified against Officer Corey Campbell. Thank you.
Before we open up to questions, I want to acknowledge and thank Major Ingrid Jonas from the Vermont State Police for being here today, and thank the Vermont State Police for conducting a thorough investigation into this matter. I want to note that on all these cases throughout our state, we look to the state police to do these types of investigations. I know they remain committed under the leadership of Major Jonas and Colonel Birmingham to continuing to develop not only the best practices, but the emerging best practices in this nation to best police our communities in a safe, transparent way where communities have trust and communities feel safe. And we have work to do, and we acknowledge that. So with that, let me open it up to questions.
Douglas Kilburn died while facing, as I understand it, a criminal charge for disorderly conduct as well, and I think assault on a police officer. Was that charge against him justified in light of the body cam video, which showed that he seemed to swing at the officer in response to the officer putting his hand on his wrist?
So I believe that was brought by the State's Attorney's Office, so I'll let Mr. Gyron address that.
So yes, the review of the body cam and the investigation, the subsequent investigation by state police, wouldn't change the decision to charge Mr. Kilburn as we did. Obviously, the charges were dismissed after his death, but there's no reason to think that anything we learned afterwards would have changed our decision to charge.
It was dismissed by a judge or by your office?
By our office.
So it wasn't really dismissal, it was more you opted not to charge. There's no judge who found probable cause, is what you're saying?
Well, I think I think the court had found probable cause because we filed the charges, so we had to dismiss the charge. So it wasn't that we didn't just bring it.
There's an affidavit on file.
There should be.
What can you say about the length of time that this review took? In the instance of the officer involved shooting Montpelier, that took a matter of, I believe, maybe a month. This has been several months later. What about the timing of the review of this?
Sure. I can certainly speak for myself and Ms. Padula and others in my office. I was troubled by this. I think we're all troubled by what happened here, and I think when you look at that expert opinion, the decision by Campbell to engage Mr. Kilburn and use that language escalated the situation at that point in time. And I thought that it was incredibly important to bring in an independent third-party expert in the use of force to look at this and provide that expertise and opine whether or not that his actions were reasonable under the circumstances, because we were troubled by what we saw on that video. And the length of time was because we were waiting for the expert's report.
How did you find this independent expert?
He's actually used and worked with VSP, and I think is very well regarded by the Vermont State Police.
What was most troubling to you about the interaction?
Because it could have been avoided. That's the bottom line. It could have been avoided.
Did anyone in the investigation end up talking to Campbell?
No.
Interviewing him?
Nope.
Would that potentially have made a difference in any part of this investigation?
Look, everybody has a right not to be interviewed. You know, we're having this debate right now about whether or not police officers should be entitled to review body camera footage before they're interviewed by the police. I agree with the Vermont State Police that they should not. Here's why. Any other suspect in any part of this state today that is interviewed by any member of law enforcement is not going to be presented evidence before they're interviewed.
No, but they may have seen it in, you know, somebody else's video or photos.
But they're not giving it to them by law enforcement. That's entirely different. And this comes down to public trust, and I think I'll let Major Jonas speak about this. We want their perceptions of what they remember, but let me turn it over to Major Jonas to talk about that.
Yeah, I think TJ said it well, but in an investigation like this, we're looking for the independent recollection from the officer. We're looking for their authentic perspective on it. We have the video, so that is one piece of evidence, but we're really looking for their perception, because the determining factor in cases like this really is the perception of the officer in terms of the threat.
Do you think Officer Campbell should face discipline in the Burlington Police Department?
That's up to the Burlington Police Department.
Did you invite anybody from Burlington to be here today?
No, I did not. I talked to
I mean, they had a lot to say about it. Why wouldn't you invite the mayor or the chief in particular, since he seems to have some thoughts on this?
Because I think we wanted to be as respectful as we possibly could to the Kilburn family today. As I said earlier, Doug Kilburn died. And this isn't about a debate. We have a job to do, and we're going to do our job. But I think we can do our job incredibly respectfully to Mrs. Kilburn and to Tyler Kilburn. And yep. And I think sometimes we all lose sight that there's a community member here and families who are grieving. And I talked to him, I informed him of our decision, had a very productive call with both the mayor and the chief. They are committed to policing the best possible way in the city of Burlington. And as we said, we all can do better. I include myself in that definition. We all can do better. There's too much of this going on in our state.
When you say there's too much of this going on in our state, what's happening here and what needs to be done?
I don't know what's happening here. I would say, and I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but we're doing a lot of these. And I think that we want to make sure that everybody feels safe. Not specific to this case. I think mental illness is a major issue in this state. The Vermont State Police do a tremendous job in policing the state. We have to continue to, I think, learn how to best de-escalate and to talk to people. I know the city of San Antonio has a great program in their policing and interacting with folks who are in crisis. And the police have a tough job. Let's be honest about it. When there's a crisis, the police are called. And we have to have a conversation in our state about, do we want the police responding to everything? Because they do respond to everything, and a lot of those calls are mental health calls. Or do we have community outreach? Are we willing to fund those programs? Are we willing to train on them? So it's a complicated issue. I don't think there's any easy answers, but I think we all remain committed to doing this better, to making sure that Vermonters feel safe, to making sure that Vermonters feel safe to call the police. And that comes down to public trust.
So
you mentioned trust in your opening comments and everything. I'm just wondering, you and your predecessor are like 1 for 45 now for filing charges against police and use of force cases. So one case you did file, called a grand jury. why no grand jury in this to let the citizens in Chittenden County determine whether this conduct was proper or improper, rather than you, who has a record of not prosecuting?
Well, we look at the facts, and that's our job. And you talk about transparency and the need for transparency, you know as well as I do, the downside to a grand jury is that
They could indict.
or they could not, and then nothing would be released.
No, you can release.
Nothing would be released. A grand jury proceeding is secret, Mike. You and I both know that.
You are free to talk about it. Your
I
predecessors
disagree.
have talked about grand
I
juries.
I would respectfully disagree with you on that.
I'll show you.
And I think our job is to make decisions based on the facts, to do it in a transparent way that the public, while they may not agree, can acknowledge and understand the reasons why we made a decision, and to do it in a way that is, as I said, transparent. So whether people agree or disagree, at least they understand the factors and the facts for which we made our decision on.
In mid-September, when refiling the charge against Aida Gurung, you said the community hears the evidence, all the evidence, and they get to decide. If you were very interested in the community weighing in on that case, what's different about this one?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Each case is different, and you go by the facts and the evidence. We reviewed the facts and the evidence, and we ruled that the use of force used was reasonable. Therefore, there is no criminal charge.
So question, this is the second case that I've heard where you've said at a press conference similar to this one that our scope of the law is too limited in situations like this. But yet I have yet to see anything legally change as a result of that. And as you mentioned in your comments, we keep coming back to these kinds of cases.
Yeah.
At what point do we actually take a look at what our law says is allowed and change it if we're going to keep coming back to the same statement at press conferences about use of force incidents?
I think you've had some conversations this session. I think this is incredibly complicated. I think there is no easy answer. And I think what we struggle with is the facts, which I articulated, really come down to those matter of seconds. And I think there's a whole other story that we try to tell about. Why was Doug Kilburn at the hospital? Why was he struggling that day? What was going on with Sherry? And I think understanding the full context of the situation is incredibly important. But when you get into the use of force and whether or not something's justified, you're going to look at those seconds where force is presented, and then the question is, was that reasonable how this person responded to that force directed at him or her? And I think, I know California has changed their law, and I'm not endorsing the change in California. What I am endorsing is a conversation about it.
Would you support, if that conversation comes up, expanding that window like California has done?
What I would support is a conversation and to challenge the conventional wisdom of our current practice. And what that means, Liam, whether or not that's going to be a change, I don't know. What I do know is this, that we have to take a critical look at our system and to get all the facts and the evidence and see what works.
You seem to have an issue, though, or at least are troubled by some of this. So supporting a conversation is easy, but supporting change is more difficult. So, where would you come down?
Well, it would also be unreasonable to support change when you're not fully cognizant of all the nuances of the law, and I'm not there yet. And I think we got to do more work, but I think any prosecutor, any police officer, any member of our community is going to be troubled by this. Somebody lost their life. I'm troubled by that.
How is the law too limited?
Because you look at seconds and you look at use of force, and it's the force directed at you, and whether or not the force that you respond with is reasonable. And in this incident and many others, that is a matter of seconds. And I think that when we look at the totality of circumstances, somehow expanding that and looking at perhaps at some of the other factors is something that we should do. The other part is to acknowledge that just changing law is not going to solve this. We have to do a better way of building trust in our community and responding to mental illness in our community.
Would your decision in this case have been different if you had been able to look at the wider?
I don't know. It depends on the standard of law. It depends on the standard of review. And I made a decision based on our current law, I'm confident in my decision. My point simply is that I am troubled by this. Anytime somebody loses their lives is troubling. We have to legally justify it or not. I don't make any of these decisions lightly, and it troubles me.
Was any, oh, sorry, David. No. Keep going.
On a different subject, what did you say to the city of Burlington when you called them up during Del Pozo's press conference?
Say that again?
After Douglas Kilburn died, Brandon Del Pozo hosted a press conference in which I understand you made a call to city officials during the press conference to say something. During the investigation, you wouldn't comment on it, saying the investigation was ongoing. I'm wondering what you said.
Well, generally my private conversations are my private conversations, but I think what I most likely said was, let the process play out.
Did they?
Yeah, they did.
I mean, Aiden and Derek looked at the reporting. You know, they looked at the mayor and the chief had been trying to maybe like slow the release of the medical examiner's report. I mean, was that part of your review at all? The actions taken by it?
We did not review the actions of city officials.
Do you have any comment on?
Will you?
their actions?
No, I won't.
Why not?
I think that we have to be mindful and respectful that somebody lost their life. Doug Kilburn died here. And he died with involvement with a member of the police. That triggers a review by the state's attorney and my office. And if we're talking about public trust, then you have to let the process play out. And you have to let this process play out as it would in any other case. And I don't think in any other case would you have had that type of press conference, frankly. And treat people with respect, treat people fairly, and do your job. And I think that's what we should be doing.
Why not go and check to see why the mayor and the chief were trying to redirect how this thing was being done?
I'm not.
You're gonna have full transparency.
Our review has concluded. Whether our review is concluded.
The governor's office had said that the interventions by the city officials were borderline unethical. Do you feel the same way?
As I said, I don't think you would have seen that press conference in any other case. And you want to treat people fairly, you want to treat people respectfully, you want to treat it like there's anything else. At the end of the day, you let the process play out. And you let independent prosecutors, investigators do their job. That's how you build
I'm
a
not
public.
sure I understand because you said you felt like they let the process play out, but it also sounds like you didn't see the press conferences appropriate.
Well, I think I'm being incredibly clear. I called because I was concerned. I called during the press conference. That's been reported. I told you why I called, and since that day, the process has played out.
Did you look at all at the medical examiner's report? I mean, the chief and the mayor were raising questions or concerns about that. Was that part of your review at all?
No, other than that it was a piece of evidence. The medical examiner, as he said, it made a medical diagnosis. You have cause of death, which he articulated many different factors, and then you have manner of death, and he has 5 choices to make, and he made his decision. The fact of the matter, there was a use of force. That then triggers a review by us. We then determine whether or not a crime occurred.
So we've talked about this press conference, but I don't think you've addressed the fact that the mayor and police chief reached out to the Department of Health chief, which is what the Scott administration officials were questioning is, ethical or not. Do you think that decision to reach out and question the results of that? I'm
gonna let the city of Burlington answer those questions, and I'm sure those questions will be brought up in different venues.
One question: did anyone, as part of this investigation, check why the hospital released Mr. Kilburn, and then he later died at his home from injuries in part that he sustained? Was there any investigation or question on why he was released when he was clearly not well?
That's not part of our review. We looked at whether or not Officer Campbell's conduct arose to the level of a crime. I'm sure your review was consistent with that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it wasn't part of our review to go and talk to the hospital about the care that Mr. Kilburn received.
I'm curious, does anyone actually look at that?
I think in different venues, those questions may be asked.
What venue would that be?
I think in different venues, those questions may be asked.
Which one?
Other questions?
The Burlington police have been pretty vocal about their use of force training. Do you see anything lacking in that training?
I go back to what Dominica Padula said earlier about how we de-escalate and what we use as tools. And I think meeting people where they are, oftentimes in crisis, understanding why they're in crisis, asking those questions, demonstrating compassion and empathy are effective tools, and sometimes just listening. And I know when you look at the city of San Antonio, their outreach is really based on that. Meeting people where they are and simply listening and understanding as a way to de-escalate. Frankly, in this case, Officer Campbell demonstrated that with his first interaction. But it was a completely different interaction the second time he encountered Doug Kilburn. And I think that's troubling to me that, and I think the expert talks about this, that he really was an exemplary police officer that first interaction. He was compassionate, he was demonstrating empathy, he was trying to solve a problem. But that did not happen the second time they met.
What's the status of Officer Campbell right now?
I don't know, I know you'd have to ask Burlington Police.
My understanding is that Officer Campbell is on, he's not doing his regular duties. I think he's doing administrative type tasks inside the department until this review is complete. So I'm sure that they'll reassess after today's decision.
Thank you. So let me now turn it over.
Did he return to the street before he gets a little more training?
That is a question for the Burlington Police Department and the mayor.
And if they ask you your opinion?
I will give them my opinion in a confidential manner. With that, let me turn it over to Tyler and Sherry Kilburn. Thank you.
To begin, I want to thank TJ Donovan for giving me the opportunity to speak and address you all today. I'll be reading a statement, and I personally will not be answering any questions at the conclusion. While we do not agree with the decision that was made, I would like to thank the detectives and TJ Donovan's office for the hard work, dedication, and compassion they showed my family. What happened that day between my father and Officer Campbell was a tragedy that was further corrupted by the insider politics of Burlington Police Chief Del Pozo and Mayor Merle Weinberger, when emails were sent demanding that the chief medical examiner change or alter his ruling. You willingly interfered in an ongoing investigation, and this behavior can no longer be tolerated. I find it appalling that you, as a chief of police, would interfere with an ongoing investigation with cooperation from the mayor's office. You take this career path knowing you must always hold yourself to a higher standard. You failed, Mr. Del Pozo. Mr. Mayor, you failed. You failed by allowing the Burlington Police Department to use and abuse your office to further their agenda. I beg of you to do better. I'm not asking for perfection. Just be better. Improve so that no other family has to endure a tragedy such as this. Be better so that we can keep our family members alive. This cannot happen again. It's your job to fix it. Now you need to fix it. My dad was an incredibly loving man. He was an avid sports fan and was an incredibly talented musician, among many other wonderful traits that he had. Please keep in mind that in recent times, after suffering multiple strokes, that my dad struggled with his mental health. It was a daily battle for him, as it is for most of us. He was winning this fight. He was getting better each and every day, with hard work and dedication. Every day was an improvement. I implore each and every one of us to remember that my dad was so much more than the few seconds that changed our lives forever. He was so much more than the few seconds you all judge. He loved my mother with every inch of his being. He loved his mom, his dad, sisters, aunts, uncles, cousins, nephews, friends alike. He loved life, and he did not deserve the treatment that he endured. I cannot begin to fathom the fear that was racing through his head that day. I wish I could have taken all the pain away. I would do anything to just have 5 minutes back so that I can tell him how much I'm sorry and how much I loved him. I'll never get that chance. My dad needed help, not handcuffs. For everybody that's going to be watching this, if someone needs help, help them. This is not a problem with one solution. It involves each and every one of us. Be understanding that everyone has their own battles, their own demons. It's time we start lifting one another up, not degrading someone's life and legacy. Give a helping hand when it is needed, and don't cast judgment upon somebody that you know little to nothing about. Show compassion to a stranger on the street because they look like they're having a bad day. Because we all have no idea what each individual life is going through. We are all human. In closing, go home, hug your loved ones, tell them that you love them, tell them that they matter. One day, the people that we love dear will be nothing more than the memories that we share. Cherish the time that we have. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, December 3rd Select Board meeting. At this time, I'm going to ask Jan if the meeting's been properly warned because we didn't have an executive session again.
Yes, it has.
It has, and here comes David. Dun, 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 dun. Here's David. Excellent. All right. So at this time, I would take a motion to approve the meeting minutes from November 12th and November 19th.
So moved.
Wonderful. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Chair's remarks. I do have remarks, but I need to pull them up, please. And thank you. This is regarding there we go, a community event taking place this Saturday, December 7th, starting at noon and ending at 3 at the Stone Church. This is called the Awareness Raising, Bread Breaking, and Noise Making Forum, but for those of you who kind of have been following town events, this is the Community Equity Committee that is comprised of people who are actually suffering from housing insecurity, substance addiction, poverty. It's kid-friendly. There's going to be food and coffee, tea, games, live music, and a panel discussion. You're not going to want to miss that. So it kicks off at noon with kids' activities, music, and food. Feed the kids first, obviously. Keep them calm. And then from 2 to 3 is the panel discussion with current members of Lived Experience. There is a $10 donation suggested, and you can bring winter clothing to donate. And I really wouldn't miss that panel because it's our community members that are actually experiencing the challenges rather than us on the fringes who think we know what the challenges are talking, as we often are the ones talking the most. So once again, that's this Saturday from 12 to 3 with the actual panel starting at 2 o'clock. So those are my comments, and I would now go to Peter for manager's comments. Oh yes, I'm sorry. I had more comments.
You know where they are?
Nope.
Okay.
What are my comments?
We'll just move on.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to give an update about the storm. Later in the meeting, we did have an update we also want to provide to the community in follow-up to last week's issuance of a health order by the select board. There it is now.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead and then I'll do the
Just
storm.
kidding. It's still my turn. So my next item, I'm still going to be reading off paper because it's not memorized, is an update on the health order. And this is regarding the violations that we had at 6 Reynolds Drive and 4850 Central Street. If you remember, we discussed it and we approved last week at the select board meeting, giving Will Hunter a deadline of Wednesday, which is this Wednesday, December 4th, to comply and come into compliance with correcting all violations. Deputy Health Inspector Officer Brian Bannon and the State of Vermont inspectors will re-inspect the property first thing Thursday at 9 a.m. If the inspectors find that not all previous identified violations have been corrected, the town can allow more time if significant progress has been made and there's a schedule in place for full compliance. Or the town could seek an injunction from the court compelling Mr. Hunter to come into full compliance by a date certain. New violations could be addressed through a new health order or emergency health order with or without a requirement for the tenants to vacate the premises, and that's depending on the number and severity of any such new violations. Continue, Peter.
Thank you. So the most urgent announcement that I have regarding the storm is just to alert the public. Anybody who's been driving in downtown today has seen the signs and the flashing lights at the parking lots, but I want to make sure that anyone who hasn't been downtown knows that there will be snow clearing going on this evening, and we expect it to be tomorrow evening as well, in the downtown, on Main Street and the side streets, and in the parking lots. Vehicles that are parked on street must be removed by 11 p.m. and vehicles that are in the parking lots must be removed by 1 a.m. so that snow clearing can proceed. People can park in the transportation center. We encourage that they do so in order to be, again, off the streets by 11 and out of the parking lots by 1. It's free parking overnight in the transportation center, although if you leave your car there past 9 o'clock in the morning, then it's pay and display after 9 a.m. If the transportation center becomes full, there's overflow parking allowed at the Preston parking lot across Flat Street from the transportation center. And a quick summary of the storm. We all know that it lasted for the better part of 2 days, 2.5 days. Beginning on Sunday in the afternoon at about 3 p.m., the Public Works crews began their work, and they continued for 24 hours throughout the night and until 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Monday. Went home for about 12 hours of rest and came in at 3 o'clock in the morning this morning in order to go back out and clear additional snow that had fallen overnight. The total accumulation varied from about 18 to 22 inches, depending on where you were in town. And the crews went back home at 3 o'clock this afternoon, but will be back on duty after an 8-hour break at 11 o'clock tonight to man that snow clearing process alongside contractors who assist with that work. Because of the volume of snow, we do want to warn the public and acknowledge that it will take 2 nights to clear the snow from the downtown district and from side streets. The sidewalk tractors have been out clearing the sidewalks. It's been important that there is now a second sidewalk tractor that's available for storms, particularly a storm of the intensity of this. There were places on the sidewalks where, from the snow that fell and the snow that was thrown by the plows to clearing the streets, where there was over 5 feet of snow on sidewalks in particular locations. So, and one other acknowledgement, the downtown crosswalk snow removal, which was again something that we hadn't done until about 2 years ago, but did add as an increased level of service so that at the intersections in the downtown area, we have contractors now who come and shovel those out. Because of the duration of this storm and how much snow was falling, the contractors came out several times during the storm, and our observation and our feedback is that they did a good job of keeping those connections between downtown sidewalks and the crosswalks clear. We do want to remind all residents not to park on the streets overnight, and please don't plow, shovel, or blow snow out into the streets or onto the sidewalks, as that obviously thwarts the community-wide effort to clean up. So that's the report on the storm. Unfortunately, I also have sad news from about the Public Works Department. Anthony Bombasino, who's a Public Works employee, 36 years old, died this week. And we want to extend our condolences to his family. Anthony had been fighting cancer bravely, but passed away. And it's an enormous loss, obviously, for the folks who work side by side with him every day in the Public Works Department, but for all of us who were his teammates in town government and for our community. This is a dedicated public servant, and it's heavy on the minds of these Public Works crews clearing the streets for us these last couple of days during the snowstorm to not have Anthony alongside them in that effort. So I'd ask that we have a moment of silence for Anthony Bombasino.
Thank you for that, Peter. It's tragic. Reading the story online was tragic. Heart goes out to his family, as all of ours do. We might be what seems like a large employer, but we're pretty close-knit, and everybody knows everybody, and it's a close-knit team on Public Works for sure. So at this time, moving out of that good period of silence, I'm going to ask my fellow board members if they have questions or comments or committee reports or anything they'd like to share this evening. David, I see you looking like you do.
And I have to, imitation being the sincerest form of flattery, I too will read my my announcement. This is regarding the recent announcement by Superintendent Lyle Holliday that she will be retiring at the end of the school year. And the supervisory union has set up a process for hiring a new person. I want to read this public announcement that went out announcing a meeting. This is from Carrie Amadon, who is the Vernon chair and also the chair of the supervisory union board. We welcome you to attend the upcoming public meeting in regards to the WSESU superintendent search. At the most recent supervisory union board meeting, the Superintendent Search Exploratory Committee was established to lay the foundation for this process. The committee will hold our first meeting on Thursday, December 5th, that's this Thursday, at 3:30 p.m. in the multipurpose room at the Brattleboro Union High School. That meeting is starting at 3:30 because we wanted to make sure that administrators and staff were engaged very early in the process. We'll be having additional meetings later in the evening for people that are working at that time. Please note that the exploratory committee is not the committee that will choose the superintendent. We are the committee that will brainstorm, discuss, and debate options to recommend to the supervisory union board as possible paths forward for the selection process. Input at this time, and this is where you all come in, input at this time will be invaluable and greatly appreciated as this committee works toward assisting in the important choice that will impact our students, staff, and community. So again, that's Thursday evening at 3:30 in the multipurpose room at the high school. Thanks.
Thanks, David. Liz or Tim, is there anything you'd like to comment on or report about? No? No, thank you.
I don't.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Then at this time, I will open the floor to public comments from the community. This is an opportunity to speak about something that is not on tonight's agenda. Please know that because it's not a warned item when you speak, we cannot engage in robust conversation. That is saved for warned items that are formalized on the agenda. With that stated, who would like to go first? Kurt? You know the routine.
Hi, my name is Kurt Dimes. I live in Brattleboro. Considering the stresses and the joys, but especially the stresses of the holidays and the political climate and the climate emergency and all, I would request the board make a motion for declaring snow day, which could be random snowball fights sanctified and supervised by the police, or snowman making contest. I think it'd be great.
I love that idea. I don't think we're going to do that tonight, but I actually love that idea. I think that's one of the best things you've brought forward in a while. I like it. Thank you. Who would like to go next tonight? Shanta? I don't know why I thought Cassandra was holding a baby.
Hello. Hi, thank you for hearing me tonight.
Yes, and please introduce yourself for the TV viewing audience.
That's right. My name is Ishana Artra, and I live in Brattleboro.
Thank you.
And I am here tonight to talk about the cell tower that is proposed to be installed in the steeple of the First Congregational Church in West Brattleboro.
Mm-hmm.
Before I do, though, first I want to acknowledge that this is a very heated topic, and it's set amidst national uprising, quite frankly, around the proliferation of cell towers, the rapid proliferation of cell towers in our towns and neighborhoods. I was thinking about this today as I was preparing to talk about the position that you're in, the select board. And you're in a hot seat. I had the image today of like a sandwich being squeezed, and you're in the middle. The setting is really contentious. The Federal Communications Commission is being called to task. They have not updated their safety guidelines since 1996. And the Government Accountability Office is aware of this and has recommended that they reassess. There hasn't been action taken. Congress people have been writing to the FCC. The U.S. Supreme Court of Appeals in Washington, D.C. Recently ruled that the FCC was acting without reason and capriciously when they eliminated the historic and environmental review from cell tower permitting. And there are parents and teachers and doctors all across America who have been, and others, who have been crying out saying enough exposure, unsafe exposure to radio wave radiation. And so then I've been thinking about what your role is in all of this. And as the Select Board and also the Board of Health for Brattleboro, I feel that your role, and I'm speaking for myself, but also as a member of EMF Safety for Vermont, so sometimes I might say we as well.
Understood.
Thank you. Is to comment on the permit applications that come through the Public Utility Commission in a way that stands for environmental, historical, health, quality of life for the citizens, aesthetic quality, environmental health, air quality. Radio frequency radiation is considered electrosmog. It's considered an environmental toxin. It's a class 2B carcinogen. And so that's really what I'm here tonight to talk about a little bit, is what are the questions that this raises for our Select Board and as the Select Board and also as the Board of Health. So I was looking at the Title 18, I believe, for the Select Board's role as the Board of Health. And I'm going to make sure I get that right for the record. Yes, Title 18, Chapter 3, specifically 126, 128. Anyway, I'll tell you that later, but I'm also going to hand this to you, too.
Okay.
And how I see it, you have an obligation, a responsibility, and an authority to thoroughly consider the health impacts and to protect the public from health hazards and risks. And that's a really important statement that's made in the statute, hazards and risks. Risks, class 2B carcinogens are risks. So speaking up feels appropriate. It seems like an appropriate thing for the Board of Health of Brattleboro to do. So I'm speaking to you tonight about the possibility of your advocating for a safe, secure, reliable, reasonable alternative to the proposed multiple new cell towers in Brattleboro, starting with the steeple of West Brattleboro's first Congregational Church, which would hover over the West B Nursery School. It would also be set just a few hundred feet from the Academy School and a few hundred feet from the fire station. Now, I don't know if you're aware, but the International Firefighters Association has a resolution, number 15. And that resolution exempts firefighters from having cell towers sited near them. So if there's any order that orders cell towers to be deployed without review, this resolution, when it's adopted by a municipality, exempts the firefighters. It's Resolution 15. And this is because of the migraines, the vertigo, the disorientation, the attention, the focus deficit, the mood changes, and other symptoms that would take over firefighters who were living near cell towers. A study was done, and the results of the study were used to argue for the exemption. And in California, that exemption has been made, and there have been other locations as well. So I wanted to offer you that consideration.
I appreciate, well, I will say that we usually do 2 minutes of public participation.
Okay.
So if you
All right, if I could wrap
bring
up
it to
real quick.
closure.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I've heard the argument that that the Board of Health, and I understand it's complicated right now, is deferring to the FCC for determining whether or not the cell towers are safe. And so what I'm bringing to your attention tonight is that right now there are cases being brought against the FCC about the lack of safety, updating their safety regulations to match those around the world. And that the environmental and historic review has been reinstated. And if there's any way that that can be applied to any cell towers in Brattleboro, I urge you to make a case for that. And to please, please, please make comment as individuals or members of the Board of Health or as the Select Board members to the Public Utility Commission, and to alert the public when a cell tower is being proposed, such as in the First Congregational Church in West Brattleboro. As we're aware, that notice is you can make that notice, and that would be very valuable for the public to know.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I will personally dedicate myself to taking a closer look at this than I ever have, which is zero look.
Okay, I appreciate that
I will
very
take a look.
much.
Yep.
Great.
Very much. Thank you.
Are we supposed to mention the precautionary principle, so that you have an opportunity, the public has an opportunity to look up the precautionary principle?
Precautionary principle.
As it relates to this issue.
Thank you very much. Are there other members of the community who would like to speak on a topic that is not listed on tonight's agenda? Yes. Please come forward and state your name and your location.
Hi, my name is Mary Stowe. Can you hear me?
Yes. Well, maybe a little louder would
All
be
right.
nice.
Okay. I live in Brattleboro also. I just have been involved in these kind of what happened from the last meeting. And I just would like to remind everyone that, I mean, it's very clear to us, we know that we live in a time of fake news, right? And not everything we read we can rely on. So if it falls on you to find out about the safety of cell towers and electromagnetic radiation and so on. I would like you to just be really, really careful that what you're reading is not something that's been written by the industry, because a lot of things that are out there are not accurate, and it's very easy to be taken in by that. So I've sent you all an email with an example about that.
Thank you, Mary.
Okay.
Are there other members of the community who would like to speak on something that is not listed on tonight's agenda? Cassandra? You know the drill.
I do. My name is Cassandra Holloway, and I'm in Brattleboro, and I also am the director of now Building a Positive Community. So we just changed our name, so it's going to be it's official, and we're really excited about it. I wanted just to share it all with you.
Nice.
So if you start hearing what's Building a Positive Community, it's still BAPC. So we were very smart to keep the acronym, which most of us know. Most people know us as anyway. And we're going to be really broadening our work to really focus on developmental assets. So we'll still be doing what we have been doing relatively, but also kind of branching off more into how do we build assets in our community for our young people. And I know David's invited us somewhat to talk to the school board. Diana Wally has run a program called, she's been running the social competency program through the school district for the last 10 years, and we do middle school leadership trainings, and we've been kind of shadowing her, and we're going to be taking over a big hunk of that. So, so it's also timely for our name change. So when we're talking with our kids, they kind of get it. So, and we're really excited to bring our youth and give them more voice. So hopefully you'll be seeing more youth over the next year as well. So just wanted to share that news with you.
Excellent. And I actually really like that name change. That sounds good. That feels right. Nice job.
I still don't have any idea what your group does.
Oh,
sorry.
Marketing moment.
Yes. So we've been around. I've been saying 25 years, but it very well might be 30, so I got to check that before we fully launch. So we started, we have been a substance abuse prevention coalition. So we have been working again in this community for between 25 and 30 years. And we had a drug-free community grant for 10 years prior to me becoming a director, and we've been running 6 months past that, 6 years past that. So now what we're really trying to do is broaden the work we do, partially for sustainability, but it's also important that we, again, focus on assets, because the more assets we have in the community for our kids, internal assets, which is that social competency piece, assets within their schools, within their families, and also within the community, which is hence the name. That's kind of what we do, is we look at how do we support all of those areas for our young people to thrive. And the more that we have assets, the less risks they'll have, not just with substances, but other, behaviors that might cause them harm. So,
thank you.
So yeah, thank you. Check out our website. It's bapc802.org.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you,
Thanks.
Sandra.
Thank you.
Are there other members of the community who would like to speak on something that is not listed on tonight's agenda? Okay. Hearing no more comments, I would go ahead and move us all the way down to new business, with our first order of new business being resolution supporting municipal authority in a commercial cannabis system. Peter?
Thank you. So the details of this are set forth in a memorandum from me to you dated November 25th. And the essence of it is that the legislature has been working on cannabis deregulation and legalization for the last several years, and going through a process of gradually making it more and more legal, and is expected in the upcoming 2020 legislative session to actually fully legalize cultivation, processing, commercial cultivation. Right now it's limited to personal use in small quantities, but it's expected that there'll be full legalization of commercial cultivation, processing, distribution, and sale of cannabis in Vermont. The Vermont League of Cities and Towns has been engaged on behalf of Vermont's municipalities in the discussion for the several years while it's been evolving, and has not taken a position either supporting or opposing legalization, but has been very strongly supporting the position that if there is a commercial market for cannabis that is legalized, that it should be rolled out in a way that gives enough time for municipalities to be prepared to address the impacts, and provides mechanisms for municipalities to have the proper authority and funding to prevent harmful impacts and address other impacts to the community. In that continuing effort, because of the fact that this is viewed as likely the session when the final questions will get answered and the legislation will be finalized and adopted, the League is asking all Vermont municipalities to adopt a resolution that stands for a slower pace and more authority for municipalities and more opportunity for funding than what exists in the currently drafted legislation. So attached to this memorandum before you this evening is a resolution that's proposed for the Brattleboro Select Board to add its voice to the collaborative effort among municipalities all across Vermont to, again, not weigh in on whether or not cannabis should be legalized, but that if it does get legalized, that it's important for health, safety, and welfare across Vermont that municipalities be empowered to properly regulate it and collect enough revenue to support the efforts that will be required in order to provide that regulation.
Great.
I ask you to approve the resolution.
Do we need to read the resolution, Peter?
You don't need to, but if you'd like it read, I'd be happy to.
I think that might be a good idea,
Okay.
because it's such a muddy bill in itself sometimes.
Sure. This is a resolution supporting municipal authority in a commercial cannabis system. Whereas a regulated and taxed recreational cannabis marketplace will affect communities across Vermont. Whereas the 2019-2020 Vermont League of Cities and Towns municipal policy calls for any legislation legalizing commercial cannabis to address the impacts on municipalities, school populations, first responders, municipal regulations, and municipal budgets. Whereas states that currently have a commercial cannabis market have guaranteed municipal governments local regulatory authority, taxing authority, and revenue sharing, and Vermont cities and towns need at a minimum those same guaranteed powers. Whereas all cannabis establishments that cultivate, process, manufacture, or sell cannabis will be wholly located in our cities and towns, and voters in cities and towns must be granted the right to opt in to hosting cannabis establishments within their community. A quick digression, the importance of that language
Sounds a little.
is there's a debate in the legislature as to whether everybody's in unless you opt out, or whether it should be an opt-in system where municipalities would not have commercial cannabis activities in their community unless they choose to opt in by a vote of the people. And so,
Can I jump in?
Yes.
It is very common in Vermont to have to opt in. And that's with banking, with many things. Most places make you opt out of certain things, like in banking for overdraft protection on your debit card, but Vermont has traditionally been an opt-in, which is actually a protection on consumers and citizens.
and that's why it's included within this resolution. So continuing now with the resolution, whereas all duly adopted ordinances and land use policies and regulations adopted by municipalities pursuant to 24 VSA Chapter 117 and 24 VSA Section 2291 must be upheld in any commercial cannabis system. Whereas local cannabis control commissions must be given the same level of authority as local liquor control commissions. And whereas cities and towns must be granted authority to assess licensing and permitting fees for cannabis establishments. Now therefore be it resolved by the Select Board of the Town of Brattleboro that if the state of Vermont legalizes a taxed and regulated cannabis market, then 1, the Town of Brattleboro supports including in that legislation provisions that adequately address all aforementioned local considerations and concerns. 2, the Town of Brattleboro supports state collection and remittance of a local cannabis tax of 5% in any community that hosts retail cannabis establishments. And 3, the Town of Brattleboro calls upon the state of Vermont's administration and legislature to provide communities with adequate time and clarity in law for local officials and community members to discuss the local implications of such a market and to update, clarify, and/or establish local regulations and policies as needed.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We're looking basically to be able to allow our community members to have buy-in, to allow ourselves to opt in, and to allow ourselves to maximize taxes. Basically, maximize the money to control the market and to allow community members buy-in on said market. Members of the board want to have some discussion on this
I just
item?
add one thing to that. If you think about all the things that happen at the state level that we wind up having to pay for, and that's plenty of that happens in the town and even more in the schools, I think. That's part of what this is trying to address, is that we're able to tax so that we can cover the costs that we know and that every community that's done this knows are going to come.
Other board members would like to speak on this topic? Otherwise, I'm going to come to the community.
I just want to point out that the 5%, just so people are aware, the numbers for taxation in the Senate and House both hover somewhere between 16 and 20%, if I'm understanding correctly, where it stands right now.
For the state.
Yeah.
For the state,
right?
Correct.
And one of those documents presumes that 2% less a cut, an administrative cut, would be the local share, and the other presumes 1%. And so the ask here is that 5% without an administrative cut be fully remunerated back to the, remitted, I should say, back to the municipalities where it was collected.
Right. So I think people should understand that we're just trying to establish some sort of balance of fairness. If that's going to be highly taxed like that, the towns that take a large burden really should be, be getting some of that. The other issue I just want to throw out there is that the idea of being cannabis commissioners, aside from being liquor commissioners, is interesting. I would think that there might be some discussion about wrapping those both together. I don't know how other people feel, but
I think there probably will be later on.
Actually, there has been, and the legislature is, at this time at least, very explicitly keeping them separate.
Yeah.
Do we get T-shirts?
Yes. We will print T-shirts downtown.
Well, that just brings up another point, that it's not just the taxing, but it's also control.
Yes,
that we're looking
and that's
for.
really
Exactly
important.
Yeah.
Really important. Control and buy-in.
one other amplification is probably appropriate here. I know that you're aware of it here at the table, but for the community's sake, the reason why the taxation is important, I think it's probably pretty clear on its face why the local authority is important in order to be able to address the local impacts. But the reason that the revenue raising alongside that is important is that based on the actual experience in states where marijuana has been legalized, we have a reasonable expectation that there will be a substantial workload, not just in the police department, as people might think to be more obvious, but also in the planning department, where the regulation of this in terms of the land use activities, the way the land use regulations apply to what businesses are appropriate in which parts of town and so on. There's a significant degree to which that sort of commercial regulation side, as opposed to law enforcement regulation, has been a burden to communities.
So a lot we don't know, but it's a good idea to get ahead of it and make our voices known. Perhaps.
And make them known strongly with a strong case for control and money, basically.
Indeed.
We might want to add, if that's the case, we want to add some lobbying activities to, at least with our local legislators, to the resolution, because the resolutions go in a stack and they go to the committee and that's where they sit. So it's the follow-up that makes a difference.
I can assure you that those of us on town staff who have a role in this and will be participating actively in the league's coordinated lobbying. But certainly, if select board members want to be involved in that as well, we can coordinate around your calendars so that you know when would be the time to make a trip to Montpelier.
Yeah. Every town has
or you certainly should talk to the local folks, yes.
And every town has a representative in the legislature. If the select boards are talking to them, it would be a lot easier to get through.
Yeah, that's a good point. So part of this is definitely to spread the word locally, based on you taking this action this evening, if you do choose to take it. The additional step, and what I was leaping ahead to without acknowledging that first step here locally, is there will come a time when additional testimony is going to be taken in Montpelier by the committees that are going to act on this legislation, and the league will be coordinating municipal officials coming and testifying at that time, and we'll participate in that as well.
I did have a quick conversation with Becca Ballant fairly recently and hinted that we might ask her to come in so that we could discuss it more fully once it becomes an actual thing that looks like it's going in a direction. But she did think there was going to be some movement on it. Whether or not it's going to pass is another question entirely. But, so.
Are there members of the community that are here to speak on this item tonight? Sandra.
I was really here mostly to listen, but what I will say is we're only funded until June to actually provide technical assistance to municipalities with this issue. So if you want to tap, like us now's the time, because as of June, we may not have funding, which goes to that 5%. The state does have money for alcohol and tobacco, but we are getting less and less in the prevention and recovery, the whole continuum of care. So it's also something that you also have to be, thinking about too, is how do you want to support our young people around this, because the state might not. They will say they will, but what I will say is we're not seeing that with tobacco and alcohol. It goes to other infrastructure and other things, and we're competing for it now, and now we're told we might not have any to address tobacco, which is kind of concerning with the juuling being such a big issue. So I'm just letting you know, I'm not, gonna speak to how we feel about it, but I do want to say that the more the town has control of this, the better. And we're here to support you in whatever way you want. And you have us, as we have connections to the state and to cities and leagues. So, please use us while you have us.
Thank you very much for coming up and letting us know that, and letting us know your funding deadline. That's important for us as we make plans to have agenda items and follow the legislative bills coming through. Thank you.
Yeah, I would love to try to put it in a tab somewhere for before, as the session gets going a little bit, we can check in with our reps.
Yep, that would be a good idea. Further comments from community members or board members? I'm going to mix it up. Anybody? Ricky?
Hi, I'm Mickey Rosati, District 2 in Brattleboro, New Montesquieu County, the Second Republic of Vermont. And my first question is, does the public have an option of voting against being taxed on cannabis?
I don't know if the state's going to give that.
Right now, the legislation is being formulated, so there isn't a law that says the public does have that vote, and there isn't a law that says the public doesn't.
You could reach out to Jeanette White. She's one of the most
She never
active
messages
people.
me back, so I
Oh.
wouldn't expect anything from her at this point.
All right.
So I would define us not being enabled with the right to vote on being taxed as fascism. And already just the idea of taxing medicine for people when we're only forecasted to have a 1% over the next 5 years given from taxes to human services is just a really not the future or the present I would vote for.
Okay. Thank you, Ricky. That's good insight.
Ricky does bring up an interesting question
Yeah.
about how they're going to approach medicinal marijuana as
Mhm.
opposed to recreational marijuana, but
Yep.
it's more of stuff we don't know,
It
right?
sounds like that, having them come in and having a talk and maybe having Cassandra from
Building
a positive community.
Building a positive community. That's what I was looking for.
Oh, yeah.
Come in maybe at the same time would be pretty beneficial
Oh, I
for
think
questions
so, too.
like this.
Yep.
I think so. Thank
Yep.
you, Ricky, very much. Further questions, comments, etc.? Is there anybody at this table who is feeling inclined to make a motion?
Certainly.
Okay.
I would. I'll make a motion that doesn't require me to read everything that Peter read to us. So I'll make a motion to approve a resolution supporting municipal authority in a commercial cannabis system as presented.
Okay. Tim has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Are there anybody opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We're now going to move on to our next order of business under new business. I need your pen. And that is the acceptance of a proposal for unconscious bias and cultural humility training. Peter?
Thank you. As you're well aware, for 3 years now, it's been a select board goal and an area of concentrated effort for both the town members of town staff and members of the select board to promote racial equity in the community and social equity more broadly. The work began back in 2017, and at that time, the select board approved a set of goals for ways in which town government would both commit itself and demonstrate to the community our commitment to the work around racial equity and social equity. And I'll just read those quickly as sort of the broader perspective within which we'll be considering the proposal tonight. So the goals were to add a human resources professional to the town's senior management team, provide baseline training for all employees and the select board, baseline implicit bias training to town employees and the select board, changes in the town's recruitment practices for filling vacant staff positions, considering social equity in all town government decisions and actions, increasing collaboration with local schools on matters of diversity, inclusion, and equity, supporting the work of other individuals and organizations to promote diversity, inclusion, and equity in Brattleboro, and making the town's commitment to these actions visible in our community. We've made progress on all of these goals, except for the training of all town staff and the select board. On that goal, we consciously delayed implementing it until we were able to bring on a human resources professional so that we knew we would have the internal staff capacity to be able to follow up on the baseline training with an intentional and ongoing program of promoting equity as a fundamental part of the organizational culture of town government. Sally Nix joined our team as our Human Resources Director back in June of this year, and in September we issued the request for proposals that has led to the proposal that's before you tonight. We received 6 proposals from consultants who were interested in providing this training. One of those proposals didn't meet the town's specifications. It was actually proposing to train the trainer as opposed to train all employees. One other proposal was far more expensive than the others. It was a comprehensive proposal, but would have cost $40,000, where similar proposals were ranged at 4 others were in clustered around $15,000 in the $14,000, $15,000 price range. And so we focused on those 4 proposals primarily in deciding what to recommend to you this evening. Curtis Reed has assisted the town. He's the founder of the Vermont Partnership for Fairness and Diversity, and active in various ways in the community and throughout the state for racial equity, promoting racial equity actions institutionally and person-to-person community conduct. Curtis has assisted us, and Sally Nix, our Human Resources Director, and I, together with Curtis, the 3 of us were the panel that reviewed the proposals. We agreed unanimously that one of the 4 proposals that were sort of clustered in being similar to one another in both content and price, one stood out as superior both in the content of the training and especially because it included follow-along services to help us launch a working group within town government to keep the work moving forward from the training that everyone would receive. That proposal was provided by Dottie Morris and Mary Gannon. They have both provided this same kind of training to other organizations in our area, and both have been active, Dottie more so over in Keene, Mary here in our community, for the cause of promoting racial equity. Their proposal is attached to my memorandum to you dated November 25th, I believe it was, 26th, that was in your backup materials and posted on the website. Their proposed fee is $14,342.88, and I'm happy to recommend to you that you authorize me to enter into an agreement with Ms. Morris and Ms. Gannon so that we can proceed with this training.
Excellent. Thank you, Peter. Are there members of the board that would like to speak on this topic?
Yes, I was happy to be present at the NAACP dinner where both women spoke, and I'm looking forward to working with them.
Yeah, I agree. I would have said something similar. That dinner was well attended, the energy was fabulous, and there can only be good things that come out of anybody that spoke there. So. Tim or David, anything you'd like to add?
No, just glad that we're here.
Excellent.
We got to this point finally.
Are there members of the community who would like to speak on this topic? Okay,
And
then.
I'll just say that it's satisfying. Kind of cut me off. I was no. It's satisfying to get to the end of the process because, as it's mentioned in Peter's report here, it all kind of started in the Select Board Candidates Forum where we were candidates.
You and I were candidates. That was,
Yeah.
I think, 15 to 35 years ago.
Very nice. Yeah, it feels like it.
Yeah,
sometimes.
feels that way sometimes.
But as Peter explained, we've been making good progress, and I see this as a real outcome of a big democratic push from our community. So
I agree.
It's a positive thing. It feels like we're going to get a lot of bang for our buck here. So I'm pretty happy to move forward with it.
Me too.
I think it's truly it's the end of the process of getting to the step, but it's the beginning of the process of dealing with diversity and equity.
What is
the
it?
end of the beginning.
On the boot. With every end, there is a beginning.
Yes, point well taken, and I would underscore that by saying that the progress that we've made has been in our work with the community. We have a commitment to doing that work internally with each other in addressing the way we work with one another and the way we work for the community. And it's exciting to be at the moment when the work that has been ongoing now these last few years between some of us in town government and the community we serve to be brought in to now be something that we will be working on together as an entire town government team.
Excellent. Well, at this time, is there somebody on this board who's inclined to make a motion?
I am.
Excellent, Liz.
Okay. I move to authorize the town manager to engage Dottie Morris and Mary Gannon for a fee of $14,342.88 to provide training and facilitating services in accordance with their proposal dated October 30th, 2019.
Okay, Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Beautiful.
I also think we should note that the gender diversity of our staff is being represented.
It's pretty superior. We have a team of very fiercely gender diverse people.
May I have my form back? Did you guys sign my?
I didn't
We're
walk
not
it
giving it
back.
back. Never.
I was waiting for Daniel.
So at this time, usually we take a break at 8 o'clock. We're about to go into budget discussions. I don't know if it's worthwhile to take a break now. Okay, we'll continue on and we'll wait until that point. So we are now going to move into our blue binders because we are moving into our FY21 proposed budget discussions, and we are going to start with the assessor's office.
Great. So as Jennifer Burnell, our town assessor, comes to the table, I'll just remind everybody that if you want to be following along with the line-by-line budget at home, you can go to the town's website at brattleboro.org, click on the home page over on the right-hand side under News on the link that says FY21 Proposed Budget. And then when you go to the page that has the documents of the FY21 Proposed Budget, you want to click on the third line down, FY21 Proposed Budget, which is the operating budget. And it's 18 pages long, and it has all the details for each of the different departmental operations. Tonight, we'll be hearing from Jennifer about the assessor's office, and then also the presentations for the planning department and the library.
Excellent. Thank you, Peter.
What page is Jennifer?
Jennifer's on page 6.
I'm sorry, yes, page 6 is where the assessor's office.
On the second,
Sorry about that.
underneath the first line. And Jennifer, take it away as you like.
So first, I'd like to talk about the operations of the office before I go into the budget. Just to give you a brief summary of what I expect for going into the future here. We will be interviewing for a new staff member starting next week and are excited to be fully staffed again. My focus for this year will be to work with staff to shape an efficient office. I will start with cross-training, updating our data when necessary, cleaning up paper files, and working with staff to improve the process of the business license program. We will also work with our tax mapper to streamline the updates we send them and hopefully cut costs. There have been requests from other departments to meet with our office to understand their needs and how the grand list and other information in our office can help with their operations. Lastly, the Department of Taxes has put out an RFP for updated grand list software. The state supplies all towns with software that creates the grand list. The current supplier is NIMRIC, New England Municipal Resource Center. We have been told that Brattleboro will be one of around 10 towns chosen as a pilot town for the first rollout of this software. We're excited for that opportunity to work with this new software and the winning vendor. So that's just a little brief of how I sort of envision the Office of Assessment going forward. The budget that I put together is not unlike last year. It's very similar. A few changes. Professional services was decreased from $5,000 to $2,500. With staffing, I do not foresee the need for reaching out to professionals as we did in a couple of years prior. However, with new staffing, I did increase training. It's budgeted from 1,200 to 25, but I want to let the select board know and realize that the state offers grants for towns to take advantage of, and they offer classes at no charge. So some of the grants take care of transportation and other expenses that that will that you'll end up with beyond the class itself. We have tax maps that are updated annually, and that line item did not change. That's split between the assessor's office and the general fund. Our annual software fees have stayed unchanged, and equipment, I believe equipment was lowered. We don't foresee seeing a need for any new equipment in our office. Cameras have been replaced with personal cell phones. There has been talk of tablets being introduced for use out in the field. However, the current staff doesn't feel a need for it, and if we did introduce it, I would wait until a townwide reappraisal, and that could be rolled into the reappraisal funds. That's, I think, about it.
Awesome. Thank you, Jennifer.
You're welcome.
Are there questions?
I'd like to just add a couple of quick things, just for the broader perspective, mainly for the public who's listening. So the fundamental work of the assessor's office is to set the values for real estate in Brattleboro, and also for business personal property, and that's really important to the fairness of our property tax system. As we all know, we're really heavily dependent on the property tax, and for the property tax to be assessed fairly, it's one tax rate that applies to everybody, and so the fair and equitable establishment of those values, done initially by Jennifer and her staff, and then reviewed by the listers, board of listers. That's what makes the system, retains the fairness, supports the fairness in the system when we all pay our fair share of the taxes. So thank you for that. And I also wanted to note that they do that very efficiently. There's, in addition to Jennifer as the full-time assessor, there's a 30 hours per week assistant assessor and a full-time assessment technician, I believe we're going to be calling.
Assessor's technician.
Assessor technician, which is the position that has become vacant recently, and so we've slightly revised the duties and expectations for that position to raise up the expectations for they'll assist in the technical work of the office.
You have a very calm and critical thinking energy about you, and it's been really good to have you at the helm.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Is there board members that have questions or comments for Jennifer about the assessor's office budget?
I have one.
Yes.
You mentioned you're looking at some changes for the business property assessment area. What's the phrase I'm looking for?
Oh,
business personal property. Business personal property.
Well, the business we have, the town of Brattleboro does tax business personal property. I want to say somewhere around 2013, but could have been 12 or even earlier. We implemented business license program. So with a business filing for their business license, they will be exempt for the first $5,000 of business personal property. There's a $50 fee for that business license. We're currently taking in licenses for the 2020 year. The deadline for that is December 31st, and if you get your license prior to December 31st, you will not be fined. There are fines that do come in after January 2nd, or on January 2nd. It works how we how the process goes, but it feels clunky to me, and I'd like to work with the new staff to see how we can make it better, see how we can improve it, and it works for some businesses enjoy the online form. They're getting used to it. I don't see that changing. It's just the billing process, the informing, and trying to cut the expense of mail, postage, paper, so forth. If there's something we can do, and then the time we take to record so that we're making sure that we're keeping track of the funds coming in. So I just want to work with new staff to make it a little better.
Yeah. Well, as you may know, I run a business in town, so I'm familiar with that process. And I think overall, I think your description was perfect. It's a little clunky, but it does work. So we could probably make it a little better. Maybe even for the online payments. I think for some reason I choose to register online, but then I actually bring a check.
Most people do.
That
well,
may
maybe
just
it's a
be-
50-50.
I've never been able to pay online.
Yeah.
I pay online.
You pay online?
Okay. Well,
So does my husband.
I think it might just be my old-timey nature.
Reaching out to businesses and having a conversation with them with a full staff, we would be able to do that. Right now, we don't, but that's another avenue, is what's working, what isn't, how can we make it better?
Right.
So that's another part that I would implement to help with that. Thank you for your comments.
I have a question.
Yes.
How much revenue does the town receive from that?
Is
I got the answer to that.
50,000?
Yes.
Cool.
It's about that.
Sounds nice.
It's a lot of businesses.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
The thing that is always a conundrum in our household is that there's a state license and the town license, and they're at different times. And if you're streamlining and if you could coordinate, that would be nice.
Let me know what that time is that the state
Yeah,
requires.
that's good feedback, Liz.
Yeah.
That's March, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's March.
When's
Mhm.
ours?
March 15th.
December 31st.
Ah,
Yes.
yep. Okay. Good feedback.
Okay. Well, we put out, I think we do this because we send out a notice for your business personal property asset reports. We actually send those reports out for businesses to fill out in February. And they are due April 20th.
It's not the end of the world if you can't coordinate them, I'm just saying. We're always going, now which one is which?
Food for thought, though.
Actually, your notices is one of my favorite, because you tell us December 31st, but you warn, I get one in like November sometime.
Right.
And I can say, oh yeah, I'll pay it on the December 10th. But then if I forget, they send me another one.
Which I'm working on, and I might be a little late. I'm supposed to send one out tomorrow.
No, I won't forget.
You're busy. You got
It's
your hands
marked,
full.
but it feels friendly that way, that you have a long
Good.
time span to prepare.
You don't get a summons for your second communication.
No.
Well, thank you.
Further questions or comments or compliments for Jennifer and Jennifer's department?
Don't forget to not send me one this year.
I
Okay.
will write
You
it down
can
as
ignore
soon as I
that.
leave the desk.
No, I retired from my business.
You retired?
Ah.
Wow. Okay, noted.
The woodworking thing?
Well, the commercial part of it, yeah.
As the wood turns.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Okay. Thank
Thanks,
you so
Jennifer.
much, Jennifer. All right.
Next up is, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I just like reading it off the list because I can say next up under FY21 proposed budget, we have Planning Services Department. Sue
Indeed.
Fillion.
So as Sue comes to the table, I just want to underscore one thing that might not jump out from the numbers in the budget. First of all, we're on page 7 near the bottom at the beginning of the planning department budget. Sue will present that and the continuing budget over on page 8 in a moment. But I wanted to just underscore that the sustainability coordinator, we're in the final stages of hiring, is going to be an employee within Sue's team in the planning services office. And so just sort of an accountability moment here for the $100,000 that the community rallied to put in the budget for this position. You'll remember last year it was just $100,000 in the same line item where traditionally for many years we had $10,000 for climate protection is what it was called. It was under auxiliary services. So in this year's proposed budget, that line item is proposed as 0 because within planning services, there's approximately $58,000 worth of salary outside of planning services, but in the employee benefits part of the budget, there's about $33,000 worth of benefits for this employee. And then within planning services, there is a new line item created called Sustainability Program, where we're proposing $10,000 of expense of funding to be used for programmatic work, whether that's outreach to the community or whether it's events or to be determined by the sustainability coordinator and Sue. So together, those figures add up to slightly over $100,000, and that doesn't fully account for the cost of having an employee on the team. I mean, there's operating expenses within the office and within the municipal center and so on, that in addition to that. So we just wanted to make sure that the community's aware that while the $100,000 appears to have disappeared, it's actually well invested in this employee who's in this position that's been created, and we'll have the employee coming aboard sometime early in the new year.
Thank you for that clarification, Peter. Sue, if you're ready, you can start however you'd like.
I am. So I'm going to start like Jennifer and give you an overview of the Planning Services Department. So as Peter noted, we're a growing department. So there are 3 full-time staff right now. There's myself, Brian Bannon, who's the zoning administrator and also the floodplain manager for the town, and also an assistant health officer. And then there's Andrew Graminsky, who is our newly hired planning technician. So he's a recent college graduate with a planning degree, and that's going to tie back to the budget, another line item later. So we provide a variety of services. Most people in the community might interact with us because of permitting. So if you're doing an addition, you're putting up a sign, you're doing new construction, you need a zoning permit. So that's how we interact with a lot of the general public. We also consult on large development projects. So if somebody's building a house, doing a major subdivision, a new business, they often are meeting with us to understand our regulations, and we consult with them and give them some guidance. We do long-term planning. Like right now, we're working on the downtown design plan. We've been involved with a tri-park master plan to provide safer homes for people outside of the floodplain in Mountain Home Park. We do hazard mitigation planning as well, and all of those include public outreach. We also, not only do we do long-term planning efforts, we participate in long-term planning efforts. So several state projects we're involved with, whether it's the Hinsdale Bridge, the Putney Road Plan. We're often have a seat at the table for those. We can provide guidance on potential grants and loans from various state and federal sources, and we're also often applicants to either support projects in our department or in the town. We do health and zoning code enforcement. The health enforcement has increased over the years, so I think. We take care of the E911 addressing and do the coordination, and we're the liaison between the state and the town. We can do GIS mapping and spatial analysis. We manage the flood program for the town, so we participate in the National Flood Insurance Program. So not only does that incorporate permitting, but there's a lot of outreach so that people know
what their what options they have for flood insurance. And then we also go above and beyond. We've taken several actions so that we can help reduce the cost of flood insurance for people who have it in the town. We assist other departments with projects and permitting. So if there's Act 250, if there's some stormwater permitting, we often help out with that. And we have also helped nonprofits in the town that maybe need to go through Act 250 and give some guidance. We have the Brownfields program. We do a lot of hazard mitigation planning, working with various groups that are conserving land and restoring floodplain. We also support several town boards and commissions, and several of them have statutory functions. So there's the Development Review Board, which does site plan, subdivision review, local Act 250 review, the Planning Commission, who are kind of make recommendations on land use policy to the Select Board, the Conservation Commission, and the Design Review Committee, which is a newer board which reviews development in historic districts and makes recommendations to the zoning administrator or the Development Review Board. And then we also just get involved with various community planning efforts. So I sit on as an ex officio member of the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. Various projects pop up and we get involved. The Army Corps has been looking at different potential flood restoration projects in Brattleboro, so we kind of consult with them. Winston Prouty is going through a planning effort. We get involved with projects like that. And then our office also provides a lot of support for the People Forums, which is on our website. There's a lot of those fill-in forms. So Brian does a lot of that. Permitting, we generally have about 190 permits that are issued every year, and there's about 25 to 30 applications that go before the Development Review Board. And then lastly, we work a lot with the various state agencies, whether it's the Agency of Commerce and Community Development, Agency of Natural Resources, Department of Homeland Security. So we have a lot of relationships with those staffs. So that's a little bit about what we do. And then upcoming for the 2021 budget, we do need to update our hazard mitigation plans, so that will be a project. And then we'll have the bike and pedestrian scoping study for Western Avenue that might be going on into that fiscal year. And then you already talked a little bit about it tonight, but it's been on the Planning Commission, their radar, to kind of be ready with cannabis regulation, zoning. So that's been a conversation that they had over the summer, wanting to be ready when that happens.
Thank you very much, Sue. As you can see, the Planning Commission is kind of has hands in every single pot, and so I'm really glad that we have you at the helm. You have a very dynamic and sharp personality, and you have a really good team. We're very lucky with almost all of our teams and so in our town, so thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
I see the budget. I don't have a ton of questions because it's pretty self-explanatory to me. However, are there members of the board who have questions or comments or anything to say about the planning department?
While you're thinking, I'll point out that the proposal in toto is so efficient that we mentioned earlier that the costs for this department are increasing by about $70,000 to accommodate the sustainability coordinator position. Mm-hmm. And the proposed budget is increasing from last year only by $63,000.
Yes.
So, nice work.
We were able to reduce the consultant costs in part because of the hiring of the planning technician, bringing us back to kind of full capacity, and then he also has skills that we can draw on. So that's helpful.
Awesome.
Well, I'd just like to say that I'm very familiar with the work of the planning department, and I think it's excellent. And not only this past year has Sue and her team had a tremendous amount of outreach with the downtown master plan and some very fun and interesting projects that get the community to understand what land use planning is, which is usually esoteric, but I think it's common sense. And also, when when Sue was talking about the permits, Brian Bannon did such an excellent job helping the BOC get their warming hut permit, and now it's there and in place, and it snowed, and it's great. And I think Andrew's a great addition to the team as well.
Thank you. Strong department. Disclosing. Are there members of the town staff who have any? Because that's all that's left in our audience. Are there members of the Jennifer Star and BCTV?
There is still public.
I have a couple.
Oh, Ricky's talking about you. Yes, Tim.
Would you like the softball or the more challenging question first?
Oh, let's go challenging first.
Okay, good. I like to give an option. I'm learning this about a toddler. It's good to give them this or this.
Yes.
I'm not
Those are
making
fake
any
options.
comparisons.
It's okay.
You're not supposed to give real options to the toddler, Tim.
No editorializing.
Well, they're not real. Anyway, the more challenging one. So, sustainability program budget line item. Can you explain why you're, I'm assuming in collaboration with our town manager, recommending that be there?
For me, I liked it being a separate line item because I think that there was such a community call for this position or the use of the money towards sustainability that I didn't want it to get commingled with other, projects that maybe the department's working on. So it's a set aside fund that's specifically for sustainability projects.
Good
I
idea.
see. Well, agreed if that's sort of the thing, but I kind of recall the discussion at town meeting going from, well, we have this 10,000 and it doesn't really do anything, to ballooning obviously up to a position so that we have a person to do the things. I don't really recall, and also we should keep that 10,000. I recall the conversation being more like, we should really have a position.
It's within the 100,000.
Yeah.
I think it's
So
a smart idea.
it's
Within the 100,000.
Awkward, I'm sorry.
No, go.
It's an awkward coincidence that they're both $10,000. The $10,000 from year to year to year was just $10,000 as an allocation so that there would be something available for the energy coordinator and work around those issues in the community. Last year, that same $10,000 was in the budget that we recommended to you and you recommended to town meeting. And at town meeting, when they increased it to 100, there was that very robust conversation about wanting a position. We made it clear at that time that it would be the board who would decide whether it was spent on programming or on a position. You had all that community input and your own discussion several meetings earlier this year and created the position. So the $100,000 investment from the community is going primarily to the person, but when we totaled up the sort of out-of-pocket expenses to the town for funding the position, and it came to around $91,000, we, between the three of us actually, Sue and Patrick and myself, looked at that, thought about the intent of the representative town meeting, and then carried out by the direction from the board. And we thought it would be good to include $10,000 worth of programming money so that there will be costs to activities and events that might be organized by this coordinator to promote sustainability in the community.
Yeah, the way the job is described, there's a lot of community outreach. There's going to be there's going to be programs. There will be sustainability programs offered, and so it's different than the other functions of the department.
What I kind of like about it is it was always said, there's only so much a volunteer can do with 10,000, and it's kind of nice to carry in and say, okay, let's see what a fully paid, robustly compensated staff member can do with 10,000. I like the way that carries through, so I think that was a smart idea.
Well, I'll remind everybody that one of the cruxes of the counter-argument for the sustainability coordinator was that so many, in my opinion, of the actions, the future actions, that we don't know what's going to come down the pike, but so many of those actions are already being done very well by existing town staff. This is going back to our arguments. And using the money for a salary, while certainly alleviating some of the duties of all of our excellent town staff, and that's a positive, would leave us with not so much money to do the programs with.
So what are you hoping would happen with the $9,000, $10,000 that were left over? What is your end?
I didn't really see it as, I thought the discussion became, we must have this, the community wanted this sustainability coordinator, not that we must spend $100,000. It was more of a, in my opinion, an up to get the job done.
But it wasn't.
Because if you recall the discussion at town meeting, it was, yeah, and had a.
Nope, that's fine. I didn't mean to see that.
The discussion became, we must get this person, and will 50 be enough? The question was thrown to Peter, and he said, no, 100 would be enough. And I didn't really interpret that as like, use everything you can, and then make sure you spend that extra $10,000 on nice stuff. I interpret it as, get the sustainability coordinator at all costs.
I'm not sure it was ever written as an up to, though. I think it was written as 100, and if it's written as 100, I think we have to use it
But
that
normally
way.
in our budgets, but that's what budgets are for. You budget things, and then you hopefully don't spend up to that budget, and then you adjust the budget for next time. So I just find it a little curious that it goes along with a $10,000 price tag.
I have a comment.
Okay, you and then David.
Well, David, you go first.
No, you go.
Well,
It's not really necessary.
moving on from our vote that some of us dissented from, and having someone, coming on board to do this work, I think it's best to start on a good footing with some spending money to get the job done in the way that the town envisioned, as the resolution said, and the community wanted. I think one of the goals of the sustainability coordinator will be to seek grant money, but I really don't see the need to hamstring this person by not having any purse to use. And so I would definitely think that the money left over within the $100,000 is appropriate for the planning department to use to get this effort off the ground.
Yeah, I think my concern, not to enter into a debate about that, but
here we go.
Why not?
Sounds like, and then.
I'm the one who has to get up at 5 in the morning, so. But
Truth.
I think it's a little odd to attach a new employee position that we really don't know anything about to a spending line item. You wouldn't hire somebody for DPW and attach it to extra sidewalk money.
Well, we kind of know a lot what they're doing.
Please, I really would.
All right, David.
Yeah,
David.
I mean, there's a lot of back and forth
David,
here
go
as
ahead.
opposed to participating. It's not extra money, and it's not public works. None of the public works jobs or the traditional jobs that we have that are in place involved as many staff members developing the job description, figuring out how to make it work most effectively, researching other positions, looking into the experience of other towns in order to figure out how to do this and how to make sure it's effective. The purpose of all of this, once the decision is made, is to have it. Let's do it in a way that's going to work. And I think that's what's here. And having been born and spent the first 8 years of my life in Niagara Falls, New York, I've seen a lot of water go over the falls and under the bridge, and I think that's what this is. And I would just as soon we sort of, I mean, you can keep rehashing it if you want, but I think it's really...
It's a rehashing.
Well, it sounds that way to me.
Oh, okay. What I'm pointing out to everyone, that it's now a line item.
Yeah.
So if this new sustainability coordinator says, this is great, this is a great job I'm doing, here's my report, we can evaluate it as a board, but you know what? This $10,000 line item should be $100,000. So the budget hawk in me sees this as a way to backdoor not only the sustainability coordinator, but a lot more spending for this concern. So
It's remarkably
That feels
insulting
like a stretch,
to the staff.
Tim. And I really,
I
you
don't
know that
think
I
it's
always get along
remarkably
with you very well, but that feels like a
Backdoor?
huge stress.
Backdoor around...
No, I'm not implying.
Yes.
Well, I'd
Well,
like to
find a
speak to
better
it.
term.
So I know I believe you didn't mean it that way, but I'd like to just speak maybe for the broader benefit of the audience of the way in which we formulate a budget. So the sustainability coordinator won't determine individually what is proposed for you to consider in this line item next year. The sustainability coordinator will certainly have a role in that conversation. Sue will, in the first instance, determine as part of her planning for the overall operation of the planning services department what she thinks is an appropriate allocation for that. Patrick and I are going to be scrutinizing Sue's work, and what comes to you by statute and practice is my recommendation as town manager to you. So there's a lot of winnowing that goes on. The budget process is not the time of year when I make friends within town staff. It's the time when I do the first step of deciding what I think we can afford in the big picture, trying to balance all the different needs of the town with our financial wherewithal and how it fits into our longer term planning that we do together. And then you go through this process and make your changes to it that you think are appropriate. And so what I would say about that $10,000 is it is not random. It is not thrown in there as spending money, but it is, in fact, sort of unknowable to us at this point exactly what the scope of that out-of-pocket expense that isn't personnel expense, what's going to be required in order for this position to thrive and accomplish what we all wanted to accomplish. And so we thought it was reasonable to use that balancing number for this year from the $100,000 that was the clear intent of the community, and then learn as we go along. And as we learn and as we reflect on that, you may decide, you and your successors, a year from now may decide that this is too little money. You may also decide that it's unnecessary funding, that there's actually just all kinds of ways in which we're partnering with people and we don't need to have a non-personnel related sustainability line item. I don't know where we'll land on that. We'll take a good, solid, objective look at it before we bring you a proposal, instead of one that is harder to defend because it's so conceptual this year. And then you'll judge whether or not it's a well-defended number when we're here a year from now.
Okay. And I would admit that using the phrase backdoor was a poor choice of words. What I was trying to communicate is that just as it's very difficult to unstaff someone away from a very limited town staff, to take away a position when a community starts to get into a groove of a position, it's also it's hard as a board to get rid of line items, and they tend to increase. That's what they do. So my problem with seeing that there is sort of like the unknown nature of it.
I have one more comment.
Yes.
I see this job, this position, as split between being a resource within the town staff on sustainability elements, and also have a public-facing role in considerable outreach. And I think that the funding is earmarked for the outreach.
Absolutely.
And really, of the two focuses of the position, I think the community was definitely focused on the outreach. And that, I think, will have more expenses than the technical internal staff position. And that just, it makes sense to me in terms of an estimate. But the other question I had for you, Tim, is this the hardball question or the softball question?
Lord. I went hardball first. Yes, any time for anything harder than that, that's
I'm happy. I'll give you the softball if you'd like.
Sure.
In the, oh gosh, I have to go back. I lost my place. In the revenue side.
Yes.
Which we love, right? We love revenue. I'm curious just about in the actuals from 2017 to 2019, the planning permit fees seem to be nosediving fairly steadily, and then you adjusted the budget from 2020 to 2021 from 50 to 40. Can you just comment on why that's sort of heading down?
We're not seeing a lot of large development. So some of our high years were years with like Red Clover Common, which had, one big project can have fees of 10, 12 grand. So we're seeing a lot of small projects, and not a lot of big. It's always, it's kind of difficult to kind of think about what's on the horizon, what are those bigger projects that we might know that are there. So it's kind of a guesstimate every year. It's trending.
So it kind of weights fairly heavily on larger projects.
It does.
Versus back decks being built.
Yes.
It's also highly variable. So while your conclusion in looking at the 3 years of actuals is fair because that's all we show here, if you were looking at a longer, more columns of prior years, you'd see that this is actually not a trend. You wouldn't interpret from this that it is going down and likely to keep going down. Rather, it's one that bounces around, and it's for that reason that we didn't see a reason to justify staying at the 50. It's been 50 for several years in the budget, and it's now been several years since we hit 50. And so for the reasons Sue described, we thought it was responsible to bring it down to 40, but we're not worried that it's heading down and not going to bounce back.
Right.
Thank you. It's pretty soft, right?
Further questions or comments from the board? Okay.
Star.
Out of the hot seat, Sue. Thank you very much. And at this time, we move to item 3 under the FY21 proposed budget, and we move to Star Electronica from Brooks Memorial Library, Director.
And the library budget begins on page 10.
Boss. Lady. All right, Star, however you want to lead us in.
All right,
do.
well, first of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk about the library, because there's nothing I'd rather do. So the mission of the Brooks Memorial Library is to connect people with resources to inspire, inform, and empower our diverse community. And resources can be a lot of things. Naturally, people immediately think about books because that was the resource that people had when libraries were first begun in this country. However, for you people at home, we also circulate snowshoes. So you can hot-foot it on over there. We're open till 9 tonight, and pick up a pair of snowshoes and you can snowshoe home. We have, among other things, in our cataloging department right now, we have a meter that will measure the electrical presence that people were talking about in the cell phone tower discussion earlier. So you can take that home and see what the electric presence is in your house if you want to. So what we do is, libraries are about sharing, and what we do is come together as a community, purchase resources that we don't all need all the time, or that we don't have the resources to purchase for ourselves, and then we share them as a community. And after, it took me about 30 years of learning that, or of giving spiels to preschoolers when I discovered that, because I was going on and on about it. You can do this at the library, and you can do that at the library. And finally, a little girl raised her hand and said, that's sharing. That's exactly what it is. So also, I just want to say that, libraries, are built on the principles of sustainability. We're the original reuse institution, and also on equity, because we're open to all and available to all. So I feel so lucky to be able to support those two values every day in the work that I do. We circulate about 140,000 items a year. We have about 135,000 visits to the library in a year, and last year we had 565 programs, so that's almost 2 a day for when we're open. The programs truly do address lifelong learning. We have rhyme time for toddlers.
No, it's a bad day. What day is it?
It's Wednesday morning at 10:30.
We'll try, make one or two.
Because it's valuable not only for the toddlers that come, but it's wonderful for parents because they get to meet other parents. They also experience the modeling that goes on with presenting stories and songs and activities and engaging small children. And we all know that that's really how small children learn. So the other thing we know is that it's important for people to have human contact between 5 to 7 times a day in their lives to maintain their mental health. And for many people, that is the library. They come in and they talk to us. As I was heading over here this evening, a woman was engaged in conversation with our desk staff, and you could tell she was there for the conversation. You know, she may not walk out with a book, but she was there to talk to somebody. And then our programming continues on. We have our first Wednesday events that are sponsored by the Vermont Humanities Council, which brings us a really rich array of programs. We have been partnering with Compassionate Brattleboro to have compassionate community conversations. Brandy's going to be at the library next week.
I just ran that through my calendar part of my brain as you were speaking.
And she'll be talking about downtown Brattleboro. Dave and I are in cahoots to cook up something for Wednesday morning for grown-ups. So anyway, the other value that libraries are built on is partnership and collaboration, and so luckily we live in a really vibrant community where that's possible. Our growing areas are teen services. We have a great teen room, great teen librarian, and now we have a teen advisory board. We also are trying to expand our outreach. We have many big ideas, big plans, and it's just finding the time and the staff to do that. But really, it's important to both the staff and the trustees to move from library as place to library as presence so that everybody thinks of the library. One thing that's happened to help with that was our recent renovation. Because we have really become an important meeting place, especially now that the police station isn't here anymore, so the building closes down, so a lot of town meetings have moved over to the library on a regular basis. And then with our small meeting rooms, we have entrepreneurs meeting there, we have people having distance meetings with business partners, you know, around the country and around the world. And then we have people coming together to read plays together or interview one another for oral history. So those rooms are almost always in use. And then, in addition to the storytime services, we also have Matt, the wonderful Matt Wojcik, who is available for people to come in, bring their devices, he helps them figure them out. And he is, if anyone has ever availed themselves of his services, he is really great. And that's just a standard service that we have at the library. So our funding comes from the town. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We really appreciate it. And but we also are incredibly fortunate that we have an endowment. So our trustees are very excellent stewards of that, and they're very prudent stewards of that those funds. Our endowment does now just barely cap $2 million, which but that is held in reserve, and they draw down 4%, which is the recommended amount, every year, and most of that money goes to materials. So that the endowment took over funding a lot of our material purchases so that we could reinstitute hours that had been cut with staffing that had been cut with budget cuts earlier. And they also pursue grants, and that's how we got the snowshoes. And then we have the wonderful friends, the Friends of Brooks Memorial Library. Many of you are friends. And the friends help us with enhancements to the library that we couldn't do otherwise. They pay for most of the programming. They pay for the First Wednesdays series. They pay for the summer reading program, which keeps, or the summer learning program actually, it keeps kids' brains engaged all summer long so they don't have a summer slump when they go back to school. And they pay for services such as our downloadable books and our streaming video, Canopy, which is so popular, Mango, you can learn a language and interact online. And so, and then they also pay for the Foundation Center, which is a huge deal in this community, in this region of not-for-profits. The Foundation Center, we are now the only Vermont location for the Foundation Center. And so nonprofits can come and get information on how to apply for grants and funding.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
It's great. Come by anytime.
What I've always liked about you heading up the library is that when some of our more vulnerable and marginalized population has started more and more to feel comfortable integrating into the mainstream, your doorstep is one of the first places that that integration has taken place. And rather than being uncertain on how to host individuals who haven't been used to being hosted, you have always been compassionate and proactive about understanding ways to serve changing, diverse clientele at the library, and I'm very appreciative of that. You're a powerhouse in that regard.
Well, and the entire staff, and the
you're the entire staff.
The trustees' support as well on that.
Yeah.
That's one of our key service areas, is to provide a welcoming space for all.
Well, you've done well. So you and the staff and the trustees should all really rest comfortably in the idea that while there's always more to do, you've done really well.
Thank you.
Are there members of the board that would like, yes, Liz?
I'm also a great believer in the library, but I wondered, what's tomorrow night's First Wednesday?
Yeah.
It's U.S. immigration policy.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Other members of the board?
Too quick. I have a comment and a question.
Okay.
Which one would you like first?
Terrified us all.
Golly.
Sorry, Tim. You led me into that.
I'll take the question. I may not know the answer, but I know where to find it. That's the librarian's creed. So, okay.
That's what I'm supposed to say as a parent, too. Right?
Yeah, that works out.
Always pretend I know the answer. Didn't you, I recall, just a couple of years ago, you started to, or you did, eliminate fines?
So glad you asked.
This is just, I'm throwing this out so you can talk about that a little bit if you wanted to, but I had a question, too.
Okay, yes, and thanks to our wonderful trustees and to the select board, we were able to pass a policy to eliminate fines. And this was not, we were by no means the first library to do it. I will say that there's been a blizzard of libraries that have done it behind us, from huge systems like Chicago Public, I believe, just went fine-free. Seattle Public, I believe, has gone fine-free. Entire counties in California have gone fine-free. So people have come to realize that it is really an issue of equity. And that conversation started in 2017 when the whole issue of equity surfaced here. And in fact, I wrote down your comment, Tim.
Really?
It was the outcome of a big Democratic push from the community.
Huh.
And part of the conversations we had in this room were that that it was great to say you have a commitment to equity, but you need to assign resources to make that happen. And so the trustees took on the purchase of a lot of more materials so that we could reduce that revenue.
Nice.
Yeah.
And I'm in full support. My question is, just because someone else might have encountered this, you do a lot of board books, so we've been, you know. So I think I had 4 out, and I was late getting the renewed. I did renew it online, and I was late, and it shows up as fines.
Right.
But are they not real?
They're not. They get. They are eliminated when you return the materials, because we had to have some mechanism
Yeah.
that people couldn't just keep checking out more and more
Well, I
materials.
felt the shame. I really internalized it.
And that's
So-
why we had to get rid of fines. We didn't want anyone to feel ashamed.
I know.
So just know
This is me
you'll come
pulling your
back,
leg.
you'll be welcomed with open arms
Oh, good.
and lots more board books.
I feel so much better.
Those
Good.
board books are good, aren't they? They keep those little hands
they're
from
good.
just ripping things.
His new thing is, he takes 2 books and he wants you to sit down and read one, and he reads his. And we don't even need to read it to him, and he's like,
Cute.
Yeah.
You have done such a good job. Because that is the key indicator of reading success, is if a child sees an adult reading and then models that behavior, then they'll keep making the next step and the next step towards literacy, and then once you can read, the whole world's there for you.
We just assume he's getting these good behaviors from his daycare, 'cause I'm not sure.
That's
what I always assume about my kid.
But I will say we have had so much anecdotal support for eliminating fines.
Yeah.
And once a staff member was coming in as a family was leaving, and the kids were clamoring with the parents saying, I love going to the library. I'm so glad we came back to the library. Is it because they don't have fines now? I said, yes. And that's what we want.
Have that cloud hanging over
Yeah.
you.
Exactly. Nobody
The only
wants
easy comment I wanted to make is Canopy. We just discovered it.
Right.
Holy cow!
yeah.
Do you know
Yeah.
about this?
Do I ever?
Okay, I got a movie for you, Charade.
Canopy.
Charade.
Oh, yeah.
60. You
Oh,
know
I didn't
Oh,
saw
I love
when it
that.
First came out too.
Well, okay.
Will you check it out?
Canopy is amazing.
It was really good.
And
What do you find too full? What do you probably already know?
Canopy is amazing. It's
Yeah.
also super expensive. It's but it's paid for by the Friends of Brooks Memorial Library.
Of course it is. They're awesome.
And watch for your annual appeal letter in the mail.
Okay, good. Good, because I'm going to check it out and
Oh,
on
yeah,
that
it's
annual
really
appeal.
good.
Yes.
I'm just trying to understand that if the Friends and the trustees pay for materials, why is there a book item on here?
They pay for most of it. So the book item is, I believe, $5,000 for adult books. The endowment is for $20,000 because $5,000 just wouldn't cover enough.
Right.
And book prices are always going up. Also, we do have, in order to service the community, because we have these intense readers here, we often have to buy multiple copies of a new title. Louise Penny, get out of the way.
Yeah.
So we end up having to expend a lot of funds, to satisfy our readership.
Thank you, I just wanted to understand that.
People are always requesting that they buy new books.
Yes.
And they do.
And we do, yes.
Excellent.
Okay, good.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Are there members of the Sue or Ricky that would like to make any comments?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we're pretty spoiled with the library in this town. If there might always be something we can say that we're lacking, but it's not the library. Thank you very much, Star.
Thank you.
I always have an affinity because of our names are spelled the same way.
It's true.
It's pretty special to me. All right.
If you two got married, Star's name would be Star Star.
Star gave me a shirt one time that is the Rosie, and it says it says Star can do it. It's pretty awesome. As long as I keep the tummy down, it looks great on me. But I'm never going to do that because I don't care and I love pasta. So, good. So that was tonight's episode of the FY21 budget. Stay tuned for next week's episode. We continue these weekly meetings and continue budget items at least through the 10th, possibly through the 17th, and beyond for the next 3 weeks past that if we so choose.
Correct.
Is that like to
Man.
infinity and beyond?
And beyond, better not be infinity. We gotta, at some point, nope.
May I summarize really fast
Please
for the
do,
public so
Peter.
they know what's coming?
Yes.
That was an excellent summary. So
your preview.
next week is focused on budget, and it's all the little items. So it's the small offices, the town manager's office, the finance department, the town clerk, along with things like the auxiliary services and the human services and all that.
Star,
So,
something fell.
so it'll be just budget, and it'll be a variety of things.
Good.
And then on the 17th, there'll be a regular
Yep.
select board meeting with other business besides budget to be done. But one item that night will be for us to take stock of where we are. We will have completed the first time all the way through the budget.
Yep.
And I'll summarize for you in a memorandum in preparation for the 17th where I think we are in terms of the issues that have arisen and what you're looking for from staff. We'll get your direction that night on the 17th of whether that's a good list or whether it needs to be modified. And then staff will provide those materials for the meetings that we have in January when you'll do your additional review and make your decisions.
So
That's great.
The 17th is for all those things that you've kind of forgot to bring up.
17th is the catch-all moment. Like,
Yep.
You can
put it
break
on the
things
list if you
open
want
again.
more information about it. Yep.
And I know I've had a lot of questions about human services, and you just said that's next week.
Correct.
Right, so next week, for those who have asked me, and maybe I've answered your email in my head instead of in my keyboard, next week, human services. It happens. I'm not gonna lie, I'm almost 40. I know my faults.
You and Jeanette.
Am I not false?
No age comments.
Am I not
10 years, 10 years beyond the range of trustability.
All right, now that we're all getting quite bippy, mostly myself, and we have no further business to discuss, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Excellent, David has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourns at 8:10 p.m. Thank you very much, and we will see you next week, 6:15.
Digital, and in there is Acorn TV. That's been English and Canadian.
Thank
And
you,
it's
ma'am.
it's not like Canopy with all the people.
Right. I really think we
It's really great. It's a
I don't care, I'm fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you
That's
have.
fine. I just,